Chapter 801, Black Zones? Well, they're one of two things. The first being an out-of-control beast, usually second or first class, that terrorizes the territory for too long. If that serpent wasn't taken care of soon, the Eden Forest could have been turned into a black zone. Interesting. So what is the second? Well, it's far more rare, but if the admin of a biome goes dark, so do their monitored areas. In both cases, black zones result in the total isolation of an entire region. Lords can enter, but nothing is permitted to leave until the threat is neutralized, or a new admin claims the zone. Basically, entering one is a death sentence. I raise an eyebrow as this comes through my link from Run. And simultaneously, Ava accepts an offer from a lizard man for 74 more biome maps in the surrounding area. About a dozen of them overlap with the ones from the Ant Lord, but a majority are spread out more evenly, creating a wide circle around the safe zone where we stand now. 2 more of these black zones show on my map, making that 6 in total. While Ren's description of these zones is intriguing, the data I've just received on over 100 unique territories and monsters is equally as interesting. I have a perfect map pinpointing exactly where I can upgrade a large number of my skills, and there are a handful of monsters I've never encountered before, ones that may even have new skills to add to my arsenal. My grin grows as the room's excitement dies down. From what I can tell, most of the additional biome maps being offered are replicas of what this lizard man just traded. Plus, Zayden and Togi are eager to use the coupons to get their own upgrades, and Ren is still silent, processing this whole situation with wide eyes. Ava speaks up and waves to the crowd. Alright, show's over. The rest aren't selling. That prompts many in the back to start leaving. The lizard man receptionist that confirmed our quest tries to get Ava's attention again to ask if we'd like any more quests, but she ignores him and sends me a telepathy link to ask what our next moves will be now that we have a clear map of our surroundings for a few thousand kilometers on every side. While it's just a tiny fraction of the entire wilderness, it's a good start. I send her instructions, take a step back, pulling my hand off Ren's shoulder, and instead make contact with both of the excited Wolfman's furry arms. I think the next step is to get these two off to the Crown Cycle lab. Don't you think? As I make contact, I send a burst of my own mana control into their avatars. Then Ava takes a step forward and releases a menacing burst of aura and advanced ether commands into the air like she's preparing for a fight. Yes. Let's go. The entire room is caught off guard as a bright white glow surrounds us, and the air pressure shifts. All of the receptionists turn her way. And the cloud of chaos allows me to release my own cloud of mana and ether beneath hers to activate extremely advanced light magic and ether commands, beginning to manipulate the Wolfman's avatars. I wouldn't dare to try this from long range, but under the control of my purple barrier and extensive knowledge of avatars and citadel commands, I'm certain I can do what I need to before anyone in the room catches on, and have it go completely under the radar in the Grand Citadel's surveillance systems. Less than a second later, Ava takes a step forward and begins to let her aura simmer down. At the same time, I release my contact from the wolfmen that follow. However, their avatars now have complex sensory feeds and physical trackers embedded into them. The 5 of us walk through the remainder of the crowd that separates, and right out the front door into the street. None of the aura, or the end of that scene that just played out, managed to ripple out into the street, so the center of town is moving along as usual. Some still whisper about the fact that 2 crown coupons were just sold, but the hype has already died down. We easily walk 100 meters or so around a curved walkway to find the entrance of a black building extremely similar to the Adventurer's Hub entrance, just with Crown Cycle Lab in large holographic text hovering above the white ether doorway. There are more messages that pop up, telling me my crowns are not filled, and I'm not eligible to enter. However, Zayden and Togi both walk right through with dazed expressions on their faces and skips in their steps. Ava just gives them away before turning down to run. So how long do these usually take? It's usually pretty random. Could be a few hours, but sometimes it's days. Depends on which admins are able to take requests. The white eyes of this elf lord look up to the 5 full crowns floating above their head. It may seem like a common thing, but filling your crowns is not an easy feat. The closer you are to filling all of them, the harder it gets. Many lords never even manage to complete a full cycle in their life. There's a good reason everyone went crazy over your coupons. I shrug and turn to the last higher tech building in the center of this small town that has 2 entry points, one labeled Trade Center and another Arena. I take it you're not going to use your coupon either? We might as well explore for the time being. Ren replies, what? I assumed we were teaming up for a while. I place a hand on their shoulder again and use telepathy to finish my sentence. I am kind of the reason your old party leader is dead, and I assume you're not the type to travel solo in order to conceal your real strength. The Lord's eyebrows raise. Well, I'd be happy to, I just wasn't sure if you wanted me to come along. I take my hand off and speak out loud while walking toward this last building. We're new here. A guide would be quite helpful. There's a lot of things about this place I still have to learn. The three of us walk around the center ring of the town, past a few dozen more sets of wandering eyes before walking through the white ether barrier door of this final building, though, when we enter, I get a barrage of messages, even greater than the spam of quest boards all over the Adventurer's Hub. This place looks a lot more spacious, and there are even more lords mingling on the sides of the room. Instead of having receptionists at the back, there seem to be trading specialists standing by at over 30 tables lining the room. They are mostly all horned rabbit lords, wearing very formal avatar armor and assisting trades for guests. The majority of them are lizard men, with the occasional orc lord in the crowd. Now that I can see the surrounding biomes in my mind, I can see that there are a few orc environments to the west, and their presence makes more sense. Ranging from 5th to 3rd class, there are no clear class differences like in the Adventurer's Hub, where mostly only strong lords stayed, though I do notice there isn't a single wolfman in this center room. I do spot some near the back, behind a semi-translucent ether command barrier, using two of the facilities available here at the Trade Center. One of the facilities labeled Arena stacks up as high as the tall ceiling, revealing 3 full floors of reinforced dueling rooms. Though the lords inside don't appear to be trying to kill each other, this just looks like a safe space for training or sparring. Then, my eyes turn to a second small corner at the other side of the room's back wall, labeled Premium Dining Lounge. So many notifications rush into my vision, offering to sell dead soul weapon shells, trade packets of ether for mana, provide information on wild beast attack patterns, biome maps, and about 75% of the spammed messages I get are about buying and selling avatar achievement buffs. Though, I push all of the messages aside and only really look at the biome maps for sale, many of the maps extremely close to this safe zone sell for 1 to 5 ether each. Depending on how well scanned they are, though, the further out the zones are, the more they go for. Some individual plots a few dozen biomes away selling for over 100 ether each. It's no surprise that I already have perfect copies of all of them, as it seems that Lizardman who traded for Ava's coupon bought up most of the rare biomes to bulk up his trading power. It worked well, and he even had a good amount that aren't on the market here. I find that almost none of the biomes sold by the Ant Lord are available here. They all seem to be unique copies from that lord's personal journey. As we walk further in, a horned rabbit trading specialist smiles as his ears flop to the sides of his head while looking up at Ava. Welcome to the Trade Center. I haven't seen your party here yet. You all must not be locals. Welcome to our safe zone. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? Chapter 802. Oh, we don't need much. Just sightseeing before we head back out into the wilderness, Ava replies, eyeing the back of the room labeled Premium Dining Lounge. The sales specialist picks up on her eye movements and turns to the sectioned off area. In that case, if you're not looking to buy or sell any specific gear, may I suggest you relax in our dining lounge? For those who miss the taste and experience of eating food, we have many options for all races and documented cultures. Many come with temporary buffs to aid you when you leave the safe zone. Sure, we'll check it out. Ava shrugs and walks forward. Rin follows behind her, but I'm far more interested in the other side of the back wall. I'll catch up with you. Order me whatever looks good. Then, I diverge paths with them as they follow the specialist toward the lounge, and I walk over to the training rooms labeled Arena in my vision. Tons of time slots are available, as well as lords looking to spar or work on very specific fighting styles, or lords with unique techniques. There are also scheduled duels throughout the day to settle disputes, and a description of the rules tells me that it works very similarly to the rooms in Ellipsia. 2 sides can set wagers and custom rules for each match. When I stop walking forward and stand in front of the translucent ether shielding of the bottom floor, I see 2 third-class wolfmen sparring. One is on all fours, using its claws and a body-hardening technique to turn its hands into weapons, while the other fights with a long soul sword and nothing else. A lizard man is watching with sharp yellow eyes next to me, looking my way but ignoring me when he realizes I'm just a 5th-class human, here to observe the match and not fight myself. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Ava and Rin disappear into the lounge area, and another loud clash from the match in front of us brings my attention back to the fight. Both are evenly matched. But the wolf on all fours is relying too heavily on its animalistic instincts and is becoming angrier with every missed attack. The sword wielder is calm, clearly much older and more experienced in battle, and waits for the right moments to land hits on the other fighter's arms and legs. A few more exchanges pass before the weaponless wolfman breaks out of its usual patterns and tries going in for the kill impatiently. The swordsman's eyes stay sharp, and he reacts to this moment just like all their past exchanges, striking with the most efficient shot straight for the chest. However, upon impact, the beastly wolfman does not get skewered. Instead, a bright ether array surrounds his whole body. Like the protection commands I felt activate while walking through the streets outside, the sword strike that would have ended the match is blocked, but the entire room changes color to a red glow, followed by pop-up windows awarding the swordsman points toward a leaderboard they've been keeping track of even before I arrived. Both fighters relax for a moment and start talking to each other like old friends while a timer counts down and they rest up for a new match to start in a few minutes. After successfully making small changes to Zayden and Togi's avatars without being caught, my confidence in doing something similar again has risen, and my curiosity about some of the system messages I see is too great not to at least give it a try. I place a hand against the glass-like barrier and inject small amounts of invisible ether commands into the arena construct. After testing this multiple times by touching Rain on the shoulder to initiate telepathy, and experiencing no adverse reaction in the Adventurer's hub, I'm certain there is no automatic protocol advanced enough to track my movements. A surge of information rushes into my consciousness as the blueprints of this entire building materialize in my mind, before my heart can even beat again. The imagery of 2 more buildings in the center of the town appears in my mind, then countless houses all the way out to the border of the safe zone. I can see thin strands of white ether connecting every avatar here into an intricate system. And my vision only zooms out more the longer I dive in. I don't see the wilderness itself, but more connected safe zones come into view. At first, it's half a dozen. Then it quickly turns into 100. And before I know it, I feel the strands of my ether touching thousands of identical safe zones just like this in a ring around the center of the citadel. Their exact positions are unknown to me, but I do feel as though if I were less cautious about containing my aura, I could easily take control of every safe zone with the flick of a finger. As these thoughts race through my mind, however, my subconscious follows more random strands and finds that some connections lead upward to the edge of this dome-shaped construct. My only guess is that they lead to the so-called admins, but I decide to cut off my search for them, as I feel like invading the minds of first-class demonic servants is a quick way to be discovered if I'm not completely in control of my ether commands. If I was closer to the targets I'd try it, but being hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from a few admins, I don't want to test my luck yet. Additionally, with 3 self-induced seals holding back a massive amount of my power, I decide I'm content with my findings and draw my tendrils of energy back to now only focus on the one arena room in front of me. The match is about to begin again, but I hear a low and rough voice from my right, the lizard man watching as well. It's dangerous to touch the barrier while the fights are active, right? Thanks. I nod and take my hand away, satisfied with the data I've collected, and even more confident about using ether commands undercover. Then, my eyes shift up to the 3 completely empty crowns above this lord's head. Then shift down to the custom soul daggers strapped to his sides, and then look back up at the experienced look in his eyes to ask a question. Have you ever turned in a crown cycle? I'm quite new to this zone, still trying to figure out how things work. He nods, showing a few white teeth. Of course. 2 times, actually. This last one brought me over the edge to receive my high-grade avatar. Oh, congrats. What was it like? Inside the lab, and turning in your crowns? I've heard it can take a while sometimes. I wouldn't normally be interested in conversation with some random lord, but the only structure that I couldn't see into the one that stayed like this consistently for every single safe zone was the crown cycle lab. There is an extremely dense and complex layer of ether and divine threads on the bottom floor of every lab I gently scanned. It almost felt similar to the time I tried to look through the power plant at the center of Ellipsia. Even the trackers I placed on the 2 wolfmen that entered this building have stopped moving and are just standing side by side in the center of the lab. The lord beside me responds. Inside the lab, well, it was. My confusion only grows when I see the lizardman's sharp eyes turn dull and lifeless for a moment, giving off a strangely cold presence. What were we talking about again? He spits out, shaking his head as the alertness in his eyes returns. I take another step back from the translucent wall and look down at my hand as the clash of a sword against hardened claws echoes inside the chamber. I decide to stop prying now. Oh, it was nothing. I was just thanking you for telling me to keep my distance from the barrier. In the same moment, another exchange between the 2 fighters loosens the sword from the calm wolfman's grip. and it hits the barrier right where I was before. The wolfman on all fours wins the match. The lizardman grunts and turns back toward the fight, lacking a chunk of information from the conversation we just had. I turn and walk right by him, on my way over to meet back up with Ava and Ren in the lounge, now juggling even more odd theories in my mind. A specialist greets me at the door and recognizes me immediately as the third member of the party that came in earlier. I nod along and scope out the room, which is filled with large amounts of ambient mana to make the guests feel more energetic. I see mostly horned rabbit lords sitting in the elegant red booths and black tables. Though, my mind is wandering somewhere else, as the trackers on Zayden and Togi's avatars finally begin to move again and not in the direction I was expecting. The two of them slowly move downward, through the thick barrier my scans couldn't penetrate by simple means earlier. Chapter 803, the dining construct around me is only made of pure mana, green divine threads, and ether commands, but every flat surface projects lifelike illusions to create a luxury experience. The lighting is dim, making the red booths stand out, especially as waiters carry bright white trays full of dishes upon Lord's ordering. While this is an impressive display, my mind focuses much more on the trackers I placed on the wolfmen, which continue to move downward. It's not like they're just being moved into an underground lab right below the safe zone. I can feel them hundreds of meters below the surface now, and even speeding up, descending much lower, though all I can do is wait to retrieve the complex data they store from the visual and sensory commands. They cannot be transferred from long range like this, as they have not sworn their loyalty to me to connect to my rising emperor's domain. So, I'll have to wait until we can make physical contact again to see the full picture. Instead of thinking further, I push it to the back of my mind and get seated next to Ren, across the table from Ava, and a second server comes to meet us at the table just as I sit down to place a glowing white tray before me. As requested, the documented delicacies of the human race. The imagery of a steak dinner, with mashed potatoes and soups and a collection of delicious-looking sides made of bread and cheese, along with various other vibrant side dishes, it really does look, smell, and even give off the heat signatures of real food. My eyes track to look in front of Ava's place setting, and there are large slices of meat on the bone, with no sides at all, just variations of the types of meat. Ren beside me, on the other hand, only has a single pink fruit on a small plate that's been cut into half a dozen even slices. While I would be quite excited to have a real steak right about now, I can clearly feel that these two are just manifestations of ether. Mana and divine threads, though. I play along and thank the waiters with a smile. Thank you, this is perfect. The one that brought our food over turns away after a slight bow, but the specialist that brought me to my seat still waits a few seconds longer. Please do feel free to ask for anything you desire. Your generous tip to all the staff must be reciprocated. We want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts before you head off on your journey. Ava shrugs, sending me a telepathy message. I was just being polite and gave a little extra. It seems people aren't as giving out here. I turn to the horned rabbit. There is one thing, actually. It's a personal question. But your avatar looks quite high quality. Have you ever turned in a crown cycle before? The specialist nods, and his ears bounce slightly while he responds. Well, of course, it is a requirement to become a staff in any of the safe zones. After all, really. What was your experience like? We have a few party members turning in their first cycle now. I'm just wondering what the process is like. Before I can even finish my words, the same dull expression falls over the happy specialist that looked excited and proud moments ago. A chilling aura leaks out for a few seconds, and I feel Ren shiver with fear beside me. However, it soon subsides, and the chipper expression returns. What was it we were discussing? I must have lost my train of thought. I smile outwardly. Oh, it was nothing. I just said I'd call you over if I needed another round once I finished my meal. Thanks again for bringing me to my party. Excellent. The specialist turns around with a skip in their step, oblivious to the awkward mood shift. Ren places a foot on mine below the table, clearly wanting to open up a telepathic link, so I do so and add Ava to it as well. I know you're strong, but careful what questions you ask, especially about the crowns. Why's that? I respond, still unsure how or why this keeps happening. It's not like there is a curse or buff on their avatars or main status. I'd be able to pick that up from just a glance. Something strange is going on, Ren replies. I don't remember why. I just know that you should never turn in your crowns. Everyone that does always comes back very different, and lacking memories. This triggers the thought of gaps in many memories that I've absorbed from the demonic Cyclops Guardian below Ellipsia and Andrus Vermilion, both of them relating to times they visited the Grand Citadel. I don't respond for a moment to think this over and realize another very strange fact. None of the beasts I killed on my way here in the swamp or Eden Forest granted me any of their past memories. Only mana and divine threads were absorbed, none of their ether ever entered my true pool. But I initially assumed that was just a side effect of wearing a fake avatar outside my body, as accepting the kill commands reroutes the energy, though, now that I sit here and let things sink in, I get an ominous feeling about this whole wilderness construct as a whole. Understood. It's time to be more careful, no more questions about the crowns, I reply to Ren. Then, I look down at the steak in front of me, pick up a fork and knife, and pretend to enjoy. I can feel very simple ether commands triggering inside the fake avatar around me, and if my mind and true being were connected to it, I probably would be experiencing hallucinations to make this meal taste real. All I'm truly experiencing now is a small burst of energy as I take in a few 100,000 MP in tiny amounts of divine threads. Ava reports a similar phenomenon occurring, as her illegal freedom avatar is not connected to the wilderness outer shell of linked ether commands. Ren's foot is still on mine, and I try to do a scan to see if the same sensations are happening, but I come back with non-conclusive results. The white-haired elf lord's body feels like it's made of pure divine threads and light magic. Without using my sealed advanced ether commands, they just feels like I'm touching a human-sized artifact like my purple ring. It sparks a memory of reading some information on soul weapons in A6 info packet about artifacts called sentinels, where soul weapons gain their own consciousnesses and operate without a wielder. However, I've never seen one and have no real data to compare. The lord sitting beside me has feelings and operates like a living being, but I can't help but think about the fact that elves had a seat as the overseer even before wyverns. Logically, they should all be extinct by now. To add to my rising paranoia, the wolfman's trackers are still moving downward and are almost a full 100 kilometers below the surface. This confirms my theory that this is certainly not just a dome. So many things about this whole hidden construct within the Grand Citadel aren't adding up. However, I only have a limited amount of days remaining to take advantage of the skill farm at my fingertips here. It's best to use what's available to me, and appease my full curiosity later once I don't have to hold back my power anymore. So, I voiced these thoughts while standing up at the booth now covered with empty dishes. I think we've wasted enough time in this safe zone. We can meet back up with the others once they finish their avatar upgrades. Let's head out and explore the new biome maps. Chapter 804, we leave the dining lounge and walk through the streets on the other side of town from where we entered. I've counted exactly 362 lords in total in this safe zone, which really isn't much. There are far more wild, unintelligent beasts in the wilderness. We still get a few glances as we walk past the housing areas. Some lords recognize us from the Adventurer's Hub, while others are just enamored by Ava's unique appearance. The three of us walk through the outer barrier of the safe zone and out into the chilling snow environment of the Horned Rabbits. Immediately, I feel the protective avatar commands I witnessed in the dueling rooms dissipate, as any attacks that hit us from other lords would not be blocked. I pull up the mental map of nearly 150 biomes that we've obtained and start pinpointing ones that have data on the monsters present that could benefit us, as we trek straight through the rolling hills of snow, occasional trees, and small 5th-class horned rabbit monsters that barely make it up to my knees in height. I outline the map of where I'd like to go with my two travel partners. Ava is excited to play around with her new avatar. Even if she has to hold back a lot to fit in, stretching her legs and killing some monsters is far more exciting than standing in a darkroom in Ellipsia while assimilating with her avatar for days. Ren, on the other hand, stays quiet and expressionless as we make our way through the entire snow biome at a very steady pace. Over 6 hours pass as we venture further into the wilderness, passing through rocky canyons, deserts, forests, strange fields full of crimson grass, entire mountains made of clear crystals, a black obsidian flatland with bright blue trees, and many more strange environments with primarily 4th and 5th class beasts. Very rarely, a 3rd class monster appears, but they are nowhere near as stealthy or powerful as that serpent we fought in the Eden Forest. It makes me think about how rare it probably was and makes the reaction of the other intelligent lords wanting to buy our coupons make much more sense. Notifications ding in my inner ear as we make our way through, and I collect one. 33.7289 low-quality ether in total from a few dozen kills per biome that add up. I've come to make an educated guess now that each crown killed in a 5th-class monster grants 0.2 low-quality ether upon their death. This makes the maximum they can drop 1.0 low-quality ether, but the majority have less than 2 crowns full on average. The 4th-class lords store 2.5 low-quality ether per crown, making their max payout 10.0 low-quality ether. There have only been a few 3rd-class lords and monsters that I've killed, but comparing these to the Wolfman boss, I've come to the conclusion that there is 33.3333 low-quality ether in a third-class crown, making the full set 100.0 low-quality ether. I only have one clear data point on a second-class beast, and its crowns were completely full, granting almost 1,000 low-quality ether in a single shot. In the grand scheme of things, this much ether is not very much. Everyone in this wilderness is extremely weak. It's no wonder demons have dominated this zone of the upper realm. I upgrade enemy detection, bloodlust, dual wielding, and screech to divine grade after we've trekked through almost half of the biomes I wanted to get to. However, as we get further away from the safe zone we left, the average strength of monsters does increase slightly, fewer 5th class beasts appear, and the sightings of 3rd class monsters increase a bit. We stop into every safe zone along the way and check the adventurer's hub for more interesting quests, but don't find a new one that stands out until the 9th visit. It's another 2nd class bounty. Looks like it's been out for nearly 3 months too, just like that serpent, Ava says to me while pointing at the wall of an identical adventurer's hub. There are fox-like lords and a green ogre race that co-occupy this safe zone, but all of the amenities are exactly the same. The housing outside is in a perfect line, made of native materials, and the 3 center buildings are exact replicas, just like every single safe zone. When I did a scan through the weak point in the dueling rooms, I got a simple picture in my head of the outer boundaries of all these safe zones, with their avatar commands and a black and white visual in my mind, though seeing it in person for the last few hours has been quite the sight. Perfect, we'll take it, I reply as Ava taps the quest pop-up and we head out into the Green Ogre's mountain biome. It takes less than 15 minutes to find the deep crater in the ground in the center of a heavy forest area, the only portion of this biome that shows off. The vibrant orange dirt, the exact location of the quest was detailed in the description, so it's no surprise to me that almost a full dozen 3rd-class intelligent green ogre lords all stand around the crater in a circle, taking turns sending their most powerful attacks down into its center. This is impossible, I've been at it for 11 days straight. This has to be some kind of joke, and admin may have to interfere soon. I never really thought about our home territory turning into a black zone. We can just relax at the safe zone until it's dealt with. It's not like this is a dangerous threat. Their casual conversation hit my ears as we come to the sides of the crater, and I see a massive tortoise at the center of the pit. It has 2 full crowns above its head, its entire body is coated in a shimmering layer of pure mana and divine energy, and a team of 3 ogres jump down at it, throwing massive attacks burning hot with ether straight at its shell. They bounce off like it's a ball of rubber, but no one watching is impressed or surprised by the results. They just move along in line and let the next party try their luck. We step in line and observe the attacks that continue to rain down on it, coming to the consensus that this isn't a normal body hardening or crystal creation skill. I think it's something unique, as this barrier looks malleable, like liquid. I need the final strike. I want this kill, I mentally send to Ava as we get to the front of the line, and a few ogres start to murmur about us, doubting that inferior races could possibly do what they couldn't. Ren steps back and whispers, "You two can handle this. I'll watch." As we both jump down into the pit, Ava falls faster in front of me and charges up a basic ether command to make her fist glow white-hot. With her other hand, she pulls out one of the Wolfman's basic soul swords that we never handed in or tried to sell at the safe zones and tosses it back to me as we fall. A loud twang fills the air as Ava uses a tiny portion of her strength, similar to the levels she showed during the battle with the serpent, to punch the tortoise's pink glowing shell. To both of our surprise, it doesn't budge, just like the attacks we've been witnessing. I send a mental message to her to up the ante. Even using the power of a 1st-class lord, she charges up her other fist and punches it again, with enough force to rival even one of the warlords from Ellipsia in their past forms before I arrived in the upper realm. The amount of ether compressed into this hit is certainly at the level of a premium-grade avatar, and yet, the only thing that happens is a small fluctuation in the strange pink barrier. Though, it does let out a cracking sound. This is because I've fallen into range, and I'm close enough to use my light magic to manipulate the visuals of the surroundings. Ava plunges small amounts of her true ether, disguised by my pre-built commands, into the second attack, and the sound of cracking can be heard as the shell breaks. Ava jumps out of the way once her job is done, and I plunge a basic-grade soul weapon into the opening created to shatter its core and claim the kill. Use absorption, skill, last defense, divine grade, yes, NO. Kill confirmed. Reward, 988.3001 low-quality ether. Add to crown pool, yes, NO. Information about this new skill and the divine threads that transfer the details of its true core ability flow into my mind as I press, yes, on everything. This technique creates a barrier around the outer layer of the caster's body, but uses up their entire MP stores, and the true core integration sacrifices a portion of the caster's divine threads to strengthen the barrier further. This tortoise was unable to move at all until the skill was deactivated. While it is an interesting last resort technique, it isn't very practical to use with my battle style. I'm curious how this monster even got into this situation in the first place, but as the ether is siphoned into my fake shell of an avatar, its memories are lost with it. There is a bit of a shockwave that knocks down about half of the lords standing too close to the edge, as Ava's use of her true ether was not expected or planned for. Though, luckily, no one is injured. However, many do look mad, confused, and are eyeing the pieces of the tortoise shell that aren't disintegrating along with its flesh, sizing us up to see if they can steal this kill from us. Ava sees this too and yells out, taking control of the situation before it goes in another direction. You all want a piece, right? Biome maps. Hand over at least 10 maps of the surrounding area, full monster documentation, and environment scouting. If you have more than that, speak up, you'll get bigger pieces. Eyebrows raise at this odd request, but ogres are a very intelligent race and don't question the strangeness of the situation much. Instead, they take advantage of it for personal gains. I cross my arms and nod, walking up the side of the crater to stand by Ren while watching the line of the strongest ogres in the region hand over their information on surrounding biomes in exchange for pieces of this second-class monster's shell, which looks to be turning black like a dead soul weapon. In a matter of minutes, the crater is empty, the ogres are walking away satisfied, and over 200 new biomes have been added to our mental maps. I guess someone else will turn in that quest reward. We got everything and more out of this, I say while turning in the opposite direction of the safe zone and continuing the trek onward. Large portions of the map area that was just a straight line from the Ant Lord's contribution earlier have been filled in. Not only are there more territories that look like they're only filled with 4th and 3rd class beasts, but the number of black zones present themselves in my mind the closer we venture toward the inner city has doubled. There are about 20 biomes between us and the nearest one, but in a few more hours of farming, I'll get to see one up close and personal for myself. Chapter 805, notifications continue to ring in my mind as more hours pass. I absorb over 1,000 more low-quality ether through a few dozen more biomes, and Hush, Iron Fist, Blood Weaver, and Dagger Mastery are all upgraded to Divine Grade. I managed to absorb Blood Weaver from another premium second-class quest, taken from a vampiric beast race. They all look like overgrown wolves, but their blood-red eyes felt like they had merciless, intelligent minds behind them, even after killing over a dozen third-class beasts, without their real memories. It's hard to tell if they were truly intelligent life or not. Ava does most of the heavy hitting. After all, I just get the lucky shots. We hand in the bounty at another safe zone and sell our 2 crown coupons for another 168 biome maps, expanding our horizons even further, making it past the furthest point that the Ant Lord's odd collection of biomes showed us. Ren keeps the coupon, and I don't ask why nor pressure them to sell. My mind is more focused on what's less than 3 biomes away, a black hole of darkness on the minimap, not labeled with any pop-ups. There is one safe zone between us and this black zone, and when we travel through it on our way out, there are fewer than 40 lords in total. The wilderness around these parts is quite barren. I see massive 5-meter-long claw marks in the dirt all over the place for tens of kilometers, carving large holes into rock walls and toppling many trees at a time. I heard it was a first class. It's been over a full month, and that admin still hasn't responded. The poison has leaked out from the black zone barrier. If they don't send someone in soon, all of the surrounding zones are going to be blacked out. The whispers and rumors from the few brave orc lords who have stuck around near the safe zone play back in my mind as we get closer to the zone in question. In my minimap, all I see is black ahead, but with my eyes, all I see is a reflective barrier off in the distance. It's like I'm staring at a massive mirror, one that would be invisible to the eyes if not for my advanced perception, which picks up on the intricate movements of ether and mana in the air. There's even a light magic array that pairs with the ether commands crafted into this complex machine before me. As we walk through the ends of a patch of desert sand, leaving a canyon-filled biome where a strange armadillo-like race with body-hardening skills roamed about, the dirt beneath our feet grows far more damp, it even turns maroon in color, and the sour smell of poison fills the air. Those orcs were right, I whisper under my breath while walking closer, not slowing down a bit. Ava borrows my divine grade self-regeneration skill, but she also doesn't slow her pace while walking beside me. This air is quite infected, and it's strong. Ren stops moving forward, eyes wide, and speaks up for the first time in hours. You're not actually going into a black zone, are you? You remember what I said before, only admins can handle them. Walking in is a death sentence, especially this one. The white-haired lord takes a step back as a cloud of light purple mist rises from the ground below us, and the rotting smell of poison spreads. I only stop walking forward once I'm less than 10 meters in front of the shimmering wall. Even now, the illusion is strong. As I look forward, it appears as though the desert canyons we just left go on forever. However, the different colored dirt beneath my feet and the barrage of warning notifications that have popped up in my mind the moment we all stepped within about 100 meters of this wall tell me I'm certainly on the right path. I turn back, wanting to confirm my suspicions. This is a wild beast, right? The poison land isn't normal when admins go dark. I assume, Ren nods, and that's all I need to know before turning back and walking forward to place a hand on the barrier. It feels just like air, as though we could walk right through. However, I send a message to Ava, instructing her to cause a large disturbance as cover, just in case there are additional ether commands I can't perceive right now. Then all we need to do is kill that beast, and the black zone will disappear. Right, she yells out, releasing a dangerous aura of premium-grade ether commands, enough mana control to rival all of the second-class beasts we've already fought on our journey here. Through this release of aura, I become more confident in sending my tendrils of perception into the strange construct, revealing its complete outer layering to me instantly, instead of an invisible mirror. In my mind, it looks like a dome of ether commands, just like the safe zones we've been checking into, but inverted. Instead of keeping wild beasts out, it's keeping whatever dares to enter inside. No exceptions, though. Even though these ether commands are locked down tight, dense enough to keep second-class monsters on the loose confined, I do manage to sense a flaw in the defenses. Well, not a flaw. More like a key. All of the densest strands of ether come off the inner wall of the dome and lead to a single point within the small area that spans about 8 kilometers wide. From here, I can't see exactly what it is, but my educated guess states it's a tracked target that is connected to the zone. Ren said earlier that these zones don't disappear until the threat locked inside is dealt with, or an admin interferes. I can tell that if those strands are severed, so will this barrier. Upon realizing this, Ava's aura is still at its peak, so I have another moment to dig deeper and use the same style of searching for information as I did inside the arena of a safe zone. Instantly, more black zones pop up in my mind. Of course, not in perfect clarity, but I can guess their relative positions to each other based on the few I have saved in my biome minimap. It starts off as just a dozen, but then hundreds show in my mind, and soon thousands. The closer to the inner city walls I look, the more clumped together the zones are, and the strength of their ether commands increases as well, most likely holding back stronger threats. My mind sinks deeper into the construct, and I start to feel the ether commands that lead upward to the admins. I pull my hand away from the barrier just before I mess in places I'm sure to get caught. Ava lets out a laugh as her aura settles down, and I lift my hand from the barrier. Yes, let's kill this beast. It'll be a trial run. I want to see if my theory is correct. With grins on our faces, we walk right through the one-way barrier, locking ourselves out of the rest of the wilderness into a black zone. When I turn back around, the mirrored barrier is, in fact, jet black. Instead of reflecting anything, all I see is a void. When I look out into the zone we've entered, the damp soil gets mushier, darker, and the sour poison in the air intensifies. Both Ava and I are healing far too fast to even notice the effects on our bodies. However, I do reflexively shiver with disgust when I hear a familiar clicking and scraping noise that I thought I'd never hear again. The rolling hills of loose maroon-colored dirt and slow-moving poison-filled clouds reveal the silhouettes of disgusting, mutated rat monsters at the edge of my vision. I see a mixture of 5th, 4th, 3rd, and even a few second-class rat lords, all gnawing on bones, eating each other's flesh, and mindlessly roaming around this desolate zone. Their chomping and clawing sounds are horrific, yet a portion of them stop what they're doing when they sense the presence of new lords in their biome. This peace only lasts for a few seconds before it's followed by screeches. More clawing, and the shaking ground as a wave of rat lords begins tearing up the terrain to mindlessly come our way. Ava's fists start to glow white while I charge up a fireball in my right hand. The rumbling noise prompts even more rats farther away to turn their heads and follow the mindless crowds. It looks like the entire biome has turned into a sea, with hundreds, maybe even over 1,000 rats flowing our way like a tidal wave. I speak with an irritated tone. I'd normally go straight for the boss, but this black zone is in need of a total extermination. We're killing every last one of them. Chapter 806. As the hordes of rats run forward, we do too. I aim for the weaker rats. At 5th and 4th class, while Ava attacks the 3rd and 2nd class beasts, some of them are even triple ranked up. growing in size to 7 or 8 meters long. Their teeth, claws, and tails are as sharp as blades, acting as sole weapons, dense with ether commands inside their basic grade avatars. I activate my fire summoning skill over and over on its lowest setting, even using the simulated commands of my avatar shell to limit its power. I infuse small amounts of ether into my attacks with the basic imbue avatar command, using up 0.005 to 0.01 low quality ether per fireball to follow out. The rolling hills covered in rats light up with fire and white ether as the two of us kill all of the rat lords coming our way. I ball up the flames and stack the basic grade ether commands to create powerful attacks that a 5th class lord shouldn't be able to throw, but that are physically possible for someone with enough mana control and divine threads to pull off. This allows me to fry rats left and right, out in the open, without a care for who is watching. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Ava punching through the skulls of 2nd and 3rd class rat lords, finding their weak points precisely, using the minimum necessary power to secure the kills. The dissolving avatars lay in piles behind us, scattered across the hills. Yet, as I look further into the distance, there are only more rats coming my way. Though, as more of the flaming and screeching rats die behind me, a strange string of notifications rings in my inner ear. Threshold met, 100 lords killed, new title, rat killer, avatar buff, additional 10% damage on rat lords. I recognize the style from a list of avatar achievements I keep seeing when entering the safe zones. The moment it activates, I feel my avatar shell strengthen with an additional avatar command, emerging from the small sequence of commands the demonic servant at the edge of the Grand Citadel edited. When I send my next fireball in an approaching rat's direction, I feel it activate, and I get up close to watch the ether imbued in my attack break through the rat avatar's defense commands slightly faster. I think about the scalability of this for a normal lord. If they hunt in a certain region all their life, they could get quite strong. However, any piece of enchanted gear or custom soul weapons could do far more for them. That would require filling their crowns and submitting to this strange system. But considering all items except for soul weapons usually are destroyed by the pressure when moving up to the upper realm, any extra buffs are helpful to survive. Interesting is all I whisper while traveling deeper, closer to where, when I touch the outer layer of this black zone, I saw all of the exit commands leading to a single spot. I send a link of telepathy to Ava, pinpointing the exact location we need to go, and begin using multiple fireballs per rat. Where we're going, I have to fight off 3rd class rats too, just because of the sheer volume. The poison mist gets much denser, and it's clear that the weaker lords are staying away, as they cannot withstand it. Threshold met, 1000 lords killed, new title, rat exterminator, avatar buff, additional 20% damage on rat lords. Threshold met, 1000 skill uses, new title, fire wielder, avatar buff, 10% increased damage using fire summoning. War notifications ring in my ear, giving small boosts in power to my fake avatar that mean nothing to me. All I focus on is the enormous rat, towering over a pile of its dead fellow lords, eating the avatar flesh of 2nd class rats. Beady black eyes, long white teeth, and massive claws, just big enough to explain the destruction in the zones around this place. Its fur is tinted purple with poison, and a bright white crown slowly spins around its head. Other than the servant at the edge of the citadel, this is the first class lord I've seen in this system. From tail to nose, it's almost 20 meters long, and the moment we're spotted approaching, it opens its mouth to screech while releasing a dense wave of purple fog into its surroundings. The piles of dead rats, and the ones hardly clinging to life, slowly dying from poison, topple to the side as it claws the soil beneath its feet, moving our way, charging up bright white premium grade ether commands. Neither Ava nor I move much, arms crossed, watching the terror come our way. Same approach as usual, she whispers. I nod back. Then, 2 glowing avatars of an unlikely pairing, a 3rd and a 5th class lesser race lord, begin to fight against this 1st class threat, one that was soon to take over many large surrounding territories and cause massive blackouts. The clouds of dense purple mist leaking from its pores are enough to kill 2nd class beasts in seconds. As Ava begins landing kicks and punches on its hide, tearing holes in its flesh, the monstrosity screeches out in pain like it's never felt before. Ava doesn't even need to borrow any stats. All she relies on is her avatar upgrade in brute strength. The divine grade self-regeneration flowing through her body makes the thick poison gas in the air as pure as normal air by the time it enters her lungs, something this beast has never seen before in its enemies. I'd love to say it was an exciting and close battle, but it is not even close. The 1st class rat king is torn to shreds, outmaneuvered, and its flesh scattered across the mountains of its underlings' corpses. Many of the barely living rats in the surroundings feed on its avatar mass, dense with ether and nutrients, but many scurry away as an even more dangerous, green glowing goblin queen scares them off with her destructive power. The pure force being produced by her blows is extremely questionable for a third-class lord, yet all of the commands and layers of protection I programmed onto her are holding strong. It is all within the confines of the system. I smirk while running forward, seeing the white rib bones of a dying king of the rats exposed beneath its clouds of poison. I release over 3 dozen fireballs I've been storing up for the last half a minute while watching this battle from the sidelines. A blast of fire, flesh, ether, and divine threads follows. Use absorption, upgrade, divine, skill, poison mist, kill confirmed, reward, 9123.8055 low quality ether, add to crown pool, yes, and no. So the first class crowns hold 10,000. I whisper under my breath while collecting one of its claws, twice the size of my body but still glowing hot with ether like a soul weapon, though, as I stand in the center of the blast, I feel the ether commands connecting this beast to the dome around me fade away. Outside the mirrored dome, Ren watches in silence, as the environment doesn't change at all, and the faint sounds of roaming wild lords echo through the desert behind them. The barrier begins to show holes in its surface, letting the dark outlines of maroon hills peek through. Like paper burning from candle fire, the gaps behind it grow larger and larger until the entire barrier disintegrates. Very few rats are left, and the majority of them are lower class, 4th and 5th, that never even followed the waves of rats to begin with. Iva and I walk out of the mess, with the fire residue from our trek to the center of the zone still burning, sending smoke up into the air. Rin is wide-eyed as I stop and take a breath of fresh air that no longer carries any sour poison. Well, that was easier than I thought it'd be. That means we have a long way to go. Another full 12 hours pass, making it over a full day within the Grand Citadel. My curiosity for what lies behind the black zones is satisfied, so I do not take the risk of entering any more of them as we continue trekking through the wilderness. If I were to accidentally enter one created after an admin's departure, I would certainly have to expose myself to get out, though. As we hike through over 100 more terrains, the strength of beasts grows again, and the size of each territory expands, some spanning larger than 100 kilometers. Even the safe zones are more spaced out. This layout was definitely designed to keep weaker lords away from whatever lies at the center, even if everything that demonic servant at the edge of the Citadel told me was a lie. I'm certain there is some kind of inner city or ether command center at its center. Not only that, but it has taken over half a day for the trackers and the 2 Wolfman's avatars to finally stop moving downward. I can feel them over 100,000 kilometers below our feet. The only logical explanation is that this citadel must be a sphere. I've upgraded water summoning and wind summoning to supreme grade, and received a new skill called clairvoyance from a premium quest found in a forest region full of owl monsters. It allows the caster to increase their mana output directly toward brain activity but only to perceive a small area around them with faster reaction time. I'm itching to try it out, but I have a feeling it will affect my environment too much. So, I refrain. The imagery in the back of my mind, of Ember's surveillance of the Ellipsia Citadel, keeps me patient. I lightly remind myself and Ava through our link, just 6 more days. We have to find the core of this place sooner rather than later. While we scout out which zone to move to next, having just collected a few hundred new maps from the safe zone, meanwhile, Ember calmly waits on the top floor of the High Orc Tower, watching as the generals all start to get serious, activating their greater forms once they surpass the 250th floor of the Ascension Chamber. His facial expressions are unreadable, and his crimson eyes stare into the center of the tower with far more perception than what is being transmitted to the Grand Citadel. It's happening again, finally. I do not know how long it has been since new paths have been created. He thinks to himself while watching the strange hot waves of soul energy from the 4 generals mutate their bodies and minds, adapting them to the new limits of the upper realm. By his side, an extremely old path, one used by the Scarlet clan of berserkers, lies sleeping, yet ready to be used one last time, though. Ember's nostalgia is interrupted by another wave of vibrations, ones he hasn't felt in tens of thousands of years, hitting his consciousness. His calm eyes widen, and instantly turn to ones ready for battle. The high noble vibrations of a blue wyvern subtly ripple through the Ellipsia Citadel after a massive breakthrough, as he is stabilizing and consolidating his physique beneath the sea of corruption. While it is not enough for any other lord here to feel it, Ember knows the Mensa Citadel has a noble demon of their own stationed there from the Vermilion family. Their energy detection systems may have picked up on this new fluctuation too, and it is far too early to reveal the fact that Seraphel has broken his seal, and that there is an enemy of the demons powerful enough to do so in the green zone of the upper realm. Chapter 807, Deep within the sea of corruption, within the crevasse of even denser black liquid, still as corrosive as it was tens of thousands of years ago when the wyvern citadel fell, Seraphel remains in his fully unsealed celestial form, glowing light blue and spanning over 100 kilometers from wingtip to wingtip. The fact that his high noble vibrations have been artificially sealed and forcefully pushed deep within his soul for millennia has caused a horribly painful delayed reaction. In his breakthrough and control of this power, if his prison of seals were unshackled above the sea, this lord would have exploded into tiny fragments of divine threads, dispersing for tens of millions of kilometers across the green zone of the upper realm. The thousands of times more pressure and the unfathomable suppression of energy and movement speed beneath the sea are the only things keeping the outer layers of his body together as days pass. Even then, waves of vibrations are already leaking out from the sea and intensifying. Blue tendrils of water-imbued divine thread creep upward through the Black Sea as Seraphel's physique adjusts to its new environment, and his dulled and fatigued mind, that has been regressing beneath Ellipsia, adapts to the shock of finally having its power restored. In doing so, some of the excess pressure needs to escape in physical form. Even under the constraints of the corrupted sea, Seraphel is still at risk of shattering his body, mind, true core, and soul if he doesn't maintain total focus and acclimate to his restored power. This release, to relieve the pressure, however, shoots upward out of the sea, creating what looks like upside-down blue lightning, blasting jagged waves of celestial-grade energy in random directions. Some even pierce upward through the green clouds, tinting the sky blue for millions of kilometers in every direction for a few seconds. They fade away, leaving only a slight aura of water magic residue in the air, and the shockwave of high noble vibrations dissipates as well. Seraphel's mind finally calms beneath the sea, and the pressure starts to slowly build up again. These high noble frequency waves rippling through the green zone of the upper realm fade away just as suddenly as they appeared. However, their presence prompts Ember to activate an ability, making his eyes sparkle with silver light. An invisible white glow made from ether, far denser than ordinary low-quality commands, shields the silver perception aura from being sensed as it's sent toward Seraphel, deep in the green zone of the upper realm. Another pulse is sent toward the Mensa Citadel as well, just to be safe. A gentle smile crosses his face as he nods, thinking, it must have been necessary. He knows as well as I do how dangerous exposing a wave like that could be. I thought you were defeated, like all the rest, once I saw your eyes after millennia beneath Ellipsia. But looking at you now, Seraphel, I believe Jay may have strengthened your will. He even lets out a chuckle, the silver glint still in his eyes, before shifting his gaze from the sea of corruption to the berserker lying asleep next to him, then over to the tower full of generals, specifically Raven, as she stands in the center of floor 256 in her greater battle form, holding two long black swords. Every few seconds, the general activates her true core's ability, slipping out of reality into her stealth dimension, where the decaying flesh caused by the dense attacking green threads is not as severe, and her ability to process the low-quality ether in the air is enhanced. It's as though she has a better grip on reality in this state. And a glint of scarlet red pulses in her eyes, resonating with the sword she rightfully won on Kelfer. Additionally, whenever she feels as though she isn't pushing herself hard enough, two events surface in the back of her mind. The first is her battle in the Dark Continent against the Flame Emperor, when her spark to live was reignited. The second is the rush she felt while diving into the unknown, embracing the will to either win a battle or die trying, sacrificing her blades and part of her true core to kill a king stronger than herself. Every time she heals within her stealth dimension, the crimson glow alters, as it lacks a living will to keep it on a stringent path. Unknowingly, Raven is using the will of the Berserker King's Scarlet Clan's aura, shaping its properties to create an aura of her own to match her will. Ember whispers to Zashin as he sleeps, looks like your ancestor's spirit will live on in more ways than one. You won't be the last survivor. The Scarlet Clan lives on. Then, he turns to Ari on floor 297, where his unique chambers are filled with pure demonic energy, low-quality ether, and divine threads. Thousands of light purple hands, each with dense white cores, spread through the room, pulling in energy that floods into the young man's true core and demon core nearby. He has a mana-based core too, like the others, but it is far weaker and not fully melded with ether properly. This isn't exactly a disadvantage. In fact, it allows him to wield demonic energy with far greater focus and efficiency, like a demonic beast. Yet, his techniques, or even the fact that he's using demonic energy, are not what catch Ember's attention. It is the bow floating before him as he sits in a lotus position on the floor. It vibrates subtly, aiding Ares' physique with an invisible aura that weaves between his cells, allowing them to be torn apart on a microscopic level, even destroyed completely, yet an echo of what they were remains in these vibrations. So, the shared divine grade self-regeneration skill adapts to his new vibrations streaming through his body and uses these echo-like memories to perfectly rebuild his flesh. Even after it's completely gone, it allows him to focus more on shaping the demonic energy into his demonic core and processing the massive amounts of ether, Ember thinks, so the Morvales really did keep one of those corpses around after you lost. I was wondering where your legacy went after all these years. Grinning, he remembers the battle he had with an old overseer in the desert of the Dark Continent, against the weakened reincarnation of an immortal Lich King, once the ruler of a dark elf race, his shimmering silver eyes tracked to Abby, calmly sitting in the center of floor 401, where the pressure is similar to what it is naturally outside in the upper realm. Though, there is far more mana and ether nourishing her body and mind. She is having the easiest time assimilating out of anyone here. With her third ranked up buff activated, and true core ability pulsing outward to create a bright green outline of a sparkling physique around her body, she can pull in divine threads like she is breathing fresh air. They do not harm her at all. Not a single cell in her body is damaged, the threads and energy are absorbed directly into her divine core. If it weren't for the amplifier class soul weapon, which is now giving her a mental battle far more difficult than any physical one, she might have already made it to the top of the tower by now. It is pulsing like crazy, flashing many intricate runes, and transmitting far more past memories of the Wyvern race directly into her mind, from the point of view of thousands of noble grade creatures that all participated in many great wars. Both on the planet she just left and now up here in the green zone of the upper realm. Ember's eyes turn from the general's tower back in the direction of Seraphel, whose physique slowly fills with more noble vibrations beneath the sea of corruption, and he thinks deeply to himself once again, this is another outcome I could not have predicted. The immortal healer in the Wyvern race crossing paths, instead of a smile, his face turns to one of contemplation, as if he is reworking the possibilities of a massive game of chess. Yet, instead of relief after figuring out the moves that must be taken, Ember's gaze is accidentally caught by a rainbow-colored angel on the 333rd floor of the Ascension Tower. Making the probability of things going his way even more uncertain, Maria's third ranked up buff is activated, and the destroyer-class soul weapon in her grasp has grown to match the outline of her soul. Spanning many kilometers in length, massive amounts of energy from each floor of the tower are swirling around her, pouring into her soul energy core, which still houses her true core, tens of times larger than average. This is a variable the Rising Emperor did not anticipate. The tower itself is only made to get the generals ready to step foot outside in this realm. If there are not enough threads within the chamber, she can easily absorb more from the endless clouds in the green zone. The 2.5 million low-quality ether each, and mana drained from tens of first-class worlds on the other hand, are necessary in order to fuel her soul energy core further, but may not be enough to satisfy this anomaly. Even though this should be the spectacle, Ember has already studied her soul energy core back in the lower realm. He knew exactly where it was headed to reach this point and how far it was capable of going. However, the glistening, refracting crystalline sword in her grasp, sending a light show of rainbows throughout every room she teleports upward in, is what Ember cannot take his eyes off, source resin of this quality and purity in the upper realm. And it has submitted its will to a lord. Now that is something new. He thinks, as his perception technique begins to wear off, lessening the gleam of the silver glow in his eyes, the refracting crystal clear light even shimmers within Maria's greater form, as she has made this entity's soul her weapon, and now their fates are intertwined as well. Yet, source resin is a malleable and highly volatile energy, one so rare and unpredictable in its purest form that only an overseer should be capable of controlling it. Yet here she is, holding the will of a noble great world in her grasp, while the Ice Mage knows this is a unique weapon, one more powerful than anything else she could have possibly brought from the lower realm. Not even Asik or Torvak, who have studied soul weapons all their lives, could properly comprehend what power she actually holds. I may have to be careful of this one. She has the potential to alter the system as well. He ponders, while his eyes finally lose their silver luster and return to crimson, standing in the silent top floor of the High Orc Tower. Chapter 808, in the lower realm, in the deepest depths of a canyon in the Crimson City, the final member of the Crimson Army finishes their power leveling session in the most powerful labyrinth on the human world. Pluto, the true cord common blood demon, follows the protocols of his orders and brings the labyrinth up to its 200th floor. There is enough pure mana inside this labyrinth to fuel an entire second-class world, as a majority of it was pulled from off-world. What is happening now should not be possible by normal means, certainly not on a third-class world. Initially, before meeting the Rising Emperor, the demon's only goal was to bring it to its first rank-up point, 100 floors, and present this offering to one of the 5 great families in order to apply for a position as an ascended red cord knight. Now, as a barrage of mana settings flashes before the demon's eyes, the floors below him start to compress in on themselves, and the excess luminite from each floor's structural integrity forms a small item that melds with the demon's dark essence, creating a light purple key. The earth dragon that stands behind Pluto in the boss room watches with a gleam in his eyes, thinking deeply to himself, a mission to betray the demons, to make way for a new rising emperor. Then he speaks out loud as the final floor below them collapses. We cannot fail. No, we will not fail. The entire labyrinth collapses into a small orb of compressed mana, yet the demon and dragon do not get teleported back into the canyon of dungeons. Instead, the two watch the boss room around them dissolve and float in a black abyss, reminiscent of a titan's domain. It could be perceived as a pocket realm in between space or even a realm of its own, but in reality, it is just the shell of the last remnants of the labyrinth's mana programming. From the outside, the green spinning portal is still there. And if one were to jump through, they too would land in this strange black void. While it looks open and endless, one full-powered attack from either of the true cores sitting in it would easily tear it open and release them back onto the human world. This is not what they do. Instead, Pluto grips the purple key in his hand and plunges it into space in front of him. As he turns it with a single rotation, the key dissolves, and a tear in space opens in front of them. Behind the tear, the familiar endless red hills, desolate deserts, dark black towns filled with intelligent life, and roaming demonic beasts of the demonic realm, Pluto's home world, come into view. The tear in space opens wide enough for the 6-meter-tall archdemon and his bonded dragon to fly through, holding their brightly shining orb of pink light surrounded by dense white strands of protection. This is a very distinct object in the demon's home world, as one the size of a demon's palm is proof that they have cleared a labyrinth trial. The one in Pluto's grasp, larger than his own head and needing both hands to carry, is proof that he has completed the trial that even the most ambitious demons often hesitate to attempt. The tear in space closes just as quickly as it opened, and the green portal beneath the canyon of dungeons fades away, releasing the excess few million MP into the air. In the demonic realm, far out in the wastelands, the rift that opened up to let a demon and dragon out closes as well. The two bright yellow true cores begin to warp reality around them as a vast open world is seen below. Wild demonic beasts, fledgling demons, and tens of thousands of kilometers of open mountain ranges and deserts where demons train and commoners form civilizations to survive and ready themselves for labyrinth trials. As gravity bends around them with a dense yellow aura, Pluto lifts the glowing pink orb above his head with both hands, standing on his dragon's back, and lets out a long and exhilarating laugh. They are a few kilometers above the ground, but many fledgling demons look up at this anomaly, believing they are witnessing one of the generals of the 5 great families do a scheduled surveillance lap around this world. In reality, it is a commoner just like them, heading straight toward the 5 massive black thrones that sit at the North Pole. Confirmation of their arrival pings in Bree's consciousness as she sits calmly cultivating in her own private chamber on the Great Belt of Brimia. On the same asteroid, in an equal-sized chamber, her brother Rodrigo has begun his red core cultivation, while Fisher and Lydia both continue cultivating yellow threads on the opposite side of the ring to bring themselves closer to compressing their true cores. A few of the Crimson Army's knights are on the belt as well, alternating time slots when not on guard duty on the human world. Alvaron keeps a careful eye on the frozen first-class demons from the Morvale family that continue to orbit around the red star millions of kilometers away, while simultaneously monitoring all of the cultivators and processing thousands of profitable trades per minute on the worldwide connectivity system. This update is transmitted back to me inside the wilderness of the Grand Citadel, putting a smile on my face as we venture deep into a jungle biome full of third-class gecko monsters. A large number of the lords in these higher-class zones are intelligent life and do not wish to fight, only to hunt the wild beasts for profit. With my growing pool of ether from killing all of these monsters, the pace at which my crowns fill up accelerates too. The first crown in my set of 5 is almost a quarter of the way filled. Ava, on the other hand, has barely a small white glow at the bottom of hers, though. My attention is more captivated by Bree's message, as it seems my plans in the lower realm have started to move into place just in time. With less than 6 days to spare, it puts a smile on my face, but this grin doesn't last for long as a message from Ember enters my consciousness next. No more than a few minutes later, there is good news and bad news. What would you like to hear first? I raise an eyebrow, as I've been watching what he sees in Ellipsia at the back of my mind this whole time, and it appears as though nothing out of the ordinary has happened at all. What happened? All I see is the generals moving up the tower as intended. A light chuckle comes back. Yes, that is the good news. Your ascension chamber is working as intended, and the generals are finding their own ways to adapt to the pressure like you did. In addition to this, Seraphel has managed to survive his first few days and has fully grasped the base stage of his celestial form. I raise an eyebrow and reply, this all still sounds good. What's gone wrong? Well, in order to survive his breakthrough, Seraphel released a wave of high noble vibrations strong enough for me to pick up on here. If no one notices now, his next breakthrough will surely cause some chaos. That means total concealment until the first strike will not be possible. I stare forward, looking into the endless wilderness, comparing the hundreds of biomes all around me to the skills left to upgrade on my status, and firmly nod while giving a response, very well. I shall alter my plans accordingly. Update me again if there are any additional signs that they have caught on. I will. There is a nod back from Ember, and he only stares forward, watching the generals ascend further. I then speed up my walking pace and send a message to Ava through our link. It's time to step things up a notch. Total concealment is no longer the #1 priority. If they haven't caught on by now, their surveillance systems must not be as advanced as I thought. I pause for a moment, mentally pointing to our white-haired travel partner. While I'm extremely eager and curious about what or how an elf still exists in the upper realm, and why my purple ring resonated when touching their skin, even siphoning memories, it is extra baggage we must carry. The goal of this mission was to get a mapping of the Grand Citadel and scope out its weak points and battle forces before the generals and warlords execute their orders. Before I propose anything, Ava interjects, reading my facial expressions with ease, that lord is necessary. I don't know why, but my instincts, we can't leave Rin behind just yet. I raise an eyebrow, then power my footsteps with ether and large amounts of mana while turning back to the white-haired lord that follows. We're going to pick up the pace. Stay close by. Nothing in here can hurt us. We're heading to the center of the wilderness, chapter 809. Over 36 hours pass as we venture forward at a much faster pace than before, targeting only territories with skills I need. We avoid all black zones that don't have physical proof around their borders of wild beasts inside and accept every premium quest we come across to obtain more and more biome maps, expanding the view in our minimap. I methodically run down my status list, upgrading every single skill possible to divine grade. And every single elemental summoning skill from superior to supreme. The only 2 elemental skills I'm not able to upgrade are light summoning and dark summoning. As they are far more rare than the others, my other skills are easier to find, except for the much rarer abilities like item storage, spatial magic, appraisal, conceal, equivalent exchange, telepathy, lie detector, imbuement, and dungeon walker. Telepathy and dungeon walker are demon-only skills, while the others are human-specific skills. There are no demons in this wilderness, and the humans that are in safe zones mostly have combat elemental skills, as they were the strongest lords on their world. Despite this, I acquire 4 new skills. Smokescreen is similar to Dark Mist but uses shimmering mana particles to create an area that overwhelms the senses, blocking perception skills from pinpointing the caster's location. I receive Laser Creation from a territory full of a golem race made of a translucent, crystal-like body. Some of their strongest store built-up mana inside their bodies and release it in compressed and refined rays. A mutated second-class ant monster from a premium quest, very similar to the lord I met in the first safe zone, grants me an exoskeleton skill that not only adds a layer of protection around my body but also increases my strength and movement speed with visible tendrils of energy on the outside of my body. Lastly, another unique first-class monster from a premium quest, which looked like a steel ball with a single eye, used a skill called Select. It allows the caster to lock onto a system user and always be aware of their location. No matter how many perception blockers they use or how much distance they travel, it is similar to the ether commands I placed on the Wolfmen, but only mana-based. Giving similar results to my geolocator perk in my Rising Emperor's domain. However, it does come with the added perk of a swordsmanship-like ability to always feel the perfect path to a selected target's weak point. Each of these new, divine grade, skills grants me true core abilities, but I'm not able to test anything out without blowing my cover. I keep traveling toward the center of the Grand Citadel. In addition to this, mine and Ava's item storages are filling up with all kinds of dead soul weapon artifacts and parts of monsters that have been fully saturated with ether, allowing them to stay in one piece from their original bodies in mutated states. Many of the second and first class artifacts are of a similar quality to some of the items Asik and Torvak gave me after completing their avatar builds for my soul sword to devour. I keep a close watch on the 2 wolfmen who have been transported below the wilderness, but they do not budge for over a full day. It's as though they're in some kind of holding cell, hardly moving more than a dozen meters in any direction. However, after a certain point, they begin to descend even further, and the ether commands I programmed into their avatars are being manipulated and weakened. If this were intentional, I had set self-destruct commands to erase all evidence of tampering. So whatever is weakening this connection is the result of a full overhaul of the Lord's avatars. While my curiosity about what is happening below builds, my excitement for nearing the inner point of the wilderness grows as well. We've traveled at a far faster pace this past day and a half, moving through hundreds of biomes and tens of thousands of kilometers. Over a dozen premium quests were fulfilled, and we cleared over twice as many random black zones that were clearly monster-infested. With these rewards and by trading in various safe zones during our travels, we managed to stack up a few thousand biome maps and even found a clear pathway to what many call the Great Wall. I can see its edge clearly in my minimap. And at this rate of travel, it's about one full day away. From the descriptions of many third and second class lords in the safe zones of these higher grade biomes, the demonic servant that showed a hologram of the Grand Citadel was not lying about one thing: there is certainly a massive pillar blocked off from the outer wilderness. It is rumored to rise high into the sky and connect with the top of the dome, as many have tried to fly over it and returned unsuccessful. It is supposedly made of the same ether commands as a black zone, but inverted to keep all lords, intelligent or not, from entering whatever lies inside, just a little further. I smile once this final piece of data is shared with me. And we leave another safe zone, heading straight toward this great wall. However, despite this progress, other variables are shifting around the green zone of the upper realm. The first is the fact that many of the first-class demonic servant admins that stand at their posts across the outer walls of the Grand Citadel are getting an abnormal amount of quests fulfilled and black zones cleared in a small area of the wilderness. While it is not entirely uncommon for a rogue first-class monster to go on a rampage and kill everything in its sights for many biomes in a row, there is a clear pattern here of an intelligent lord to be the mastermind behind it, and messages on a private admin chatting channel for this small slice of the wilderness become active, beginning to share their surveillance data to find the root cause. In the meantime, Seraphel is near his breaking point again. There is only so long he can use the suppression technique to keep his high noble radiation from leaking out at full blast. Even with small breathing holes in his physique, radiation still seeps out from the sea of corruption for over 1,000,000 kilometers. Luckily, no civilization is close enough to sense it, but the wave threatening to break out of his physique is far stronger than the first. What Ember theorized before was right: just spending a few weeks with the rising emperor has strengthened his will. The strength of one's noble vibrations is determined by many factors, but one is the unwavering confidence and belief in one's existence and goals. After millennia trapped beneath the Ellipsia Citadel, after losing another war and watching all his allies killed before his eyes once again, this mythical creature's trust in himself and the system itself wavered, though, after having his unbreakable seals dissolved by a human of all races, the bright blue wyvern glowing beneath the sea has gained the will to fight one last time and give it his all. Ember keeps his senses keen, watching the generals continue to climb the tower, but his eyes keep shifting toward the Mensa Citadel. When he sent out a scan earlier to check on Seraphel, he lightly probed this citadel as well. And in doing so, he discovered the identity of the noble demon that watches over it. At first, Ember assumed there might be some kind of automated surveillance system, but once he gets a good look and recognizes the demon present, he knows that no such system is necessary. Cisco Vermilion, the only other noble demon beneath the family head. At first glance, one would assume that this noble is of equal or similar strength to the former lord of the Ellipsia Citadel, Andres Vermilion. However, Ember remembers this demon from his last visit to the upper realm, before the Green Zone's complete takeover, when this demon's name was Cisco Morvale, a commander in the old 4th Great Family's army, serving beneath Muriel when he was a general. Ember does not share this information, keeping the true potential of this demon a secret and waiting for them to make a move first before jumping to conclusions. In the Mensa Citadel, atop an enormous central tower overlooking a bustling city center full of intelligent lords from 5th to 1st class, comparable in size to Ellipsia's free business markets, this demon in question watches the clouds slowly drift by outside his top-floor viewing window. A day and a half ago, a high noble's radiation from an old registered point where the Wyvern Citadel once stood reached his senses, and this noble demon responded with proper protocol. Though, not protocol from his family head here in the Green Zone. Rather, orders that were given to him before this family was even founded, orders from Lucian Morvale himself. All updates regarding the warlords, and especially the Wyvern's lost citadel, are to be rerouted directly to the mastermind behind this realm's takeover. Muriel is convinced that nothing from the lower realm could ever challenge him, and the other family heads do, in fact, believe he is strong enough to hold his position. Even the vanguards fear the potential of his power and do not see him as physically weak, though his mental state is where cracks may lie. The power he holds is very dangerous, volatile, and at times unpredictable. So it is only natural that failsafes and spies are scattered throughout the green zone to ensure his ego does not ruin them all. This is why, after over a day of waiting, Cisco finally receives a message back from a private line connected to the Morvale family head in the Cyan zone of the upper realm. We have little time to speak before the realm link breaks. This is normally only used for family heads. You have brought it to my attention that the last wyvern broke his seal. The noble demon stands over 16 meters tall, with 4 white horns curling upward from his head, 2 smaller ones at his temples and another 2 larger ones curling backward like armor for his skull. The demon's true core is fully saturated, and he uses a perfect vibration suppression technique to keep his power under wraps, or the entire citadel below him would fall unconscious, he replies, looking in the direction of the wyvern's fallen citadel. Indeed. It should not have been physically possible to break those seals without killing himself, yet I just felt the release of a high noble's will. Other than myself, there should be no others with this capability in the green zone of the upper realm. There's a pause, no reply, so Cisco sends another message back. Andres has been killed, as you must know, and that new noble demon has ascended. Could this all be connected? Are we being betrayed again? Has the fallen one returned? There is only silence for a few more seconds as more green clouds slowly drift by, but Lucian finally replies, I don't believe he has. I read Draco's history file, and the testing he underwent in the lower realm confirmed his dragon was not a traitor. He even killed off 3 of the warlords in Ellipsia. While unlikely, this does not mean he is uninvolved. I do have a legitimate lead to follow instead. The Scarlet clan of the Berserker race has interfered with my search party that was meant to survey Kelfer, the homeworld of that wyvern. My orders are to awaken the Dark Army in the fortress to deal with Seraphel, and I want you personally to round up every Berserker in the Mensa and Ellipsia citadels for interrogation. Cisco hesitates to reply as he feels their link beginning to weaken, and Lucian gives one last message, do not concern yourself with Muriel. I will handle breaking the news to him. He cannot be distracted, and must make sure the Grand Citadel is not compromised, understood? Your orders will be fulfilled. Chapter 8:10, I look out into the wilderness, scoping out a new biome that spans over 100 kilometers before me. It is a unique mountainous region, with small wildlife like trees and shrubbery, but a large percent of the biome's floor is full of lava pools. In them, unintelligent salamanders live, most of them triple ranked up with supreme fire summoning skills. This appears to be a large trend in the biomes around here. There are hardly any intelligent lords outside of the safe zones, and many of the wild beasts are elementals in 3rd or 2nd class. The occasional 1st class beast even appears every once in a while. Pretty much every single monster is strong enough to be a premium quest in the biomes we started in a few days ago. We mostly avoid the aggressive ones that attack, but Ava kills anything that won't leave us alone. A handful of dead soul weapon artifacts are still harvested every biome we move through. Another full 24 hours pass, and I do manage to come across 2 new unique skills, one called Energy Preservation, from a plant race that mostly used earth magic, but a few have the ability to store extra mana in a pseudo-mana core, almost like an item storage skill, so that when their energy stores are depleted, they do not have to continue draining MP from the environment. Instead, they're able to activate this skill and gain a full restock instantly, while I can use Plunderer and deposit mana crystals from my item storage to gain a very similar effect. It also has a true core ability that I'm itching to try. In addition to this, I gain a new skill called Whisper, which is a weaker form of telepathy and has to be sent directly to a single target within a certain range. A mental message can be sent, though the receiver cannot reply. However, one of the upgraded perks of this skill allows the caster to send messages into inanimate objects and have audio recordings play in perfect quality from anywhere. Fighting the mutated humanoid bat creatures with this skill was quite annoying at first, as they used this perk to make it sound like they were in places they were not. Though Ava's instincts were not fooled at all, dozens of other zones with higher ranked up forms of monsters I've seen in dungeons before pass by. And I watch the Great Wall that everyone in the safe zones talks about get closer and closer. Ava is having a great time, visibly smiling and laughing while killing 2nd and 1st class beasts left and right with brute strength. My expression is quite positive too, but I stay very calm at a steady pace by Ren's side behind our goblin queen bodyguard. The white-haired elf's expression changes from indifference to confusion, to worry and contemplation the closer we get to the Great Wall, once less than 5 safe zones away, under 1,000 kilometers according to my minimap. The 5th-class lord poses a question to me with a shaky tone. Why? Why are you bringing me along? We still run forward. Following Ava's trail of carnage through a mountainous trail with light blue rocks, keeping a lookout for the massive bear creatures wielding ice magic in this region, I think about the answer for a moment but decide to place a hand on Ren's shoulder and reply through telepathy. To be honest, I don't know. At first, it was pure curiosity. I was going to ask you a few questions and split ways after the first safe zone. The purple ring on my finger vibrates again upon contact with this lord, and I grin and continue talking, remembering the strange memories I received the first time we made contact like this. Then, there happened to be a few more questions I wished to be answered. I've never seen an elf before. I thought they all went extinct by now. Well, I'm still not sure I've seen a real one. My gaze tightens as I try to look deeper into Ren's physique again, but I am struck with the same results, only sending back pure energy as this lord's makeup. It really does feel like I'm trying to scan a soul weapon without a wielder, full of ether, mana, and divine threads. Then again, this is extremely similar to how Seraphel felt when I first met him beneath Ellipsia and did not have enough perception to comprehend or see past his seals. The massive blue creature only looked like a hot white glowing mass below his skin. A reply comes back from Ren as we jump off a mountain's ledge. Following Ava down into the next biome, a black sand desert. If you're only bringing me along to learn about the elves, I'm sorry, but I cannot tell just anyone what you want to know. Even if that means you will kill me here and now. A sense of loneliness and nostalgia ripples through my ring, and I can't help but let out a laugh as we both slam down onto the ground after a 500-meter fall. It's not that serious. Even if you don't have a word to tell me, I'm not going to kill you, but my words are cut off as, at the moment of impact, the emotions rippling through the ring begin to heighten like one other time before. Ava even turns her head backward, sensing something strange happening between us. Then, my vision goes completely blank for a moment as more memories start rushing into me. I see the imagery of this elf looking into a still body of water, repeating words telling it, never turn in your crowns, always keep moving, wait for his return. But it quickly fades, and the feeling of moving even further back in time hundreds of years shows this lord wandering the outer ring just like in the previous memories. I watch Ren use all kinds of light magic illusions, hiding from countless third, second, and even first-class beasts, outsmarting them to go in for the kill or running away when they know it is a battle impossible to win. The years go back further and further, making countless laps around the outside of the wilderness. Easily thousands of years, from the experience absorbing the memories of many unintelligent demonic beasts beneath Ellipsia. Even if these memories are fractured and fuzzy, I have quite a good gauge on how much time has passed. The indifferent, fearful, and solemn look on this lord's face begins to make far more sense once the memories speed up, going even further back over 10,000 years, then 20,000, then 40, and then easily 50,000 years or more pass. They are not crystal clear, and it's only moments of high emotional peaks that are transmitted. The rest are irrelevant, fading away in the past. The memories get weaker and weaker, and I get the feeling I'm about to be cut off again. Jolted back into reality, but an extremely strong and clear image is burned into my mind out of nowhere. I see a massive tear in the ceiling of the Grand Citadel, ear-piercing screeches fill the dome, and countless lords all around as far as Ren can see have fallen to the floor unconscious. I cannot feel the energy waves and memories, but the way the environment is reacting, it appears as though noble vibrations are leaking through that tear in the dome. Hundreds of green-cord wyverns fly through the open air of the green zone, and there is a similar force of demons riding dragons clashing with them. The white-haired lord watches with awe, and the feelings of hope and nostalgia ripple through this entire image. Flowing through my ring and into my heart, he's returned again. The elf whispers while watching the wyverns clash with demons. My attention within this memory shifts to see a massive blue wyvern, with its greater form stretching over 100 kilometers wide, leading the strike, though many of the demons and their dragons have dark black greater forms stretching tens of kilometers wide as well. My heart begins to race as I recognize who that wyvern really is leading the army, and my excitement to watch Seraphel in a real clash grows, though I can only see through Ren's eyes in these memories, and this elf lord is not watching the wyverns. It's watching one of the dragons on the side of the demons that breaks formation and starts to spray translucent fire across the front line of demonic forces, instantly melting them alive. A massive blast of aura fills the sky as the true battle begins, blinding Ren's view of the fight. but the single image of a very familiar sharp crimson eye and the dragon that betrayed the demons makes me question if I have just witnessed Ember in one of his past lives for the first time. This blast breaks me out of my trance, and Ren realizes that something wrong has happened as well, as the purple ring touching their shoulder has become burning hot and is making a ringing sound in both of our ears. The elf lord jumps backward with terror on their face, not looking at me, but looking at the ring on my finger. Where did you get that artifact? No, how has that possibly come down from the higher zones? Does that mean? No, who are you? I feel this lord's light magic begin to flare up, and the intensity in their eyes returns, as speculative and ready to fight as the first day I saw them with the wolfmen. It's like I'm looking at a whole new lord before me. Ren's hands heat up white with burning hot ether, and words come out of their mouth that I was not expecting. Tell me now, or I'll be forced to kill both of you where you stand. The intensity increases even further, and the frail and confused lord that has been following us for days seems to be completely gone. The blank look behind Ren's eyes has disappeared, and this lord's personality has flipped a full 180 degrees. I grin and activate ether commands in my hands to make them glow white as well. I found it on my homeworld, in the lower realm actually. The sharp elf's eyes shift to the artifact, which is now nothing but a black ring, as my ether commands and the ring itself have been completely concealed since the moment we entered this wilderness. It looks like nothing more than a dead basic class soul weapon. However, upon contact, during the accidental siphoning of memories, it appears Ren has seen its true divine thread coloring. Lies. She would never fall to the lower realm. Ren screams back in an angry tone. I open my mouth to reply, but an intense mana control washes over both of us from about 100 meters to my right. Ava's voice yells out. Stop fighting, you two. You can kill each other when we're done here. We have bigger problems than the whereabouts of some ring. Both of our heads turn to the Goblin Queen filled with confusion, but our eyes widen simultaneously once we see why she yelled at us to stop. In the distance, descending down from the sky in the center of this black sand desert, there is, in fact, something far more important than our disagreement. Over 20 first-class demonic servants with crowns above their heads float downward and begin to alter their rigid formation, creating a large circle and landing around us in a wide ring. All of their hands light up with white energy. Activating simultaneous admin-only ether commands, Chapter 8:11, we're so close to the Great Wall. Less than 4 full biomes away, and we've been caught now. This doesn't change the fact that Ren's personality hasn't shifted back to their docile and cooperative state. I can still feel sharp white eyes digging into my hand where Celia's ring rests. It seems that despite 20 first-class demonic servants surrounding us, this is still the highest priority target in their mind. I grit my teeth while watching bursts of ether commands come out from every one of the admin's hands, as I do not want to have more enemies than necessary. So, I take a chance and send a small pulse of mana-only aura through the air using my new Whisper skill. Using the thick mana control from Ava's outburst as cover. The one you're waiting for, that dragon with crimson eyes? I know where to find him. Let's work together here, and we'll both get what we're looking for. The fierce look turns up from my ring to meet my gaze, but saying this has not made things any better. I let out a sigh and accept that I'll be dealing with an angry elf and 20 first-class guards while I watch a simulated black zone form around us, about 500 meters wide, with only the servants glowing green against the black backdrop. Outside, I can only assume there is a glimmering mirror, making us disappear into the vastness of the black desert. My hands heat up even more, and my eyes meet the identical lifeless expressions of each admin, preparing for whatever they throw at me. Fine. I'm on your side until this is over. Then I want an explanation, I hear come out from Ren's lips, and the aggressive aura pointed only toward me fades. My ring picks up new emotions, curiosity and a burst of hope filling the white avatar, but my attention is more focused on the 7 to 10 meter tall demonic figures surrounding us. Deal. I grunt out. Then, one of the admins speaks up once the artificial black zone formation is finished. Do not move if you wish to live, echoes out in the deep, default demonic servant voice through the dome, and pulses of basic scanning ether commands burst out from other servants in the formation. 2 5th-class human lords, and a 3rd-class goblin. All of their avatar settings are legal, comes out from the mouth in the same tone from one of the servants on the other side of the dome. The strength of the black zone barrier around us strengthens more, then a ripple of commands waves through it, coming back into the hands of each of the demonic servants, and they all take a step forward. A new servant speaks next. Even though your scans come back legal, we cannot have rogues like you running around this wilderness disrupting our paradise without limits. The 3 of us stand in a small triangle at the circle's center, and the servants begin marching in on us without explanation. Speaking to each other with a nonchalant tone like they do this often, honestly, I was expecting another one of those first-class mammoths. Or at least a berserker giant. Another one comments, "Yeah, no wonder it took so long. We were searching in all the wrong places. Humans and goblins." I don't think I've ever seen either of these races this deep in the wilderness before. Almost made it to the Great Wall too. A shame, we could have made a good profit betting on underdogs like this, but none of them have registered crown cycles submitted. They could have been unique challengers for the arena. They all stopped talking back and forth as though we're not even here after closing the gap between us by nearly half. The first admin that spoke up, giving us the order to halt, speaks again, directing his gaze at Ava, who looks like our leader. "We have two options for you. Either the three of you be eliminated here and now, or you come to the nearest safe zone with us and cash in one of those crown cycle coupons you've been taking from us. It's impolite to keep selling off the gifts you've been given." He smiles and takes a step forward, but my attention is still held on one of the silent admins. Moments ago, he mentioned that there was an arena behind the Great Wall. I picture the hologram of the Grand Citadel that the admin I met on the outside showed me and question if he was telling the truth about all of that too. Despite the timer that would have said less than 3 days remaining now having disappeared from my status, Ava looks at the servant that steps up to her, with its long horns and premium avatar, trying to intimidate a lower-class lord. I send her a telepathy message that makes the corner of her lips turn up. Then, to everyone's surprise here except for me, Ava runs forward with a burning hot fist and yells, "No chance, both of your offers suck." She punches the admin in the chest, creating deep fractures in his avatar and sending him flying backward against the back wall of the black dome we stand in. Ava could have easily killed this servant if she used her real ether stores or even a tiny percent of borrowed stats. But all I want is chaos for a few seconds to prove a point and ask this one admin that spiked my interest a question. My right hand lights up with flames, and I simulate stacking dozens of fireballs and ether commands into my palm just like I've been doing to defeat premium grade quests without suspicion. While physically possible, a normal 5th class lord should not have the mana control or mental speed to comprehend so many commands at once. However, it is technically possible, and that's how I haven't set off any automated alarm systems. Even now, as I toss the burning white and red ball of fire at the admin closest to me, it underestimates its power and throws up a single hand to block without even bothering to activate any defensive ether commands. However, the explosion and an entire demonic servant's arm breaking into thousands of pieces in the air shows the reality of what is really happening to them right now. I let out a laugh that matches Ava's as I charge up my other hand with fire, and she sends a kick toward another guard who has pulled out a soul sword to try and block her. My next compacted ball of fire is blocked with ether commands from the next admin I send it at, saving their avatar from breaking entirely, but cracks in. Their arms show as they're sent flying backward. The soul sword Ava slams her foot into breaks under the pressure of her kick, and her admin is sent flying back as well, out of the corner of my eye. I watch Rin disappear behind a veil of light magic, yet I sense an invisible arrow fly out from their position, targeting one of the admins running at my back. It collides with the admin's chest at a very specific weak point and paralyzes the servant, making it fall to the floor with eyes wide. The remaining admins all begin to group together, with half a dozen closing in on me, half a dozen on Ava, and the rest converging on the position where Rin was before disappearing. I would do a similar move to prolong the fight further, but I feel a very interesting set of ether commands activating while bursts of white light come out from all of their hands. Again, admin override activated. New title, Rule Breaker, Avatar Debuff, all stats and command strength decrease by 99%. I hear it echo in my inner ear as the commands linked to my fake avatar weaken so much that they are almost useless. It makes me grin inwardly, and I send another message to Ava, alerting her to play along. Ren, on the other hand, is jolted out from the shimmering veil of light magic, shock crossing their face. Simultaneously, the three of us are surrounded by demonic servants with soul weapons too. Our next 5 admins are injured, but the rest are untouched and think they have the upper hand, believing they could kill us at a moment's notice. Chapter 8:12. Unlike myself and Ava, the debuff commands sent out seem to have affected Ren's avatar, making it extremely easy to hold them in place at such close range. Surrounded by over a dozen first-class premium avatars, the natural intimidation and pressure of ether commands, dense divine threads, and mana control should be suffocating, yet my eyes still shift toward the guard that initially caught my interest. He holds a double-sided sharpened axe to the left side of my neck. We didn't look so strong, did we? Even after seeing our stats and track record in the wilderness, its gaze tightens at my words, and the sharp tip of the axe thrusts forward to make contact with my neck as he replies. Just because you can catch a few of us off guard doesn't mean you're of any real threat to admins. For injured demonic servants all begin to heal, spreading white ether into their avatar cracks, and even the arm of the first servant I blew off starts to restructure itself and slowly grow back. They all stand to their feet and split up to join the two other groups surrounding Ava and Ren. The fifth guard that was struck by Ren's invisible arrow, on the other hand, is still fidgeting on the ground. Strange white bursts of light are coming off it, and my curiosity to see what exactly happened is overwhelming. This lord clearly hit some kind of weak point and injected a small amount of ether into the guard, disrupting the natural command flow. While I could very easily replicate such a thing, I certainly can't using the normal command prompts. Whatever attack ran through used real ether control. Though, my mind quickly turns back to the conversation at hand, and I respond to the admin that has an axe to my neck. Well, if we could catch you off guard as 5th class lords, don't you think we could fool those watching the arena events? A gleam shows in my eyes as I smile, hoping he understands what I'm saying, as he's the guard that said out loud earlier it was a shame they couldn't bet on us as underdogs and make some profit. Though, a pressure grows on my neck as he thrusts his axe forward, forcing me to take a step back and have the other side of my neck touch a long sword and a curved dagger from two other admins behind me. This won't be as simple as I thought. You already made your decision not to work out a deal when you attacked us, he states in a stern tone. None of the other demonic servants seem to have any changes on their faces, yet, something no one here knows is that I have extremely intricate knowledge of demonic servant avatars. So intricate, in fact, that over 8,000 of them serve me back in the Ellipsia Citadel, and I know that many of them are programmed to follow strict orders against their will despite being fully conscious within these frames. While they all have the outward appearance of bright green demons, there could be any first-class lord inside these shells. Last chance. Let us compete, and we both walk free. It's a win-win, right? Now that we're making contact, my senses are quite heightened, and I can actually feel the real lord beneath this avatar shell hesitate, wanting to make a deal with me. But an intense rush of ether commands force him to say something else. Only cooperative lords will be designated to participate in the arena. 1 crown cycle at minimum is a requirement to walk past the Great Wall. None of you could even make it into the inner city in the first place. I let out a sigh and then send a dense wave of ether and unsuppressed mana control into this lord's body. The ether commands pulse outward, infecting every command on the surface of this avatar. Specifically, the automated commands suppressing its free will. The mana control rushes into its consciousness, and an echoing message of telepathy tells it a specific set of instructions to follow in the next few seconds if it wants to live. The servant's eyes widen as I explode with a burst of light magic that expands throughout the entire artificial black zone we're in. To all of the surveillance systems, it seems like I've just stacked hundreds of light magic enhanced ether commands outward, shocking the system momentarily. In such a controlled environment, it's actually far easier to pull this off than trying this stunt out in the open. I replicate the technique Ren used to deactivate all of the other regressive servants around me with a single finger's touch. Then move forward to start attacking some of the other guards holding Ava and Ren at death's edge with their soul weapons. Once the flash of light magic and ether commands fades and everyone can see within the dome again, over half of the servants are deactivated and unconscious, while the other half now have their soul weapons digging deep into the backs of all three of us. Admin override activated. New title, chained, avatar debuff. All stats and command strength decrease by 99%. Another debuff notification rings in my inner ear, limiting our added stats and command strength even further because I was still able to cheat it with a perceived 1% of my power left. Now, if I was truly relying on this avatar, it would be at 0.01% effectiveness, most likely making it impossible to move or activate any magic simultaneously. However, I've gained a brand new link of loyalty and a single new first-class world, coming from a berserker giant race in a star sector of this galaxy I've never seen before. The admin that has my neck pinned down with his axe sends me a wave of telepathy through our spectate feature. If that's what you truly desire, I can make it happen. Anything to repay what you have just done for me. I grin, face down in the black sand, as this freed demonic servant speaks up and turns his head back and forth at the remaining guards. Allow me to bring them to the nearest safe zone. Even though they've made fools of us, the three of them are high-quality candidates for the arena. One of the servants that fought with Ava earlier presses the broken soul sword she shattered against her back, then turns. You're right. They are stronger than many premium quest beasts. Another voice comes from a dagger wielder holding Ren down. We'll never break the Citadel Lord's curse with brute force alone. If they can catch us off guard, maybe they could take out a demo. Before this admin can finish his sentence, an override command triggers, making his eyes turn blank, showing very similar signs to what I witnessed happen twice before in the first safe zone I visited every time a topic that shouldn't be shared was brought up. The other servant holding down shivers at the sight and looks back toward me, restrain them and pay for an express cycle. The events start in less than 3 days, the axe wielder nods and reaches into his ether storage, and I watch 2 other servants do the same, 3 pairs of extremely thick black bricks with wrist-sized holes in them come out. I can feel the ether commands on them are strong and would most likely constrain any of the warlords back in Ellipsia in their non-ranked up forms. Whatever these soul artifacts are, they are certainly for out-of-control rampaging beasts, yet I'm not too worried. I feel 2 servants grab my wrists, and by the time the cold black stones lock my hands in place, I've already figured out how they work and how to break out if need be. The remaining 0.01% of strength left in my fake avatar feels like it's been sealed completely. I don't think a normal lord would even be able to move their bodies at all with these commands restricting them. Ava lets herself be cuffed with a nonchalant expression as well, but Rin puts up a fight, flailing about before I turn my head in the sand her way and send a whisper their way. Less than a full minute later, the artificial black zone is taken down, and the 3 of us are taken into custody by the demonic servant that is on our side. Some of the deactivated servants from earlier that I knocked out are waking up. And some jump right into battle instinctively, but the ones that witnessed everything calm them down and explain, well, it was no mammoth, but I guess we can still make some profit betting on them once they enter. I'm just happy my biomes won't be messed with anymore. All of the strongest beasts were massacred in half my territories. Yeah, I forget how smart humans can be sometimes. That guy sure has a mouth on him to get himself out of that one. Is it really that surprising? You know how 27440 is. It doesn't take much to convince him to take a gamble. The recovering servants talk to themselves nearby like we're not even here, and I grin inwardly, confirming that I read their prior conversations correctly. A few of the servants send out large pulses of ether in seemingly random directions. Some of them fly straight upward toward the top of the dome, while others fly out into the wilderness to check on other biomes. Despite being almost killed, they all seem to be going on with their day like nothing happened. There's only one other servant left besides the one I turned. It's the one that spoke first when we were first confronted. Well, 27440, I'll take your word for what happened during the flash. Even the erase surveillance couldn't register anything. He looks my way, then back at the admin. I'll submit a formal report once they've completed their crown cycles and make it past the wall. Send over their entry numbers. I'm sure every admin here wants a chance to bet, of course. The admin nods, and the final enemy flies away, leaving the 3 of us in handcuffs in the middle of a desolate black sand desert. A few small white pulses of light hit us, and the full body restrictions slightly loosen, giving us enough mobility to start walking in the direction of the Great Wall. I get close enough to Rin to create a mental link, and both the demonic servant and Ava are already present in my mind. So, tell us about this arena event, and how a first-class berserker giant like yourself possibly got yourself trapped in a position like this. Chapter 8:13. Well, I can answer both your questions by explaining the arena. As you've already assumed, we admins search for the strongest beasts and lords that come to the upper realm to participate in a monthly tournament hosted by the demons. We silently walk through the black sand desert in a line with a heavy black block of ether commands wrapped around our wrists, while this demonic servant walks behind us and continues. They usually use it as training practice and to test out their new creations. I raise an eyebrow. Creations? Yes, a lot of the strongest first-class wild beasts that come through here are always registered into the system and oftentimes transported elsewhere to be tested on by the royal families. They create stronger demonic beasts and have them fight for the inner city's entertainment. He pauses but quickly continues. But that's not to say there aren't many opportunities for Grand Citadel citizens to participate and enjoy the shows. On your file, it says you only entered the wilderness days ago. That must mean you heard about this place from Ellipsia. I nod. I did, but there is not much information available. Yes, most that come here don't leave, and if they do, they forget because they're crown cycles. I immediately turn around as his speech slows, and I watch the eyes of this demonic servant gloss over, even with a link of loyalty connecting us and the restrictions in his avatar released. The same wave of cold energy, reminiscent of the single meeting I had with Muriel Vermilion, washes through him. It comes from deep within this berserker's soul, something that my simple sealed ether commands can't alter, and something I didn't even sense was present. What was it I was saying? He replies, making me stare back toward the open desert and choose my words more wisely moving forward before I understand this curse. You were going to tell me how you received a position as a Demonic servant in the first place, right? Well, I lost the wrong match in the arena. Ava butts in and asks, you lost one match and you were enslaved? Yes. You still do not know a lot about this citadel. It seems. Every month's event is different. The rewards and punishments are quite extreme. I participated in quite a few. Sometimes they even let us spend time in Ellipsia and Mensa in between matches. Though, you're playing with fire, you'd be better off trying to escape right now. The admin looks upward, but I shake my head. I could leave now if I wanted. It'd just put a bigger target on my back than I want just yet. Trust me, we want to enter this tournament, and I know the risks. Getting to the core of this citadel without the demons knowing we've entered will be a great help. So much so, that if you have other admin lords in a similar position, I can free them too. We just cannot make things known for a few more days. I grin as I watch the message boards of the worldwide connectivity system light up with hundreds of thousands of messages from first-class berserkers from this admin's homeworld, as this is the first time in thousands of years they have received any kind of update on their lord in the upper realm. If that is what you wish, your words are my commands. Good. Once we make it past the Great Wall, I want you to submit 2 other lords into the arena event. They're 2 wolfmen that are currently receiving avatar upgrades from a crown cycle. My location trackers on them have dulled significantly, but I can share their last known location and their exact appearance and avatar specs. I begin mentally sharing the data with the admin, then request a list of other admins this berserker knew before getting trapped, and then request as much information on past arena events he's participated in. At the same time, Ava smiles and walks forward beside me without a care in the world. Ren, on the other hand, is extremely confused, on edge, and fearful, and as we're making physical contact to keep our mental link steady, my purple ring picks up on these growing emotions more and more as we walk all the way through the desert. Meanwhile, Ember calmly sits in his darkroom of the High Orc Tower. The berserker giant by his side now lets out a very light red glow, signifying that his assimilation with the new avatar upgrade has worked. And the aura they trained so hard to awaken has successfully been maintained, as it comes from deep within the soul. Ember's eyes watch as all of the generals climb past the 500th floor of the tower as well. Abby is even close to surpassing the 700th. All of them are fighting their own mental and physical battles and in a state of total concentration. He doesn't want to even congratulate them on their progress so far, as even this may be enough to throw off their entire processes of mutation. Instead, he admires their progress from afar, but his calm gaze does move away from the tower and off in the direction of the fortress citadel, earlier, before the realm wave even struck. When Randall and Syl, the Red Ogres, carried out a pickup for supplies to make new avatars for the warlords, Ember gave them a small item to leave behind. The small box has been lightly pulsing white on the outside, with untraceable amounts of silver threads rotating within it, waiting and monitoring the entire citadel for the presence of noble vibrations to trigger its array. Finally, the time has come, and the information Ember receives back is alarming but not unexpected. It starts off as 1 or 2 pings in his consciousness every few minutes, then becomes a few dozen, then hundreds with growing strength, if they awaken that army. Seraphel's aura was certainly picked up. Nothing else could kill him in his celestial form. Ember thinks to himself while receiving full-body scans of hundreds of demonic creatures waking up from a long sleep. Then, he looks back toward the Mensa Citadel, even though it is too far to see without activating his advanced visual technique in his human form. Just outside of his perception, Cisco Vermilion has followed through with the orders that his old family head in the Cyan Zone gave him. There has been a Citadel-wide announcement, alerting all Berserker Giant Lords and any affiliated business partners in the Citadel to turn themselves in and come to the Central Tower to be interrogated. Thousands of demonic servants have been sent out to enforce this order and bring in the lingering lords. Even though the hierarchy of strength is very clear and no rational lord in the Citadel dares to disobey a noble demon's orders, there are many berserkers that were in the middle of training sessions or have lost their temper for various reasons. A handful of fights have broken out across the Citadel. To combat this, Cisco does not release his aura, nor bring himself down to the status of lowly first-class lords to take control of them. Instead, he watches with a straight face from the top of his tower, messaging 2 first-class demons that do his bidding to come out of their peaceful resting chambers. One has 2 long red horns, while the other has a single black horn. Both of them stand nearly 10 meters tall. And both they and their dragons put out such a calm and domineering aura that if they were present on the Ellipsia Citadel, even the warlords would question if they were nobles or not. Cisco doesn't even turn around when they enter his room through the back door. He just takes a deep breath in and out, this is what we get for letting those insects roam freely in this realm. We should have turned every last berserker into servants once we took Ellipsia. The white-horned noble demon scans the citadel and shares the data instantaneously with his 2 trusted guards. Bring them all in for questioning. Separate cells, and don't neutralize their power or suppress their avatars. I need to see each one of them at their full strength. The Scarlet Clan is good at hiding. A green and white glimmer shows in Cisco's eyes, and his horns start to vibrate as he whispers under his breath, though, not good enough. I caught one before I came up to the green zone. I know what to look for. Both of the first-class demons resonate with their citadel lord as the blood flowing through their veins wants to unseal instinctively when Cisco's horns vibrate. However, they keep their composure and bow to his back. The massive door behind them opens automatically, and they turn to leave, but Cisco's voice rings out one more time. Oh, and once you're done, could you take a visit to Ellipsia? I do not have a direct contact line to Draco yet. And all of my messages to the first-class guards are not going through. Have them round up all of the berserkers for interrogation as well. They reply in unison, it will be done. And the door shuts behind them. Cisco's horns vibrate with more intensity as he remembers the scarlet-red outline of a first-class monster that carried 2 long swords. This pushed him to his limits even while using his unsealed noble form long ago in the lower realm. While humiliating at first that a lesser race took him so long to defeat, it was an event in his past that opened his eyes to the potential of what system users can become. In fact, it was the catalyst that awakened his path to becoming a high noble where many other demons stagnate. Chapter 8:14. Hours pass as we walk through the last few remaining biomes. There is an icy frozen lake biome, and 2 mountainous regions with mostly second-class unintelligent elemental beasts in our way. Between the 2 final regions, there is a final safe zone where the other demonic servants earlier mentioned it to be a good place for us to stop and get express crown cycles, but our berserker admin speaks up through the link as we pass it. We can register your fake crown cycles here. I have an admin override feature. It will only be manually reviewed after every arena event during the downtime week after. I nod. Good. We soon go back to our prior conversation about the arena events he participated in the past. And what I can expect going in. But each one is extremely different. I get a sense there is not much of a point in trying to prepare, though. This casual conversation about leaking Citadel secrets, and the small pings in our ears simulating a crown cycle confirmation despite nothing changing on our avatars, puts the shivering elf to my left side at some ease. Oddly, the undertones of anger, fear, and confusion about the situation were in start to fade away the longer we walk. With the presence of an admin in our vicinity, not a single wild monster has attacked us this whole time, and not a single one does as we approach a massive shimmering mirror-like wall. I couldn't see it from a distance, as it just looked like more of this mountain biome was coming into view indefinitely. However, on my minimap I see that this biome ends right in front of me less than 10 meters away. It feels extremely powerful, and with my limited perception, I can't separate every single ether command holding this structure together. It feels just like the final layer of surveillance commands outside the citadel I felt when Ava and I were using a fast travel orb coming here. Walk through once you're ready. You're going to be registered as admin selected entries, so you won't have the freedoms of a normal citizen. Without hesitation, I walk forward and take a few steps before feeling Ren watch my back, then trail behind me. Ava crosses her arms and walks beside me too, and the 3 of us walk through the shimmering barrier with no resistance, as though it's only air, just like a black zone. Arena entry number 0182754041 confirmed, is all that rings in my inner ear at first, then tens of thousands of new pop-ups fill my vision. Behind this great wall, I'm immediately struck with the presence of endless massive skyscrapers that make the Ellipsia Citadel pale in comparison. My head cranes upward, and I can't even see the top, nor can I see how far back the towers go. There are thousands of paths to take, with messages reading different races, factions, trading options, and timers for all kinds of events counting down. Though, only one lights up with a bright white line in my vision, like a hologram connected to my shell of an avatar. The more I look around, I begin to see other lords too, using fast travel orbs and going about their daily lives. It's like we've stepped right into the busiest high-class district of Ellipsia, but it goes on endlessly rather than just a few blocks. Another strange phenomena I see is that 1 out of every 2 lords flying about are demonic servant avatars, and every single other lord in this place has bright crowns above their heads still connected to the Grand Citadel system like the wilderness outside. I can't tell if it is just the area we're in, but I do not see any lords here beneath 3rd class. The majority are 2nd, and a very large amount of the 1st class are all demonic servants. the admin walks through the shimmering border behind us and points right in the direction where the holographic line in my vision points us, deep into the city farther than I can see, this way. I'll bring you to the arena now to have you checked in. A fast travel orb is purchased, and it surrounds all four of us, moving almost immediately at an extremely fast pace. We fly past massive buildings, and I mentally block out the hundreds of thousands of notifications popping up around me every second that passes, though, as the green flashes of light pass by around us, I do remember the small hologram the entry point admin showed me before we entered this citadel, and if those metrics were correct. This massive city in the center of the wilderness is over 250,000 kilometers across. It is enormous, far beyond anything I can see fully in my sealed ordinary human form. My initial mission to find the center of this citadel with Ava and get a proper scan is getting closer and closer to finished every second we move forward, but at the same time, there are far more variables stacking up and an additional white-haired mystery standing next to me that I wasn't expecting to meet just days ago. A ping in my inner ear from Ember as we zip past another skyscraper makes things even more complicated. Just minutes ago, Ember opened up the top of the high orc tower and borrowed a conceal skill while triggering advanced ether commands to hide his presence. While flooding the outer layers of his body with dense demonic energy, he flies to the central tower at extreme speeds and opens it from the top to enter the small portion of the tower that is not in use by the generals right now. Well, this is going to be interesting. He whispers under his breath while activating his hybrid form, and hiding his tail and wings beneath strong ether commands, shifting his face and horns to that of the demon said to be the new lord of the citadel. Ember does not have noble vibrations to send out, but a natural aura of intimidation and release of demonic soul energy control is enough to make the large open room at the top of the citadel feel as though an entity greater than a mere first-class lord lives here. Just moments later, two figures in fast travel orbs arrive in front of the center tower, and Ember wastes no time in opening up two entry points to allow them in. The white orbs dissolve, and a first-class red-horned demon looks around the room, unfazed by the strong aura coming off of Ember. Eco Vermilion. A pleasure to meet you. He bows, and the black-horned demon speaks next. Rain Vermilion. We have heard much of your strength. A pleasure to see you face to face as well. This demon bows too, then, both even fall to one knee. Ember's gaze tightens, going through many possibilities of what this meeting could be about, as he recognizes these two demons from his scans just a day ago. You may rise. Draco Vermilion. New noble demon of the fifth great family. I presume you come from the Mensa Citadel. What is the reason for your visit? Neither of the demons raise their heads for a few more seconds out of respect, then they both stand slowly, and the red-horned demon speaks. Well, first and foremost, we wanted to welcome a new member of the Vermilion family to the upper realm. It has been almost 700 years since our last edition. The demon smiles, not mentioning the fact that a demon was killed in this very building upon their new family member's entry, but Ember knows this is not the actual reason for their arrival. It is just niceties that a lower-class member of their family must follow out. He lets out more of his demonic soul energy, being produced within his body by combining low-quality ether and pure demonic energy on the spot to create a powerful aura that grows in intensity. The black-horned demon's eyes widen, and he accidentally lets out a surprised inhale. It hasn't even been a full month since Draco arrived, and he's already absorbed and assimilated this much ether. Real nobles are truly on another level of talent than us. He thinks inwardly, as the more sociable red-horned demon speaks again in a slower, more cautious tone. Our Citadel Lord has suspicions that a traitor is among us. Ember's thoughts run faster inside his head again, but he shows no sign of change on the outside. Letting the demon before him do the talking, we attempted reaching out to your guards, but there was no response. An instant link between avatars has not been set up yet. So, our Lord sent us here directly to deliver the news. A berserker giant race has been found in the lower realm interfering with our business. It all seems to be linked to an old enemy of our Citadel Lord, a wyvern. Actually, if you are curious, the red-horned demon bows again out of respect. We do not wish to trouble you with problems of an old war that occurred here before your time. We only request access to your live surveillance system, and permission to temporarily hold all present berserker giants on the Citadel for an interrogation once our Lord is finished in the Mensa Citadel. The demon does not lift his head from the bow, and Ember is slightly surprised from this response. He does not sense any emotional fluctuations that would show that he is lying, but it's possible that Cisco Vermilion is keeping the full truth from them. Whatever the case may be, Ember replies, very well. If that is all you need, I'd be happy to accommodate you. He turns around, lifting a hand to give them a casual motion to follow, then walks into the limited rooms left at the top of this tower. He sends a mental telepathy message to the rising emperor, still sharing his visuals of the live interaction taking place with these visiting demons. J, they may know more than you think. Be ready for anything in the Grand Citadel. Chapter 8:15, Ember's ominous warning, paired with the appearance of new demons in the Ellipsia Citadel, keeps my mind sharp as we zip through the endless inner city of the Grand Citadel. I remember the time it took to travel a few dozen blocks that span tens of thousands of kilometers across Ellipsia, but we're just flying deeper and deeper, clearing this length multiple times without any change in sight or signs of stopping, even looking up. It's like there is no sky, only more towers and other fast travel orbs zipping about with high-class lords carrying out business and demonic servants guarding every shop and conducting business of their own. There must be tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of lords here. This citadel is beyond enormous. It is a very ominous environment, and Amber's words, along with the admin that is guiding us, echo in my mind. I really don't have any idea what happens here in the Grand Citadel. Minutes pass, and so do hundreds of towers, before the landscape starts to change slightly. Instead of just the countless ether commands and rectangular structures on the horizon, I begin to see something plain green, like pure divine threads making a wall. The closer we get, the fewer buildings take up the skyline, and the more this bright green light takes up the sky and entire horizon in front of me. Eventually, little to no buildings are left, and all that's between this green mass and our orb are countless single-file lines of other white ether orbs. We come to a stop behind an orb with a single demonic servant in it and a large second-class wild mutated bear-like monster in similar restraints to ours. There are hundreds of other similar orbs in front of them, to my left and right. I can't make out how many more of these lines there are, but they are separated by a few kilometers each, coming out from every crack, crevice, and plausible fast travel orb pathway from all around the city. My perception of these lines curves, making it clear that this incredibly massive green mass in front of us is circular. Even though I can't see its top, my instincts and the flow of ether strands I see tell me it's an incredibly massive dome. We all stay silent as the line moves forward, and more ether orbs start to line up behind us, keeping the line pretty long even though we're moving forward at a quick pace. Reason for traveling to the arena, one of the two first-class demonic servants that stand in front of the green barrier states. Our admin responds, 3 admins selected entries. And I'd like to place my bets for this month's event. The servant that didn't speak taps an invisible panel in front of him, and ether commands connect to our fast travel orb, allowing our admin to send 30,000 low-quality ether through the link instantaneously. Strands of ether flow up from the bottom of my avatar, and the entry ticket I received when entering this inner city is connected to a new set of commands. The same happens for Ava and Ren. The guard comments with a smirk, alright, they're registered. Max bets on 3 sub-second class entries? Not every day we see a triple ranked up goblin, but what's so special about the humans? His partner shakes his head and opens up a small circular opening in the green barrier behind them. It does not matter, we are impartial. Make comments like that when your shift is finished, right? He nods, taking note of the odd entry, then looks forward to greet the next fast travel orb that holds a demonic servant and a massive tusked seal creature held down with similar restraints that are on our wrists but wrapped around its tail and neck. The green barrier closes behind us, and a telepathy message from the admin echoes through, we're in. There is no going back now. Once I leave you here, you'll be entering the tournament whether you like it or not. I grin, feeling the fast travel orb bend its flight path downward. That is exactly what I came here for. We're sent flying through a dark corridor, and it's actually far more calming because, unlike outside, there are no constant flashing ether commands and options flying into my consciousness. However, the fact that we're moving kilometers below ground now makes me think about the wolfmen that are still far below the citadel, even days later. It should be a simple procedure just to collect refined ether if my hypothesis is correct. But there seems to be something quite different going on. These thoughts fade once our downward motion slows and we start to move forward again. In front of me, I see the corridor we're in split into 2 paths, and in front of it, another demonic servant stands, waiting for us to come to a halt in front of him. He looks like he's reading something, then nods, tapping on his ether commands before him, and 2 new empty fast travel orbs form. Your entries are registered. The goblin in one, throw the 2 humans in the other. Then you can leave back to your wilderness post. He says, looking toward the other pathway, then back to us. All 3 orbs connect, and we walk inside, doing as instructed. And I hear a mental link form behind myself and the admin one more time as our new ether orbs start to move away from each other down different paths. Best of luck. I will keep you updated on the tasks you've given to me. I mentally nod and stare forward as we're brought even deeper into this strange underground portion of the citadel. The walls start to change from their basic dark black and green, and start showing more white ether commands the further in we get. With no sense of air resistance or a moving mini-map in my mind, it's hard to tell how fast or far we're really traveling, but my assumption is thousands of kilometers again, Ava's fast. Travel orb veers off in another direction once we're hit with a crossroads after a few minutes. But our mental link still stays strong, and a spectate feature is shared between us, so it feels like we're still beside each other. Less than 5 minutes later, both of our fast travel orbs come to a halt, and the sides of the corridors were open wide like cell doors, and we're sent flying inside while the orbs of light around us fade away. I see Ava thrown into a massive black room, and the door closes behind her to be left in silence. I have a natural geolocation link to her, and can tell we're not very far away, about 50 kilometers away at most. Ren and I are tossed into a similar environment, but my ether senses are active here, and through the darkness, I make out the large outlines of hundreds of first and second class monsters all around. They too have restraints on their arms, legs, necks, and mouths. Some appear to have a glint of intelligence in their eyes, while others look like raging beasts ready to tear anything and everything to pieces the moment they get out of their restraints. The door behind us closes, and as I stand to my feet and look over to Ren, the white-haired lord looks up at me with a docile and innocent look in their eyes, speaking in a confused and soft voice. Nothing like the angry elf that threatened to kill me just a few hours ago in the Black Sand Desert. Where are we? And how did we get here? What are we wearing? Not a drop of fear or anxiety comes off the Lord, they just look me up and down. Blinking a few times, then throwing a wondering gaze around all of the monsters in this cell with us. The massive room is dark, so only their outlines and some of their glowing eyes can be seen. Massive earth golems, fiery lizards, serpents, mutated orcs and ogres, yetis, and plenty of outlines from vicious monsters I've never seen before, though. Their bright single and double crowns certainly are of great contrast to the 5 floating above mine and Ren's head. Some of the intelligent lords let out loud laughs, and a few mock us with whispers. 5th-class lords, this must be some kind of joke. What admin would waste their entries on humans? Just ignore them, we'll kill them for points in the first round. Even more dismissive grunts and laughter follow as Ren and I walk through the beasts to find a back wall of the cell. I put a hand on their shoulder to reply, far more interested in the words that were just uttered over any insults from random captured monsters down here. What do you mean, where are we? You were here with us the whole way down. What are you talking about? Ren looks back up at me with bright white eyes, and we stop once making it to the nearest wall to the far back side of the room, and a telepathy voice comes back. Oh, you were talking to that one again. Well, if they agreed to being here, it must be for the best. No change on the uninterested and docile face of this elf is shown. But my mind feels as though it's being played with from these words. However, before I can reply through our link again, my purple ring vibrates, and a new set of memories from the past flood into my consciousness. Chapter 8:16, the same memories from our last contact, that of a dragon's crimson eye from a battle that took place over the Grand Citadel floods right back into my mind, but it quickly fades away, and the flashes of scenes get even grainier and harder to make out. Time is moving backward in these memories even further and faster. Tens of thousands of years pass every second that it feels like I'm watching, and there are even large gaps of time missing. Before I know it, the perspective of these memories isn't even in the Grand Citadel anymore, though it is in the green zone of the upper realm. Looking down on multiple massive citadels I've never seen before, hundreds of colorful wyverns fly through the green clouds all around. High and low, and all kinds of familiar intelligent races like orcs, ogres, beastmen of all kinds, kobolds, serpents, enormous insects, and berserkers are living and prospering together, using fast travel technology to and from these many active citadels. The longer these memories go on, I do recognize one. It is a massive conglomeration of storage units and ether commands. It looks ancient, even seeing it in the memories here. I recall seeing a similar scan of a citadel linked to Ellipsia. It was called the Fortress, though. I don't get to admire this memory for long, as even more time passes in jumbled, blurred parts, and more chunks of time are completely lost to dark blotches. It feels like the grasp on these memories from hundreds of thousands of years ago is nearly lost. I'm hardly even picking up shadows and vague outlines now, but I still haven't been ejected from this elf's mind, so there must be something more. So I keep waiting patiently, Eventually, this moment of picture-perfect clarity hits me like a cold ocean wave. I see through this elf's eyes, on a beautiful world filled with lush trees with pink fruits that look similar to peaches full of dense mana and chi. They are looking over a large cliffside, into a deep valley, and a familiar black tower juts out from the forest, making me realize these are memories from the lower realm. When exactly? I have no idea, but the fact that when these eyes that guide this memory move, and I see other elves with white hair and white eyes running around the woods, it makes me question my knowledge of elves even further. Demons appear out from large rifts beneath the tower, many with red, orange, and yellow cores, and they yell out, "In the name of the vanguards, this world is ours. Any that wish to challenge our power, show yourselves now." Out from the dense forest around the throne, dark figures carrying throwing knives and bows attack. They use dark portals that teleport their arrows and knives all over the battlefield, attacking without warning or remorse. Dark-skinned elves wielding dark magic and holding true cores in their chests attack the demonic forces, taking out a large portion of their army in seconds. However, two noble demons don't waste any time unsealing their bloodlines upon seeing this massacre of their knights and commanders, and completely change the tide of battle, bringing thousands of elves to their knees with the aura alone. One of the dark archers is left standing and challenges a noble demon one-on-one. But the other demon just laughs as no one else is strong enough to challenge him and starts slaughtering the natives. Run. Watches from a high cliffside as it looks like their whole homeworld will be taken over by these demons. What Celia said was true, they really did come after us. Is whispered in a soft tone. But Ren's hands glow white with light magic, staying to watch the battle while all of the other light elves run for their lives. A massive array of yellow divine threads and light magic, using an inheritance artifact, surrounds the whole battlefield and begins to manipulate what is seen in front of the demons. Many of the second and first class demons are blindsided, and the dark elves can take out the commanders and weaker generals with true cores thanks to these efforts. But the two noble demons are on a whole higher level. The single dark archer can hold off one noble, because he was chosen to hold an inheritance artifact from their elders, and hold small amounts of noble blood. Will our final world really be taken in this manner? Ren whispers, watching the other noble demon tear through more elves, negating all of the help done from this array. It even sets its sights on their dark archer, getting ready to team up on him and finish this battle before they destroy this world, as large cracks are already breaking through the surrounding mountains from their auras alone. However, its dragon swoops in just before a curved soul sword can destroy this archer's bow and crush his divine core. The same crimson eye stares through the chaos at Ren, and bright translucent flames pour out from its mouth, killing two noble demons at once. This dragon flies upward with the shockwave of two saturated true cores exploding behind it, straight in Ren's direction. Its soul bond-sharing life force with one of the noble demons activates, and the black dragon's body begins to deteriorate in real time. It betrayed their forces without hesitation, even at the result of its own death. It looks like the dragon is about to speak, but the memory flashes white and comes to an abrupt halt before any words come out. My eyes open wide as I inhale, and my train of thought returns to the dark cell. The ring on my finger is burning hot again, and my inner ear is almost giving me a headache from all the ringing. I want to ask a million questions, but just as I'm about to, Ren passes out from the intensity and slumps backward into a sitting position against the wall. I dive down to put my hand behind their head before it hits anything hard, but I'm more confused and full of shock than entirely concerned for this lord's health. More of my questions are actually targeted toward this dragon that keeps interfering with the past. At the same time, this very dragon welcomes two demons into the surveillance room of the Ellipsia Citadel. Please, use whatever tools are necessary. A large holographic panel lights up the back wall of the room and shows red dots on a map of the Citadel, pinpointing every single Berserker Giant's location. The High Orc Tower on this map has been completely blocked out by Ember's advanced ether commands, and the two demons that stand before the hologram and search through it. Making copies, do not suspect a thing. Do you mind if we pause Citadel fast travel and long-range communication for a few hours? Eco Vermilion asks. Ember clasps his hands together. Be my guest. There is nothing to hide. The Citadel is mostly exactly how Andres left it. They both bow respectfully while shutting off the ability to leave the Citadel with a single flick of a finger. Then Rain Vermilion comments again, looking toward a wall to his right side. The two first-class guards that assist you here, are they doing all right? I heard there was a dueling incident with the warlords before you killed them. Ember nods slowly, knowing full well he and Torvak were the ones that put them in this position to begin with, melting those arrogant first-class demons' brains beyond repair without killing them. Yes, they are still being treated. Hopefully the recovery will be finished soon. Maybe after meeting the family head I can request a pair of new guards. If not, it could be requested. I believe there are a few first class left in the Grand Citadel and Fortress. Though, if you'd like for me to take a look at them, I have a greater demonic regenerative bloodline than the standard automated systems here. An injection may speed up their recovery. Ember inwardly raises an eyebrow, knowing that the two entities behind the door are actually not demons, but the rising Emperor's body doubles in a resting state. The brain-dead demons and their dragons are on the other side of this hall, a few kilometers away. But it will not be difficult to swap their room's contents with simple Citadel commands. Ember nods. Yes, if you'd like to before leaving with the Berserkers, that would be great. Eco turns from his panel after copying the last of the data. Leaving with them, Ember shrugs. Yes, why not? I'll pay for the fast travel transport. It would be much safer to send them over to Mensa for your lord to interrogate there, wouldn't it? Leaving a citadel unguarded may be exactly what they want. Both of the first-class demons look to each other with widened eyes, as though they didn't think of such a possible gaping hole in their defense strategy, and reply in unison, yes, I think that would be ideal. Ember smiles and opens a door with a swift hand movement. Excellent. Chapter 817. I watch Rin slump down unconscious against the black wall of the cell, and every moment I make contact, the loud ringing in my ear gets more extreme. The sensation of hot energy building up inside my body begins to make itself known once I pull my hand away again, and I whisper to myself. It's happening already. It isn't much, and really only feels mildly warm, but I recognize this feeling from when I was using the suppression techniques Seraphel taught me while training in Ellipsia and Beneath the Sea of Corruption. I knew these seals I placed on myself weren't going to be permanent, and they sure are holding back my vibrations better than spending all of my mental power on a suppression technique. But I thought I would have much more time. The first seal is already starting to grow unstable. I look down at my hand and feel the purple ring on my finger settle back into its natural state, but my eyes stay wide as I remember Celia's name spoken in the memories I just absorbed. The human is already down for the count. That fifth class passed out from the side of US. We should just take them out now. The arena is an honorable event. Only the strong should compete. My inner thoughts are being crowded by the smug grunts, comments, and laughter from the stronger lords in this prison cell. Heavy footsteps coming my way fill my ears next, and I turn my head around to see a creature at least 12 meters tall, with dark blue fur, and heavy feet and hands with black claws. It looks like some kind of humanoid snow leopard, but its legs and arms are both chained with the same restraints as me. The only difference is the enormous size, and a bright white crown rotating above its head as a low growl comes from its mouth. Yeah, leave it to me. I'll take them out to keep this event exciting for the real fighters. I let out a sigh and activate my light magic. With the two admin override commands active, and these suppression cuffs on, technically, even if I tried for days at a time, I shouldn't be able to activate more than a weak aura. However, I simulate the activation of thousands of ether commands in my light magic skill, and create an illusion in front of my own eyes to glow bright red like fire. At the same time, a wave of mana control ripples out from my body, but I keep it all beneath my purple barrier that rests beneath my fake avatar shell. You still have enough mana to do a trick like that? These admins must have gone soft, letting a weakling like you in and not even having to suppress your power. The massive beast grunts out while lifting one of its clawed feet in the air above my head. He laughs, knowing that even though his power is suppressed, our size and weight difference is undeniable. A normal human can't defend against brute force of magnitude even with some of their power unsealed. I lift my bound hands upward as others in the cell watch and chuckle to themselves, and brace for impact, stopping the bottom of the monster's foot before it crushes both myself and Rin into the floor. Upon contact, however, I let the force from the attack help me tear my fingers through the layers of ether commands and flesh in the bottom of the monster's foot, and once at its most vulnerable point, I let out a shockwave of my unconstrained mana control, not in a friendly manner either. I let it out to shock every pathway left in this monster's body, freezing it like it's been electrocuted with a blank mind. I jump upward, through the creature's foot as though it's made of frail glass, and come eye to eye with the beast before spinning my body one time and sending its head flying off its shoulders with a single kick. On the way down, I kick its chest with my other foot and watch the body fall backward, then look up at all of the other lords that were ready to watch a pair of weak humans get crushed to death. Anyone else have a problem with us taking part in the arena? Residue from my mana control leaks out from the fractured body of this monster, and it acts as natural intimidation rippling through the room, making a few of the weaker second-class lords fall over unconscious or become queasy. Gulps and nervous shuffling fill the silence, but everyone turns away without saying a word. And I let my glowing red eyes dim back to normal. That's what I thought. Now, if there are any new lords that come in here before the event starts that have a problem with humans joining, tell them I'm busy concentrating, so don't disturb me. I then turn around and walk a few steps to sit right down next to the unconscious elf, and get to work on what I really came here for. I place both hands down on the cool floor of the cell and start feeling out the security system in this room. There is no rush, so I'm going to be as careful as possible, and begin sending small ether commands down into the citadel without being noticed. I'm as close to the core as I can get, so now it's time to get to work. I smirk, sending in my first test command while watching the massive corpse of a first-class lord dissolve into thin air in front of me, leaving only the dark black chain restraints on the cold floor. Over 2 full days pass. During this time, the green zone of the upper realm remains calm, yet tense, as every lord in power knows that something big is happening, but no one has all of the information to understand exactly what. Ember successfully hides the presence of the warlords on the citadel, most importantly Zacian, and purchases tens of thousands of fast travel orbs to Mensa in order to keep the noble demon lord from visiting before the time is right, while the 2 first-class demons were no ordinary guards. Ember even felt the presence of nobles' blood in their veins, clearly the result of experimentation from the citadel lord on Mensa. Though they aren't true nobles, and were easily outsmarted by this dragon, the rising emperor's body doubles have been hidden. The 2 injured demons were checked on without any suspicion, and even the general's cultivation in the tower below has been kept under wraps, while the rising emperor used many stealth skills, and advanced ether commands aided in the full astral noble human form to create this structure, and no hint of aura is leaking out. It is still not possible for anyone to enter. This problem is solved by a pattern of demonic servants coming and going from the central tower and other smaller surveillance buildings on the citadel to create the illusion that business as usual is going on here. The ordinary citizens are questioned in passing by the 2 visiting demons, but they are just as in the dark about the takeover by Draco as everyone else. Ember waves them off with a smile on his face and receives a thank you report back from Cisco Vermilion himself with a holographic recording, and all of the berserkers' return ether orbs can be seen flying back toward the citadel. During this process, Ember spent most of his time gently floating around the outer ring of Ellipsia, and continuously keeping an eye on the generals that continue to ascend. They've all begun using a full 4% of stats each, mainly to concentrate the usage on their new availability to the divine grade self-regeneration skill. Raven is at floor 779, effortlessly moving in between her normal state and her stealth dimension, with a burning green divine core in her chest. She's able to withstand full seconds outside of her pocket dimension even at this floor, where the density of divine threads and gravity is many times higher than what it is outside. The scarlet aura that was helping her in her swords has been almost entirely used up. This is because the soul that held this path has died, but it had a last mission to assist Raven in creating her own. A dull hum echoes through each room she transfers up into, and vibrations ripple out from her that feel very similar to the Scarlet Clan's, but with a much different intensity about them. Her achieving this feat while dipping in and out of a stealth dimension has mutated this path to become her own. The gleam in her hazel eyes once she feels the growth potential in this new ability she's grasped fans the spark of excitement in her soul to become a growing fire. Ari sits still in the lotus position on floor 801, glowing white and purple, with his spirit hands filling the entire room to drain all of the ether-infused demonic soul energy inside it to make it his own. His green true core is fully assimilated as well, but his greater form has made his entire body saturated with this purple soul energy, making the use of a shared self-regeneration skill less necessary. As he's adapting and creating his own version of demonic regeneration, his dark bow vibrates with an aura similar to the reaction happening with Raven's blades. He can feel his true body tingle and vibrate, and in moments of total concentration, the flashes of visions from this bow wielder's past burst into his mind. It is not in the dead skeletal body of a lich that he fought, but a shadowy dark-skinned elven archer. Techniques on how to use his bow with more efficiency flow into his mind. With it, thousands of years of instinctual understanding on how to cultivate an ancient dark elven bloodline path used for fighting off nobles is added to his consciousness like second nature. Maria is in a flow state of her own, floating in the center of floor 919. Her greater angelic form is glistening with rainbow-reflecting light as her soul sword slowly spins around her. She uses the divine-grade self-regeneration skill to its maximum potential. In a single thought, Maria can drain a room of ether, mana, and divine threads into her soul energy core. At first, on the lower floors, this is what she did in order to saturate her green divine core, but now she actually has to manually limit the amount of energy she's taking in order to give her physical body more time under tension to adapt to the pressure. While fragments of source resin flow through her greater form and hold her cells together, they only allow her to exist in this state, despite the pristine, ethereal, and majestic angel that looks as though it floats in a calm state in the center of the room. For the last few days, Maria has felt as though every cell in her body, drop of blood in her veins, and bit of moisture in her flesh has been lit on fire and grown back millions of times. Instead of just cycling through the divine threads just for training and only absorbing the soul energy in their body like everyone else, she's actually draining and consuming every single bit of energy in each room. The state of each room after she leaves them are as empty as floor 1. The other generals leave large amounts of divine threads behind. As intended. There are thousands of times more divine threads than necessary inside this tower. It is supposed to be used to adapt to the pressure. Clearly, Maria has grander plans. The excruciating pain she withstands is magnitudes above what the other generals are going through at the moment. She could take things easy and only consume what she needs, but when she arrived to the upper realm and laid her eyes on the rising emperor for the first time since the war in the Dark Continent, so much more changed than she ever imagined. There may have been 3 seals holding back the true power of the man she laid eyes on, but Maria understood the gap in strength had somehow widened again despite her massive efforts on Kelfer. Now, with less than a day remaining before their plan to strike happens, she's determined to close that gap by any means necessary. I can't be left behind, she whispers to herself while clearing the floor and teleporting to the 920th. Abby, on the other hand, has actually decided to slow down her assimilation process and sits on the 907th floor with a peaceful expression on her face. The only thing she gains from each one is more ether and mana control gains from the resources on every floor. After the first few days in this tower, the overwhelming memories and knowledge of the Wyvern race also slowed down, and once she fully adapted to this upper realm's pressure, the urgency of the amplifier soul weapon in her grasp stopped producing so many blinking glyphs and vibrant flashbacks. She calmly sits in her room, thinking, so, Seraphel is the only one left. Unfortunate, but not all is lost. Maybe our goals align. Chapter 8:18, all 4 are unique. This is good for now, but could get troublesome, Ember thinks to himself while analyzing the general's auras, but he does not have a pleased look on his face. Ember is calculating what his next move should be, and trying to conceptualize every piece moving in the upper realm right now. With his close call with the demons that arrived here 2 days prior, he's both relieved that nothing came of it before everyone was ready, but also on edge. He knows that Cisco Vermilion is no pushover. And the fact that no results came back from his questioning of all the berserkers here on Ellipsia and over on Mensa means they will either tear the Grand Citadel apart to find their mark, or this demon is already steps ahead and the polite gesture of sending in first-class demons is just to toy with him. It's hard to tell who knows what after being away for so long again, especially when I didn't climb the demon's ranks from the lower realm. Ember thinks, then activates his perception technique again, making his eyes glow silver to let out a pulse of invisible radiation outward. The first thing he senses are Torvak and Asik finally leaving this tower with precious cargo, carrying over 8,000 premium-grade avatar shells that need to be fitted to the correct specs for the demonic servants that the Rising Emperor promised new bodies to. They had almost everything done. But the 2-day wait while the Citadel was locked down and first-class demons were wandering about put a small pause on the operation. Many second- and third-class ogres and orcs are helping with the installment and assimilation process in the old headquarters where illegal exile contract business was carried out. What Ember senses next, much further out than just the Citadel level, was already expected too, as he felt them leave the fortress over a full day ago. It is a dark shadowy army slowly soaring through the green skies with no fast travel orbs, as they are not linked to any Citadel systems. There are hundreds of them, some with horns, some with long wings, but they are so close together and let out a dense demonic aura that it just appears to be a Citadel-sized cloud of dark energy soaring in the direction of the Sea of Corruption, where Seraphel still lies. Ember's technique scans the Mensa Citadel as well, but he catches the noble lord there on a holographic call with another familiar face. Muriel Vermilion. This technique at such long range only gives him a small snippet of time to perceive things, and it begins to fade away the moment it makes contact. Though, he can make out a few words from the royal family head before his silver vision fades. The arena events will be starting soon. I've invited Draco to come and participate, so any suspicions you have will be dealt with. You finish your job with the wyvern, I'll deal with the new blood personally. Ember looks up at the ceiling of the high orc tower he's standing in, looking over to Zashin, whose bright red aura has been growing in luminosity for days, watching his eyes slowly start to open. It's about time you woke up. During this time that has passed, I've been sitting in the same position on the cold, hard, and dark cell floor beneath the Grand Citadel. Periodically, the entrance that I came in through it open up, and new second and first class lords are tossed in. The general tension in the room, and sight of massive hand and leg cuffs resting in front of two sleeping humans with avatar remains scattered on the floor at the back of the room is enough to keep many beasts away. Some of the unintelligent monsters thrown in here are handled by the stronger first-class lords to stay away from me, as they do not want to get on the wrong side of my kick, like the example I made of the snow leopard lord. While the two kicks that decapitated and crushed the core of this lord were not necessarily strong, possibly nearing the third or second-class lord's natural strength, everyone here has their stats and ether defense commands suppressed. They only fear me because they don't have their full power, and that is fine to me for now. All I'm focused on is the millions of ether commands I've cautiously and meticulously let slip through the cold black cell ground and seep into the citadel around me. With Ava in a cell about 50 kilometers away, and the admin I've created a link of loyalty with returned to his post on the outer wall of the citadel, I have clear vantage points to how deep and far I need to push my perception. In the calm silence of this room, with my eyes closed, I can feel the thousands of massive cells like this at a similar altitude underneath the green dome. There are tons of tunnels and pathways, with smaller rooms in between all of them where demonic servants work. Surveillance and ether command repair and management. Above us, oddly enough, the massive dome, spanning around 40,000 kilometers in diameter, has nothing but dense divine threads, mana, and ether commands closely packed together. At first, when I felt it, and tried digging my way around the ether commands, it made no sense. The commands were so random, and jumbled, and seemingly pointless. However, when I sat for longer, and let my tendrils of ether commands soak outward further, past the massive inner city, and set my sights on the wilderness itself, the smaller dome's purpose became much more clear. The wilderness itself is all a complete facade, just like the constructs Celia created back on the human world. Everything looked and felt extremely real, but as I inspect how it's created from the inside, it's all just advanced holograms, with elemental magic and divine energy imbued into every structure to make them interact with avatar holders as if the environment is real. My ether commands brush through many massive towers full of hundreds of thousands of demonic servants each, all hard at work, designing and creating biomes to swap out with ones that have been used up and destroyed in massacres or massive black zone events. The same technology is being used for whatever is beneath this dome, as the arena events are unpredictable and different every month, because they are created on the spot. While my curiosity is piqued here and information about the citadel itself is very interesting to me, I could have made educated guesses to figure this out prior to my scans, just not with such intricate detail. The real mystery still lies in every one of the safe zones within the wilderness. I try to gain more information by lightly sending commands to these regions, but at this distance, I can't do much more than very simple scanning and analysis commands. The crown cycle structures are too well guarded, and it feels like I'm trying to look through an unbreakable black box. Every time I try to look through, the strange cold sensation I had with my meeting with Muriel Vermilion returns, so I look elsewhere. After all, I know where these rooms lead, and it's beneath me. In addition to outward, I send strands of ether commands down deep underground. Below, it feels as though there is only solid black material, similar to what the ether stones beneath Ellipsia were made of. But in a dense solid form, it takes hours and hours of concentrated effort to push through, without triggering any of the automated surveillance commands. If I didn't know that the Wolfman's trackers were brought over 100,000 kilometers beneath the surface, I would have no confidence that there was anything at all down here. The further down I send my tendrils of ether, the denser this black bedrock-like mass becomes. There are small pathways with less resistance, but for the most part one have to use a large amount of mental and even physical power to push further down. My body becomes covered in sweat, and I can physically feel pressure from my noble vibrations building up behind my first seal. As extra energy from this is necessary to move further down, though, the pain and effort is worth it. After these days of long effort, I finally feel a breaking point, and make it to the other side. A rush of information comes into my mind, and the memories of endless massive black skyscrapers that I remember in Andres Vermilion's and the demonic guardian Cyclope's minds link up exactly to what I see. There is an entire massive city on the underside of this citadel, like I'm staring at a mirrored version of the inner city above. The only difference is a central tower that projects so far downward, deep below the depth I ever traveled down in the exile zones. I can't even perceive where it leads down to. On top of this, there are no lords present in the streets, nor are there any ether commands or fast travel orbs active. It is desolate, empty, and silent. Everything is covered in dense surveillance protection, just like the Crown Cycle buildings. All I can manage to perceive is the outsides of these buildings. It feels jet black and cold. Eerily cold, even making me physically shiver, perceiving it hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. In addition, from such a distance, what I'm seeing isn't crystal clear imagery, it is more shapes, shadows, and an instinctual feeling that pieces the visuals together. It strains me so much to keep these active, and with no additional information to find. I come to terms that this is as good of a scan of the Citadel as I'll get right now. Just as I retract my strands of ether, 3 notifications hit my consciousness at once. I open my eyes and stand to my feet out of surprise, and many of the lords in the room flinch at my fast movements, but I'm more focused on the first sound of a demon's voice from the lower realm hitting my mind for the first time in a while. My lord, Rising Emperor. This is Pluto Vermilion at your service. My offering was accepted. I have successfully gained a position as a temporary commander in one of the newest task forces. There will be an opportunity to rank up to a general after my first mission. A takeover of a star system named the Great Belt of Brimia. My heart races at the impact of the news from this update, but I can't ignore the second voice in my head, from the admin currently inside the wilderness. I've made contact with the wolfmen that have completed their crown cycles. As requested, they are being entered into the arena event so you can meet them and collect the necessary data once they're inside. The third, and most urgent notification, is the one that comes from within my Grand Citadel avatar shell. Arena entry number 0182754041 selected to participate in round 1. Prepare for transport. Chapter 819. Report this news to Bree immediately. The Great Belt of Brimia is an ally of ours. If they're sending more demonic troops out that far, it means somehow information leaked from that incident. Your updates will be very valuable. Understood, it will be done. After a few mental one-way messages to Bree and Alvaron, preparing them for what they're about to hear, I reply to the admin that notified me of his work, as I feel his presence leaving the inner city now. Back toward his post. Good. The 2 wolfmen's presence is nearby, moving through the underground tunnels, but the geo-trackers on them are not as sensitive as the natural ones I have available through links of loyalty. In addition, they were very weakened during this crown cycle process, so all I know is they are in one of the cells nearby, less than 100 kilometers away. However, my immediate attention is on the fact that about 10% of the lords and unintelligent beasts in this room are blinking bright white, myself and Ren included. I hear voices mumbling throughout the quiet room. Looks like it's finally starting. Ack. I was really demoted after losing so quickly last month. I'm really stuck in round 1. Those humans were selected too. I guess they were weak after all. A few heads turned back toward us, but they aren't the ones with blinking avatars. The other lords that were selected start to move toward the front of the room and begin making a semi-straight line to wait in front of the sealed cell door. About half a minute of random mumbling and anticipation follows, then the door slides open, revealing a first-class demonic servant with bright white glowing hands. Its eyes scan the room, mentally calculating something, then triggering a few ether commands in the floor in front of him. Then, he speaks, making his words echo through the minds of everyone in this room as though a telepathy skill is being used. All round 1 participants approach now for transport. This will be a solo event, but teaming is allowed. If you'd like to travel in groups up to 4, that will be permitted. A massive green lizard creature with stone-like skin takes a heavy step forward in front of the servant. And onto the white platform glowing beneath its feet, the demonic servant doesn't change its expression at all. It only moves its hand slightly, and a fast travel orb forms around the monster. Strands of ether move through the white translucent sphere and into its hand and ankle cuffs. A matter of seconds later, they blink white and fall to the floor at its feet. Then the servant steps aside, and instantly the orb of light is whisked away out of the room into the long and narrow hallway. A few more flashes of white light stream by, as other monsters from random cells are being set off. Another monster with orange fur and black eyes walks up next, letting out a growl like a massive angry cat. And the same procedure starts again. I look back toward Ren, still completely unconscious after over 2 days, and try to shake them awake a few times. Even like telepathy messages in their ear, but I get no response. It's not like there are any injuries, or anything necessarily wrong with this elf's body that I can see, although I can't see past the outer layer. All of the ether and divine energy flows look identical to before this incident. It seems like some shock response, or maybe a natural resting state for an elf race that I'm not aware of. I decide to pick Ren up and worry about what happened later, carrying this frail lord like a baby in my arms, on top of my cuffed wrists. I walk forward and watch the line move by for a few more minutes before it's my turn. I don't say a word, and the demonic servant doesn't say anything back, or even look my way. The only thing that happens is a bright white flash of light surrounds us, and our black restraints are lifted, falling to the floor. All of the restrictions on my avatar shell are lifted. Not that it really mattered. Moments later, the orb speeds off into the hall and begins moving fast through new corridors I haven't been to before. We fly through many crossroads and begin moving upward and outward, back toward the outer ring of this green dome. A few other white flashes come out from other cells in passing. But in less than a minute, we arrive at another doorway and are thrown out as the ether orb disappears. The floor is bright white at first glance, and when I look to my left and right, the vague outline of other lords can be seen, but many kilometers away, and they're all very separated like me. I look forward and see the room go on for a few hundred meters, but the back wall is bright green. Then, I look side to side again and realize the back wall is ever so slightly curved. This is the outside of the dome. I whisper to myself, now mentally picturing this thick white platform wrapping its wall all the way around the inner dome. Behind me is a black wall, and above, it looks as though it goes on forever open air. Fading to a tight green tint, quickly I link with Ava, but apparently, she was not selected to participate in this round. No additional notifications have pinged in my ear again, and from the amount of other lords being transported below us, I know not everyone is here yet. I shake Rin lightly again, but get no response. It feels unnatural to not have my hands free, so I toss Rin on my back, and use small amounts of mana control and divine threads below my purple barrier to hold their arms and legs in place, locked around me. This will do. I whisper under my breath, trying to figure out what's going on by adding more mana to my eyes and boosting my perception to see further down this curved wall. But see hundreds, even thousands of other lords as equally confused. Then, many holographic screens begin popping up in front of every single lord on this outer ring. I turn my head back to in front of me, where a projection on the green wall begins to materialize. At the same time, thousands of ether commands push upward from the white floor and start seeping into my avatar's shell, as well as Ren's, and manipulating the crown configurations in standard settings. I let it happen, and watch carefully as a demonic servant appears on the screen, floating in open air, while below it, a 3D view of the green dome materializes. Around this dome, behind where the massive black wall behind me stands, the visuals of what looks like arena seating for tens, or even hundreds of millions of lords is shown. Small dots are visible in the stands, but it almost all looks empty to me. The visuals come back to focus on the demonic servant. Welcome to the Grand Citadel's monthly arena event. If you're tuning in now, the main fights will start in 6 to 10 hours. We'll be seeing a brand new addition to the Vermilion family's noble lineage tonight, so this is not an event you want to miss. The servant smiles and raises his hands, then points down at the green dome. For now, this messaging is mostly directed at our participants, and of course those that choose to come to the show early. Admins, I know you're watching, as we have had a large influx in new lords and beasts this month. Even our first round may have some exceptions that make it all the way to the main event. The visuals of this hologram turn away from the servant and begin flying around the dome, zooming in on the white ring that surrounds it entirely. Small dots turn into visuals of monsters and lords, all glowing white as their ether commands are updated. For all 107,852 of you that have been selected for round 1 of the preliminary tournament matches, please do allow me to explain the rules. My eyes widen at the amount of entries, but at the same time a light ding sounds off in my ears and the ether commands around me fade back into the floor. A glowing green number, 1, appears above the 5 gray crowns rotating above my head as the demonic servant's voice continues to ring out. You have all been given 1 point to start with. In order to qualify for the main event, you must accumulate 1,000 points inside the dome. This very dome begins to shift colors, turning white, then becoming glossy like glass, and eventually turning into a mirror, exactly like the outside of a black zone. If you wish to forfeit before the 1-hour time limit is up, you may leave anytime, and teleport right back to the position you stand on now. 2 grayed out boxes show up in my vision: forfeit, move on to main event. I assume that one will turn active once I enter this dome, and the other once I reach this 1,000 point threshold. In order to gain points, you must defeat other lords within the dome. Eliminating them will transfer all available points to the lord that finishes the elimination. I raise an eyebrow, quickly understanding the rules, meaning I must either eliminate 999 weak lords with their starting points in order to move on, or face off against other lords that have already done many eliminations to stack points faster. I feel a leg twitch on my side, as Rin shows the first signs of being alive in over 2 days, but when I mentally send them a message, still nothing comes back. I don't know how you're going to get any points like this. I whisper, while the demonic servant speaks again. If you're eliminated, you will be teleported back to this starting point, and lose all of your points to the lord that killed you in the dome. However, if you forfeit early, the points you've earned will be taken away from the pool within. I raise an eyebrow, as it also seems these new ether commands added give the safety of being teleported back here after simulating death within this dome. However, I don't trust it to work on my real body below this avatar shell at all. So, forfeiting for me is not an option. Do know, you cannot forfeit mid-battle. It takes a full 3 seconds to activate the escape array. A sly expression comes over the demonic servant's face. And the visuals on the hologram zoom out again, showing the shimmering mirror-like dome in all its glory. Of course, this is just a brief overview of what's to come. There are many additional surprises and opportunities to gain points waiting for you participants inside. A little hint for those of you that are confident you will be doing more than running for your life: there may be more benefits in the main event for those that leave with more than the minimum points. This zoomed out view shows even more black dots in the massive arena stands starting to arrive, but they are still over 95% empty. With that being said, round 1 participants, enter the dome. I look forward to seeing the strongest of you again at tonight's show. Chapter 820. I watch all of the lords in my direct line of sight walk and run forward into the dome without hesitating at all. The hologram of the grinning demonic servant fades away as well, leaving me in silence, staring at a shimmering mirror with an unconscious elf on my back. After a few seconds pass, a timer shows up in my mind above the 2 new available buttons on this avatar shell, and it is counting down from 1 hour. Well, we better get to it, I guess. I whisper, hoping Rin hears me soon, and walking forward, passing through the barrier. Instantly, I feel the sensation of an easily malleable wall turn into an indestructible prison behind me, as this dome is far stronger than the black zones I'm used to in the wilderness. Though, it's bright green behind me instead of black. The sky above is the same color, as the entire inside of the dome is green. My feet crunch on the hard ground below me, that appears to be covered in smooth pebbles and stones, like the bottom of a dried riverbed. Small shrubbery grows out of it as I look around, with red bushes, and green and blue trees with stubby branches, not growing much higher than 4 or 5 meters tall at most. There isn't much elevation change either. When I look around, it's like we're on a flatland for hundreds of kilometers, though my senses are still heightened from boosting my perception on the white ring, so I do see a thick jungle-like biome about 300 kilometers away. With it, I watch dozens of lords to my left and right, all running forward into the simulated battlefield, some toward each other, and some running off on their own. I even see pillars of white light in the distance, with small notifications popping up in my mind pointing to them with arrows on a tiny minimap. Duel, nearest 961 kilometers. Shop, nearest 1,120 kilometers. Gift, nearest 1,600 kilometers. Challenge, nearest 1,784 kilometers. They all have one of these messages as a descriptor, with all kinds of point rewards, avatar upgrades, or even rare soul weapons available. Though, the more complex descriptions are all blank, as it seems I need to be within range to gain access to this information. The mini-map is loading up my environment just like it did in the wilderness too. I run forward, pushing mana and ether into my footsteps in order to move faster. Many of the other second and first class lords I see zipping through this dry biome have full access to their ether commands and systems again, and give off impressive auras. Many have already made it into the jungle. I feel shockwaves of energy rippling through the air, and massive flashes of light in the sky, watching a white-feathered bird and a fiery lizard creature clash with wind and fire above the jungle's tree line far away. They both have some kind of greater energy form activated, and it really sets the tone for what I'm getting myself into. Dozens of other blue, green, white, yellow, and purple collisions explode in every part of my vision. Throughout this dry zone and within the jungle, destroying kilometers of trees and blasting holes in these smooth rocks, hundreds of the strongest monsters and lords in the green zone of the upper realm have begun to fight, and it is quite eye-opening as I continue running forward, watching total chaos break loose, and to think this is the warm-up round that no one bothered to show up to and watch. I murmur while leaving a trail of white ether and mana behind me. My body feels quite hot, and there's a light buzzing tone like high-pitched bees in my inner ear, as the noble vibrations have built up far more, placing pressure on my first seal far greater than 2.5 days ago when I first noticed them. Straining myself to get scans of the citadel certainly sped things up, but despite this, there is an even more strange sensation taking place on my back. I didn't feel it before, and I think it's because of the fact that our avatar restraints have finally been lifted, but large amounts of the ambient mana and stray ether coming off the commands around us are being siphoned into Rin. Even the residue coming off my body is getting drained into this elf's avatar. A few minutes pass, and many of the battles in the sky come to an end, but many more start again. These next rounds of fights are even more intense, as the weaker lords all lost, and now the winners are facing others, showing even higher levels of their strength. I make it within range of the treeline, separating this dry stone biome from the jungle with kilometer-high trees, but the air becomes thick and hot just as I'm about to charge my footsteps with ether and start to fly. 5th-class humans? Ha! 2 free points for the taking. A loud and deep voice bellows out from beneath the ground, the rocks start to shake, and a bulge bends upward to reveal a bright bronze horn. A massive rhinoceros head bursts from below, and a muscular humanoid body with 4 arms comes out, staring us down from a distance. It looks like this beast is made of rocks, and the 2 white crowns of a 2nd-class lord in bright 4 above its head tells me it's already been through a few battles in the few short minutes we've been in here. My gaze tracks left and right, spotting multiple deep holes in the ground just like this one, making it known this creature has ambushed other parties in the same manner. I wave a hand, motioning for it to move. I don't want to fight, I just want to check out those pillars in the distance. A laugh comes back from the beast, and an aura grows around him, humming with dense mana, divine threads, and a premium avatar's ether commands, making the rocks around him turn into liquid using an earth summoning skill. Spears are created in all 4 of its hands as it yells again, "Oh, you have no choice in the matter." Then throws one of its massive ether-imbued earth spears my way. I sidestep with a burst of mana under my feet, far more explosive than what I had to use beneath the citadel in that cell, as this creature really did just try to kill me. The rock around him continues to flow and cover his body, creating armor and growing him in size to over 50 meters tall, like some kind of greater form is being activated. I roll my eyes. I guess I can't hide forever. By the strength of the vibrations hitting the inner walls of my body, I'm going to have to let them out before the day's over. This so-called new noble of the Vermilion family is going to be revealed in the main event tonight, and that is when everyone will be watching. So, there's no point in trying to stay within the limitations of this 5th-class human avatar shell. At this point, I've achieved my goal here, and welcome the suspicion of the demons. I smirk, letting a hint of my true mana control leak out, then raise a hand in the air, filling it with dense fiery soul energy, not bothering to create the facade of the tens of thousands of basic ether command simulations it would take for a 5th-class human to create such an attack. Then, let it fly forward at the beast that angrily throws 3 more spears my way after missing its first. The flimsy pillars of stone are incinerated on the spot, and a massive gaping hole is left in the chest of this monstrosity's greater form. My fireball isn't even affected, but I wave my hand to let the ball of flames explode before it gets too high in the sky. Even so, the burst of dark red flames and white ether lights up the sky behind us, and takes out almost a full kilometer of jungle. The rhinoceros lord's eyes are wide open in fear as it falls forward on its face, murmuring, "I'm possible," then fading away in a gentle white wisp of commands. Kill confirmed, points awarded, 4, total points, 5. The green number above my head counts up quickly to match the notification in my inner ear, and I calmly walk forward through the white mist. And leftover mana from this beast's aura. Many other strong 1st-class lords nearby make mental notes of this explosion, as it was no ordinary blast and certainly an enemy to keep their eyes on. The mist filled with leftover energy turns into a slowly spinning whirlpool, coming my way instead of dispersing outward, though I'm not the one draining it. Ren's body glows white as it's entirely absorbed by their small figure, and I feel a small hand tighten around my shoulder for a moment. Once the air is clear, I raise an eyebrow and send a mental message. But there is no response still. Another voice from the admin on the outer ring of the citadel rings in my inner ear instead. Good luck in this first round. I believe a quick victory won't be a problem. I nod, stepping up into the air, and starting to float above the portion of jungle I destroyed with fire. Then, a visual is transmitted into my mind. It shows this entire dome from an aerial view. There are hundreds of large biomes like the one I'm hovering over, and flashes of light and clashing aura all around it. Beside this huge aerial view, I see the empty stadium still filling up extremely slowly, and a small moving text box beside it. There are faces, entry numbers, and total points next to random lords, and it's moving fast in real time. Some of the lords on this leaderboard already have hundreds of points, though only the top 100 are shown on this live list. I take in as much info as I can before the visuals shift, and the live view of a massive berserker giant's greater form battling an enormous purple and black spider's greater form in the sky is shown, both of them on the top 100 leaderboard. The demonic servant that welcomed us into this event begins giving blow-by-blow commentary on this fight and slows down portions of it to rerun. The admin I share a link of loyalty with speaks in my mind again. There may not be many people watching now, but already a few million lords are in these stands. Not to mention every admin has viewing privileges outside the inner city. If you stay out of entertaining fights you can move on without being seen, but if you wait too long, you'll be shown to the citizens here and cause a spectacle. It's not every day a human is entered into the arena. I grin, and kick off the air to fly further into the jungle toward a few large explosions in the sky. Thank you for the heads up, and please do keep this live spectate feed active for me. It will be a great help. I hope you enjoy the show. Chapter 821. I fly forward over the jungle with no specific goals in mind. If I were to go all out, I could fly around this arena in a matter of seconds and gain enough points to pass to the main event, so there is really no rush. My curiosity is more so focused on the white pillars of light and geo points on my mini-map pinpointing the nearest, duel, shop, gift, and challenge areas. Even further in the distance, I watch one of the pillars disappear, and another form out of the corner of my eye, making this the center of my focus even further. I decide to head toward the closest pillar labeled duel, letting a burst of mana and ether out from my steps as I fly through the air, leaving a small trail of fire to keep up a minor facade. My bright footsteps are quickly noticed, and I run into many creatures that climb up from the trees, or change their flight paths after winning other battles in the air, though I don't pay them much mind. If I'm faster than them, I just continue forward, but if they're too aggressive, or clearly angry or unintelligent beasts, I throw a fireball just like I did at the rhino monster their way, and one-shot kill half a dozen second-class lords over the next few minutes. Many notifications ring in my head as I fly through the air, and I make sure to circle back and fly through the clouds of mana and ether as they disappear, allowing Run to absorb the extra energy. A final notification goes off as I touch down in a rocky grassland region with very little trees, and a few fast-flowing streams of water in the distance. Kill confirmed, points awarded, 3, total points, 26. Almost every one of the kills on the way over already had points stacked themselves. At this rate, there will be tons of double-digit point holders flying around. This also means tens of thousands of lords have already been eliminated, though I don't think on it too much. I just stare at the white glowing pillar in the distance with an earth golem and a lizard man approaching it on either side. They're both second-class lords, and have 4 and 6 points respectively. Bright ether commands light up over both of them, and the pillar fades away, creating a small dome about 2 kilometers wide, with a bright green 8 over its top. Inside the dome, both lords only have a 1 over their heads, and they don't waste any time in starting their battle. I curiously watch for a few seconds, floating above in the sky about 5 kilometers away, and watch the earth golem overpower the lizard man using a heavy hammer. Not too long later, the lizard man is defeated, and disappears in a white mist, but when the dome around them fades, the lizard man returns. He has a 1 over his head still, while the golem holds 9 points. More information about the dueling pillars comes up in my mind, as I viewed it at close enough range, and I understand now that both parties can put whatever they wish up for a gamble, but if they lose, they are not eliminated entirely from the event. Well, that's a bit boring. I murmur to myself, flying forward and letting a massive ball of fire out from my palm to release it like a bomb on the ground. 2 loud notifications ring in my mind, bringing me up to 36 points while I touch down on the ground where the translucent light pillar once stood. All of the energy in the air twirls around and falls into Ren's body as I look toward the next biome, and lift off the ground again. The next region is mostly large bodies of water, with small spots of sand, and rocky islands. There aren't any lords in this biome either, so when I land down on a small sandy island in front of the next white pillar labeled shop, I have it all to myself to examine. Notifications pop up, giving options of instant avatar upgrades, soul weapon purchases, and even the ability to change this pillar into a duel, gift, or challenge checkpoint, though the cheapest soul weapon is 50 points, and the avatar upgrade's cheapest option is 100. Changing this pillar type isn't worth the 250 points either, when there are more off in the distance right in my vision. This event is probably more exciting for those that a simple upgrade or soul weapon would make a huge difference in fights. I think to myself, keeping a telepathy link active with Rin in case they wake up. After the dual checkpoint, Ren's legs grip around my waist has gotten a bit tighter, but there is still no reply or signs of consciousness. As I fly through the air again off toward the nearest gift pillar, I wonder to myself if the avatar upgrades here would be permanent even after the event. For a normal lord, the opportunity here is great. Even if they don't win or move on to the main event, the calm blue lakes of water begin to dry up as I fly further, and even become overpowered by the heat of the next biome. Lava pools and dark black rocks fill my view, sending white steam up into the air where the last remnants of this lake biome last. Though, the heat doesn't bother me, I just head toward the white pillar on the horizon. There aren't many lords this far into the dome. It's so spread out now that I didn't see a single one in the last biome, yet now as I approach this gift pillar, I sense 3 streaks of light from other surrounding biomes heading in the same direction. A serpent, a bird, and a humanoid monster with 6 eyes and gray fur, all first-class beasts, are what I see. On top of that, the clash of auras hits my senses right where I'm headed. There is already a first-class fiery salamander, and a first-class creature made of shimmering silver metal, with no face, battling in front of the pillar in the volcanic region. I don't bother trying to interact with any of them, and fly straight into the white pillar to examine its commands. Gift checkpoint: you must stay inside for 10s to accept a gift. Start timer. 1. I hit the start button, and read the additional information beside it, stating that if any other lord enters the pillar, and selects the start timer themselves, the countdown is reset. In order to claim whatever gift is inside, I need to keep out any lords that wish to interfere for 10 whole seconds. 10, 9, a timer in my head begins counting down, but both the salamander and metal monster stop fighting, and look my way. 8, 7, then my mental countdown stops as both of them light up in a flaming greater form and a white glow respectively, and blast attacks my way, diving into the white pillar and disrupting its countdown. While I can easily tank the hit of a pillar of flames, or the 2 white curved crescents of energy from the metal monster coming my way, I'd rather not test Ren's luck. I let mana burst from my feet again, and twist out of the way, faster than either monster can see. 2 massive fireballs at the same strength I've been using in the past hit my targets, and I watch the metal monster and overgrown fiery salamander fall to the biome floor. The metal creature is caught in an explosion against black rock, and the salamander falls into a pool of fire, creating 2 massive blast waves and returning the countdown from 10 in my head. Though, surprisingly, I don't hear the point system update, and grin when I see both of these beasts emerge from the flames of my attack. They each have horrible burning scars, limbs missing, and let out horrific roars, but I'm impressed. I may not be borrowing any stats, have an unconscious elf on my back, and have 3 celestial grade seals holding my true power back, but I still thought I had enough power in the blast to kill anything in the green zone of the upper realm other than nobles, elite first-class beasts. These are like nothing I faced in the wilderness. I whisper with a grin, I guess I'll have to try a little harder. I raise my hands above my head, and create 8 fireballs just as before, and send them flying down at the 2 beasts that fly up my way. The ground below me is completely annihilated by the destruction I throw down on it, incinerating all of the black rock structure that this white pillar was beaming down on, and letting the surrounding pools of lava flow in as these 2 beasts are torn apart and blown to bits. Kill confirmed. Points awarded: 17, total points 53, kill confirmed. Points awarded: 22, total points 75. My eyes gleam with excitement as the countdown timer in my mind falls below 5, but I'm simultaneously surrounded by the new first-class beasts I sensed racing me to this pillar. I let out a laugh, as it felt quite good to throw out those last balls of fire. It's been a while since I got to throw around attacks with even a hint of my true power, and the grin on my face grows as I feel the auras of this snake, white bird, and 6-eyed monster erupt into their greater forms with even greater strength than the lords I killed down below me. I waste no time in summoning dozens of balls of fire all around me, and even activate light magic to erupt outward, making the air all around me for a few kilometers full of a strange aura that distorts perception. When I throw the fireballs in the directions of my attackers, it takes far more mental strength for them to see what direction they're coming from, and not second guess that it's all an illusion. The black serpent to my right glows with a yellow gleam in its eyes, erupting outward to a length over 300 meters long in its greater form. Its eyes are the sharpest of all, and I watch it slither through almost all of my attacks, though I can't help but smile as the back of its tail is hit by a large burst in the end, blowing a chunk of its flesh and scales off into the air. It does manage to let out an attack of its own through the chaos, sending a black and yellow ball of energy from its mouth, smelling of sour poison. The white feathered bird in front of me has exceptional eyes as well, but mostly uses its 60-meter wide greater air magic form to twist and turn through the fireballs I throw at it. None make any direct hits, only the residue of flames tinges some of the feathers on its wings, but it is too occupied to manage sending any attacks back my way. The 6-eyed beast to my right grows in size, pushing bulging muscles through its gray fur. It is some kind of body transformation, rather than an energy form. It charges straight my way, holding 2 massive axes, slicing the fireballs I send at it in half, and tanking a few direct hits when they prematurely explode. Massive burns, and blotches of its fur are singed off, but its speed doesn't slow. This monster has extremely high strength and defenses. They all plunge into my light magic array without hesitating one bit. But I fly upward to narrowly dodge the snake's energy ball, and charge up 24 more fiery attacks of my own. At this range, my accuracy is greater, and the strength of my illusions is more potent as well. I hit the serpent 2 times, higher up its greater form, closer to its head, sending more flesh and scales flying. One of my fireballs even hits the white bird's wing, burning away feathers and revealing frail bone. For the 6-eyed beast, I concentrate every attack flying its way in a single spot, its right leg, and create illusions to make it believe I'm aiming for its head. Massive explosions light up the sky, and create clouds of mana and ether residue that can be seen from many biomes away. It even clouds my own vision slightly. I charge up another 24 balls of fire, as this is about my limit without activating my own buffs or other skills, or pulling any borrowed stats. At this rate, it's going to take me 3 or 4 more exchanges to take them all out. Both myself and these monsters know it's true, yet their goal is to break into the pillar to disrupt the commands from triggering for me. I don't have to kill them on the spot, all I have to do is hold them off for another 2 seconds. I grin, releasing another relentless wave of fire, shaking the skies, and jumping upward even more to dodge attacks that come back from not only the snake, but wind crescents from the bird and 2 dark gray energy waves from the beast. The snake has to change its direct course, as my balls of fire would have hit its skull this time, and most likely taken out an eye. The bird dives downward, to avoid losing its ability to fly. As I attack its injured wing ruthlessly with no remorse, the gray beast has exposed bone on its right leg, and I attack there once again. Although it can handle this without it being fatal, it has to stop in place to block with both blades. I let out another loud laugh while summoning another 24 red burning suns above my head and throwing them forward, watching the 3 first-class beasts stop less than 500 meters in front of the white pillar, at the same time, as they block these massive bursts of fire. Notifications ring in my ears. 1, 0, select gift. A wide selection of soul weapons stream into my mind. They're all basic class, without souls of their own, or any unique features. However, they all give off the aura of premium grade avatars. The gift being awarded here is extremely high quality, and with all of the side descriptions and preloaded ether commands that come with each one, I decide to pick the most flashy and destructive weapon I see and give it a try. It has a familiar shape to a weapon I fought against in the past, but never got the chance to use myself. I'd been wondering what it'd be like to wield one since then. The white pillar fades away all around me. And at the same time I decide to let my light magic illusions disappear too, allowing the beasts I'm battling to see me perfectly clear, and face them the same without any tricks. A massive weapon begins to form in my grasp, even taller than myself, glowing bright with white light as a summoning ether command triggers, bringing this soul weapon from wherever it was stored straight to me, and bonding with my Grand Citadel avatar shell. At the same time, I watched the damaged serpent, flaming bird, and limping beast emerge from the walls of fire residue to all converge on me, a tiny human roughly 1/100th their size. However, I activate my own greater form, summoning a dark red energy barrier made of pure soul energy around my body. Ren stays secured to my back within the center of the energy manifestation. It only grows to about 30 meters in size, but this is more than enough, and multiplies my firepower output over tenfold, growing the soul weapon in my grasp by over 10 times in size as well. None of the first-class beasts saw this coming, as their eyes widen, and reflexive defensive techniques and ether commands activate, though they never stood a chance. The sound of chains rattling and fire crackling fills the air as I swing a massive spiked ball on a chain that glows red and white with fiery soul energy across my body. The snake, bird, and beast are all crushed like glass on impact, exploding into millions of pieces, their divine cores and avatars erupting into flames from the shockwaves. A massive portion of the volcanic region below me shakes and cracks like earthquakes are hitting it for over 100 kilometers in every direction, and a dinging sound in my inner ear confirms each kill, bringing my point total up to 184 in an instant. However, another portion of my mind is focused on the spectate feed that the admin on the outside shares with me. This is because I'm watching the last few seconds of this clash on rerun in slow motion, as the demonic servant running the arena event displays what I've done to millions watching. Chapter 822, Would You Look at That? A new entry managed to break their way into the top 100 with a combo kill. An ingenious move there, using the gift checkpoint as a high ground and striking once the reward spawned in. The demonic servant yells out to all that are listening, pointing at the massive spiked soul weapon wrapped in red fiery aura breaking through 3 premium grade first-class avatars. The demon zooms in further, showing my face and entry number at slot 97 on the leaderboards, and yells out again with an excited tone. And it's a human. I don't think we've ever seen one of those with a greater energy form before. Maybe you're all looking at a future main event challenger. Its voice breaks off, and the displays of my ruthless attack turn off from the screen at the same time, and a massive mammoth lets out a roar in its place, fending off half a dozen other first-class lords at once, all in the top 100, onto bigger news. The rampaging mammoth has finally stopped. We're seeing it face opponents it can't kill in a single attack for the first time. Remember everyone, placing bets on entries is still available until the main event starts. The live odds are here, more visuals of this battle raging on are shown, and the display screen is split to show options to bet on other entries in the top 100. There is a separate pop-up window of the admin's personal bets on myself and Ren already selected as max. Looks like I'm already old news. I send to the admin through a telepathy link in a sarcastic tone. A few seconds of the mammoth's battle passes, then the point of view in this spectate feed is swapped again with another battle of a familiar berserker giant I saw earlier battling a spider, now facing off against a horde of 10 black serpents that look like the one I just finished off. Its massive blade slices through all of them in a single circular swinging motion, pushing it up to the number 1 slot on the leaderboards with over 3,000 points already. I let out a relieved sigh, looking at the notification in my own mind, showing that there are still over 48 minutes left, so I have plenty of time. My display may have been impressive, but there are still many more things watchers have their eyes on for now. I'm not the main spectacle. I slowly float around in circles, deactivating my greater form and letting Ren absorb all of the leftover residue from this battle above the lava pits, then keep moving onward toward the next pillar far off in my vision. The contact of this elf's chest on my back grows hot, as the increased ether absorbed this time has started some kind of reaction. My own body is growing hotter too, as activating my greater form in that battle certainly sped up the buildup of noble vibrations beneath my first seal. I take a few deep breaths to get it under control. But as I fly over to the next biome, and start soaring over sand dunes, there is still a buzzing sound in my ear no matter what I do though. My attention moves away from this annoying noise once I watch the white pillar of light I'm headed toward fade away before my eyes. I squint, and enhance my vision, but there's no sign of any other lords nearby to trigger it. Not wanting to waste more time, I pivot and change my flight path to enter a mountainous forest region a few hundred kilometers away next, where the nearest checkpoint lies again, though. Once I get within range to start reading its information, it fades away too. I look around, expecting some invisible monster to attack me. But it never comes. A region full of translucent crystalline rocks is straight ahead with another pillar, and a volcanic region mostly filled with black mountains is off to my right. Both have more pillars in them as well, so I dart forward to see which one will be easier to claim. It's not like whatever is interfering can be at both places at once. However, a minute later, once I'm directly in the center of both, they fade away at the exact same time. My gaze tightens, and I look to the sky. Someone's messing with me. I murmur. In the admin's live spectate feed, I watch myself fall far below the top 100 mark in these few minutes that pass, as other monsters are more competitive. And the prize pools and odds constantly shift on the screen. The demonic servant looks very lively, commenting on more of the strongest monster battles. It all makes sense in this moment. I've flown too far away from the action. It may seem like randomized rewards, but in reality the only rewards I'll get are for putting on a show. There are certainly demonic servants behind the scenes manipulating this event in real time to make it more entertaining. Fine, if it's a show you want, I'll give it to you. I change direction entirely, and begin doing some mental calculations, watching the live feeds of many monsters fighting, and pinpointing explosions in the background of other scenes. It allows me to begin painting a mental picture of many new biomes, and a mapping of this whole arena. I think you'll do. Let's see what kind of reward I get for taking out a beast in the top 10, I whisper while looking off over a dense swampland biome, but my gaze is staring over a dozen zones away. I pick up my speed, and let trails of fire and ether linger behind me. A few more minutes pass, and explosions and clashing auras of other entries fly by above, below, and beside me. I block a few attacks with the swing of my new spike soul weapon, but don't engage in any fights. The majority of lords around here still have less than 50 points, and the occasional one over 100 is occupied fighting others. My vision stays pointed forward, at a massive cloud of dust on the horizon. I can see it with my real eyes, and also in the spectate view of the admin in my mind. A grin grows on my face as the greater form of this beast sits at over a kilometer wide, made of a pure maroon-colored light, giving off natural intimidation that can be felt from multiple biomes away. I activate my own greater form again, glowing crimson and charging my ball and chain with fire while letting out a loud laugh. And flying through the now dozen other first-class lords trying to kill this beast, the mammoth I'd been seeing on the big screen over and over is still at it, at number 9 on the leaderboards now with 1,415 points. I don't hold back and swing my weapons across my body at its head, plunging down toward it, and the beast lets out a roar that shakes the whole dry and rocky region, turning its head with speed I wasn't expecting from an unintelligent monster this size. The flaming spiked ball hits one of its massive greater form's white curved tusks, and we're caught in a standstill, sending shockwaves through the air, and making the demonic servant viewing the match scream with excitement. The human is back. It looks like it wasn't a fluke. He's chosen on his own to face the undefeated mammoth. Will it be the end of him like all others that challenged it so far, or will this lower race pull off another miracle? I grit my teeth at the announcer's words, and am blown backward by the force of my exchange with this massive woolly mammoth. Its true body inside its greater form looks to be over 40 meters long, larger than my entire energy form already. Now that I think of it, I even heard other admins talking about mammoths in the past. Its ether is far more refined and powerful than any other monster within my current perception. It feels very similar to the strength of the warlords back on Ellipsia before their new avatar upgrades. Whatever this beast is, it's certainly not using only the provided premium-grade ether commands. The rage-filled aura and animalistic roar coming from its open mouth as I fly backward through the air tells me this refined ether it's using is leaking out from its avatar on instinct alone. An even wider grin shows on my face as I watch its greater form tear up a few hundred meters worth of rocky land behind it, as the force from my hit sent it moving back as well. The announcer's eyes widen, and he takes advantage of this by hyping up the crowd further. The seats are still over 90% empty, but I can see some movement in them now, as they're getting a bit excited. However, as I gain my footing in the air again, and decide whether to use more ether in my next strike, or pull a small amount of stats to boost my strength, a familiar white pillar forms between myself and the mammoth that just regained its footing and has started to charge my way. Challenge checkpoint. Enter the pillar to join the challenge, 0/15 slots filled. This is clearly admin interference again. No way a checkpoint naturally formed in the middle of our clash. I think to myself while reading the descriptions and text boxes that pop up in my mind. At the same time, I see even more trouble approaching out of the corners of my vision. The dozen first-class monsters that were hunting this mammoth before now look at this situation with even brighter gleams in their eyes, as they see me as the perfect bait to distract this beast and take the points it's holding for themselves. Chapter 823, you've entered the challenge, 1/15 slots filled, 2/15 slots filled, 3/15 slots filled. Notifications ring in my mind as I fly forward through the pillar again, clashing my spiked mace against the massive mammoth's tusk that is easily 10 times as long as my greater form. This beast, myself, and Ren on my back have all entered this challenge pillar that has been strategically placed by admins crafting an entertaining show, without using any borrowed stats or additional buffs, only using my greater form's strength. The attack that slams into this monster's tusk and keeps us at a standstill again is actually my full power. There's an immense amount of mana control and pure refined low-quality ether still locked behind my seals, but I'm quite impressed by the brute strength of the beast. You're almost as strong as a noble, no wonder those admins were looking for more of you. I think to myself while flying backward again, watching the mammoth let out a roar, and being pushed back a few hundred meters as well for a second time. 4/15 slots filled, 5/15 slots filled. More notifications ping in my inner ear as streaks of weaker aura fly through the sky around me. 6/15 slots filled, 7/15 slots filled, 8/15 slots filled. All of the surrounding first-class lords that were trying to defeat this mammoth before see this challenge checkpoint as an opportunity they can't miss out on. I feel strong desire and greed in their auras, and believe there must be an ulterior motive to killing this mammoth than just to claim its points. They all seem to have a spark of intelligence in their eyes, so this urge to kill a monster clearly far too strong for them when they could stack points elsewhere spikes my curiosity. The slots fill all the way up in a matter of seconds. 15/15 slots filled, all slots filled. The challenge will begin shortly. The white pillar, now surrounded with many strong lords holding 100 to 300 points each, fades away, but a large amount of energy is released into the air. At the pillar's base, the ground turns a solid white coloring, and it pulses outward with extreme speed, covering this entire rocky region in a layer of pure ether commands. At the biome's borders, it bursts upward as well, trapping all 15 of us in a white cage that connects to the top of the dome with no escape. The ringing in my ears echoes out again. 5-minute challenge event. Battle Royale, survive until the end, and claim your prize. 1. A massive, 0, hovers high in the air, about 100 kilometers in the sky in line with where the pillar stood moments ago, and below it, a massive visible 5-minute clock counts down. I read out the higher detailed descriptions popping up in my mind, but the announcer, showing this feed live to those watching in the arena, outlines exactly what I see. A special challenge event has been triggered between the mammoth and the human. And it looks like even more lords are joining in. Images of each one of these lords ranging from lizard creatures, 2 massive bears, a 10-armed chimera, a bird with bright yellow feathers, and all kinds of other first-class monsters even stronger than the 5 I faced near the gift pillar appear one after another. It's going to be a 5-minute challenge, where none of the lords that entered can leave this zone. If a lord is killed inside the time limit, all of their points will be added to the prize pool, and they will be eliminated from the event like a normal kill. Another view of the crowded stands zooms by, but I don't have the luxury of enjoying the show like everyone else. I'm in the middle of this fight. I step upward through the air, avoiding half a dozen incoming attacks from various lords, and swing my massive greater form spiked club across my body, landing a direct hit on one of the enormous winged creatures in the sky that looks like an overgrown black beetle. It takes all of my strength, but I still manage to crack through its outer layer of energy armor, and send it hurtling backward at the brink of death. To my surprise, one of the other lords in the flurry sends 2 blue crescents of water magic its way from another direction, and slices it in half using the weak points I created to finish the kill. A flash of white light dissolves its corpse in an instant, and a loud ding sounds throughout the dome, changing the 0 above us to a 166. Not even 10 seconds into this match, and we already have our first kill. The live feeds move back to the battle, and show a replay of this stolen kill. My gaze meets the enormous humanoid tortoise creature wielding 2 blue daggers, but my mind is occupied with the announcer's next words. It will be a deathmatch for everyone inside, but this doesn't have to end with only one remaining. Whoever is left after the timer hits 0 will share the pool of points equally. However, depending on the difficulty of your trials inside this event, an additional unique prize will be granted to each winner of this challenge. Best of luck, fighters! And do not forget to place your side bets. Live odds for this mini challenge are available now. I roll my eyes and fly forward through the air, swinging my spiked mace again to slam against the blue tortoise's daggers. It managed to block my attack, but it sent flying backward a few kilometers. While I don't feel any backlash, my gaze is focused on the mammoth coming my way again. It lets out the same roar, and its animalistic eyes lock with mine, filled with hot ether and rage, making me believe it doesn't even know this challenge has started, and I'm just another fight in its long life of survival and brutal battles to the death. This makes me grin wider than I have in a long time up here in the upper realm, swinging my spiked ball downward again to clash with the mammoth, creating a shockwave that sends all of the other challengers flying backward from the force. I let out another laugh, as it feels like I'm finally stretching my arms and legs out after a long nap. Massive red and maroon auras clash, and explosions of enormous fire bursts come off my spiked ball after every impact, but we're evenly matched. Streaks of white ether flow from my back, but the same visuals can be seen trailing behind the mammoth's tusks. The announcer goes wild, zooming in on our every exchange as a battle of greater magnitude than ever expected rages on. Another hit. And another. This is the strongest human I've ever seen in my 9,000 years of life. I can't believe it. The mammoth's roars carry waves of natural intimidation in them, and one of the humanoid lizard lords falls from the sky, passing out from the pressure, and is trampled by the mammoth after being sent flying back from one of our exchanges. The number in the sky updates to a 390, and the announcer's words echo in my ear through the spectate feed again. Not even the Emerald Lizard race's elite warriors can withstand the aura of this clash. Incredible. At the same time, a yellow-feathered bird I saw before this match began swoops down at me while I'm flying backward from the recoil of my last exchange. I swing my ball on a chain faster, and twist through the air to make a direct hit against the bird's glowing white beak. An ear-piercing squawk is drowned out by the explosive flames, and 2 dinging sounds in my ear. Kill confirmed, 214 points added to challenge total. The 390 ticks up to 604, and through the clouds of fire, the white tusks of the mammoth come at me before I even reset my footing in the sky. Even though my physical prowess is suppressed, my mental clarity and calculations are still far superior to what they should be. Deep within my mind, noble vibrations are still aiding my perception. I grin and kick off the air to dodge one of the tusks, and swing down on its head. My pure soul energy aura clashes with this beast's, but I still can't break through it. There are instinctive ether defenses forming all over its greater form's body. And even now, colliding with the center of its forehead, we're still stuck in a standstill. I smirk, thinking to myself, fine. I'll borrow a little strength and pull stats from a few first-class worlds. If I were to pull 65% from the hundreds of thousands of worlds I have access to, I could kill everything in this entire arena before I blink again. Even activating my astral form would be overkill, and show my true strength too early. My generals are still adapting to their environment. I can't fully expose myself until the time is right. With restraint in mind, mana surges into me as I take about 1/10,000th of the stats and extra mana control I have available to me, and the soul weapon in my grasp glows bright red and pushes out a menacing aura, so much so that the mammoth's feet are crushed into the ground below us momentarily, cracking the thick crust of this rocky biome. However, that's not the only thing that cracks. I feel this massive amount of aura breaking limits of this basic class soul weapon, and small fractures form on its surface. It has self-healing commands already pre-purchased, but they can't be activated mid-swing. My smile grows even more, and I borrow even less stats, letting my mana recede back into my greater form and out of the attack. However, I stay firmly in place while the mammoth takes the full recoil. Many of the first-class lords that withstood the pressure before see this as a perfect time to strike when the beast is weakened. But they're sorely mistaken. 3 first-class lords are caught up in the monster's rage as it twists its head around, shattering their entire avatars with a single strike from its tusks. I fly upward and away from the raging beast, activating the self-healing commands on this soul weapon, and watching the prize pool soar up to 1,198. Replays of my first successful landed hit on the mammoth's head are shown on the live screens, and the brutal instant kills afterward are shown too. However, as the glowing light white heals the cracks all over this spiked mace, the demonic servant announcer zooms in on me floating in the air much further than he ever has in the past before. So far in, that the imagery of Ren asleep on my back is visible. My sharp eyes look directly at the portion of the dome that is recording me, then dive back down toward the mammoth, ready to take it out for good now that I know my weapon's limits. Chapter 824, red and white streaks of aura light up the sky, and biome-shaking shockwaves fill the air as my massive spiked club collides with the mammoth's tusks, and every few attacks I manage to collide with its main body, ripples of fiery aura leave marks in its greater form, but the attacks are never strong enough to break all the way through. I have to use less power to not shatter my new soul weapon, and dodge out of the way to not put Ren in danger from getting hit by the mammoth's counterattacks or any stray energy beams from the remaining first-class lords in the sky. What I didn't expect is that once I get far enough away, and take the few seconds necessary to heal, the crimson patches of flames on the mammoth's hide are engulfed in white ether, and are healed just as fast. Well, you're going to be even tougher than I thought. Comes out of my mouth while twisting away from another one of its counters, and slamming my club into a multi-armed chimera beast with multiple heads and elemental abilities, waiting for me as it's been studying my movements. I am technically more vulnerable the moment after impact with the mammoth, as my soul weapon is not fully intact, but a few small fractures don't mean much when I'm not trying to break through this monstrous creature's ether defenses. The premium-grade avatar of this chimera is shattered, and in the same swing as I jump upward, I tear through a bright green lizard holding 2 heavy spears. Kill confirmed, 264 points added to challenge total. Kill confirmed, 170 points added to challenge total. Notifications ring in my ear as the prize pool increases to 1,632, and the live clock below it ticks down below 3 minutes remaining as I heal my soul weapon again, watching the live spectate feed play on in the back of my mind, zoomed in extra far on my greater form again. It looks like there's not only one human, but 2. Maybe they were hit by some sleeping technique, or the aura in this battle is too strong for them to handle. This is getting more exciting by the minute. The announcer goes on to advertise the betting odds again. Then in the downtime while myself and the mammoth heal, the live feed cuts to the rank 1 berserker giant battling an enormous black golem's greater form in an icy mountain range, destroying multi-kilometer tall peaks with every clash. Their battle looks just as intense, possibly even more than the one I'm in right now. The feed switches again, and a bright white serpent clashes with a black one of a similar size on the surface of an ocean biome. It creates tsunamis, and the announcer shows more and more stats, keeping the crowds amused. My gaze darts back down to the mammoth. Then I'm disturbed by another few crescents of magic flying by that I need to dodge. At the same time, my opponent down below is hit by a few annoying bursts of magic too from the remaining first-class lords disrupting our battle. Despite the rage and focus in its glowing white eyes staring up at me, for a moment, we both share a single thought, and bursts of aura fill the atmosphere, followed by dinging notifications and trails of fire through the sky. Every last first-class lord in the air is eliminated by a single swing of my spike mace, or a charged swing of the mammoth's tusks. The number in the sky ticks up further, stopping at 2,388, with still just under 3 minutes on the fight clock. It's a face-off now. Just the mammoth and the humans, the announcer yells, switching the live feed back to our challenge. I don't waste a second, and attack with everything I have within this soul weapon's limits, swerving through the sharp white tusks of the beast and slamming a fiery hot ball of spiked ether into its side. Small cracks form in its greater form, and the sharp points of my mace break through its ether defenses slightly, but the pressure deeper into its greater form, closer to its real body, is too great. This basic class weapon can't withstand it no matter how much I want it to. Even if I can't kill you, I might as well have some fun. I yell out, and fly all over the biome. In curved arcs of fire. It looks like I'm bouncing upward after each hit, leaving trails of fire in long arching patterns for a few seconds each time to let the cracks on my weapon heal. In the live feeds, I see many lords actually watching with interest now, as before they didn't seem to care, but the announcer watching keeps showing replays of my attacks and is quite invested. Of course, the other two major battles between the Berserker and Golem, and the serpents over the ocean, are getting just as much screen time, but this fiery clash is certainly a spectacle for the over 10 million lords in the stands now watching. Some are extremely happy, as their side bets on this challenge event are already paying off, while others are standing up angry at the impossibility of a human lasting this long. I grin, and continue to send attacks down at the monster below. It doesn't lose focus for a single moment. The beast's fierce white eyes are always tracking me, and its defenses are always perfectly placed to protect its vitals and blind spots. Even the amount of time it allows me to attack it when its tusks miss their first strike feels calculated. After a few dozen more exchanges pass, I come to the realization I'm not going to be able to defeat this monster without stepping it up a notch. There are certainly cracks in its armor, but none I can exploit without giving away the fact that I have power that could rival a noble demon. What I'm showing now is absurd, yet believable. One wrong move, and I'll be outing myself as a real threat to the demons far too early. Soon, but not yet. I think to myself as I slam my spiked club down on the mammoth again. Over the final minute of this battle, the same actions repeat themselves over and over, making for quite the boring display. The announcer loses interest and focuses on the serpents as their battle ends with the glowing white one devouring the other and flying high above the sea, claiming slot 6 on the leaderboards. The Berserker and the Black Rock Golem continue to fight, destroying the snow biome they're in as the Berserker slices it in half, but the black monster regenerates and sends dense black beams of light back at its opponent while reforming back together. Their positions as rank 1 and 2 on the leaderboards is large on the screen. 10, 9, 8. The timer in the sky above me starts counting down, and I manage to get 3 more full-powered attacks in on this mammoth, with no change. 1-0, challenge complete, prize pool split. You've gained 796 points, calculating prize options, claim additional prize. As I read these notifications, the barriers around this biome fade away like it was never here, and I feel Ren's avatar vibrating on my back as the blue one above their head turns to a 797, at the same time mine ticks up to 980. Interesting, I murmur, wondering how they'll claim the additional prize. 1 full rank avatar upgrade, default. 1 full rank soul weapon upgrade. Select elite grade basic class premium grade soul weapon. Additional 250 points. Double point rewards for 100 seconds. Out of the corner of my eye while I'm reading my options to select, I see the entire greater form of the mammoth below me rippling with the same bright white light that Ren's avatar does, and realize they've both just received avatar upgrades. Our challenge is over, but that doesn't mean I want to give up on beating this monstrous enemy. I smirk and select the second option in my reward list, and the spiked mace in my grasp starts to glow bright white with ether commands that flow down from the sky. I see it from 2 points of view, as the live feeds watch me hold the growing soul weapon, wondering what this strange human will do next. The human passed up on the free avatar upgrade, and went for upgrading his weapon instead. Not the optimal move, as a weapon is only as strong as its wielder. These doubtful words only grow my inner excitement further, as I'm able to start borrowing stats from dozens, then even over 100 worlds of the mixed first and second class variety, almost 10 times more than this mace could withstand before. When the ether commands coming down from the top of this dome cease, and the deep crimson fire from beneath floods in, this entire biome becomes tinted in my aura. I push myself off the sky, down at the mammoth below me, and swing my spiked ball. The chains connecting it to the long handle I hold begin to multiply and lengthen, creating even more downward velocity until they stop getting longer. Instead of slowing down, the spiked ball disconnects from the chain and plummets down at its target with all of the stored energy I siphon into it. I plummet downward behind it, not attempting to change my flight path because I have full confidence in my attack. This mammoth may have upgraded its avatar, but the defenses it's been using so far were purely instinctual, and I'm certain they're limited by the amount of pure ether stored in this beast's true mind. Not the avatar's fake pool. I have an upgraded weapon, attacking the same old target. My eyes widen with approval as the mammoth tries to block my attack with one of its tusks, but a loud cracking sound echoes through the biome. This time, it's not my soul weapon, but the monster's bone. I let out a laugh that echoes through the live feeds while my spiked ball of soul energy flames makes contact with the mammoth's body next, and fractures splinter through its entire greater form, a ball of fire tens of kilometers wide erupts into the air as its greater form breaks into thousands of fragments, and its true body is crushed under the weight of my aura. Kill confirmed, points awarded, 211, total points, 3,191, congratulations, you're now placed in the top 10. See perks, tons of information streams into my mind, and even more excited roars from a crowd and the announcer's yells blur in the back of my consciousness. I just touched down on the shattered biome floor, where an enormous fiery crater has obliterated the entire center of this rocky wasteland. The flaming spiked ball at its center reconnects to the chains and handle in my grasp, and the plumes of mana and ether surrounding me start to twirl like an enormous whirlpool, yet, I'm not pulling any of this energy in, as all of these notifications ring in my mind, and an increased volume of noble vibrations buzz in my ears. The overstimulation pushes me into a survival mode. My paranoia increases, as I realize that display may have exposed me to the demons, considering I could have used half the power and got the same result. At the same time, I feel a murderous aura of killing intent stab into the back of my head and tons of possible scenarios begin to formulate in my mind. I swing my fiery soul weapon up in the air again, and prepare to face whatever it may be, but even as I turn, it tracks me with laser focus staying out of sight. Then I hear an angry, feminine voice yelling in my ear, "Where are we now? And what have you done to my avatar? I can't move. You deceived me, didn't you?" My back grows hotter and hotter. Then I realize what's really happened. My eyes widen as I release the mana and purple divine energy constraints to the elf strapped to my back. A burst of bright white energy fills my field of view once I turn around to actually see Rin again, but an enormous white greater form begins to manifest before my eyes before I can get a single word out. Chapter 825. As I turn my head, a bright white greater form bursts out from Ren's avatar. It's made of pure ether, and its outer walls have the same unreadable outer layer as the body of this elf's avatar. The last few times I've tried to scan through it, it works like a seal, but it's seamless. Unlike the many layers and millions of twisting commands and threads of ether and divine energy I unraveled from Seraphel and placed on myself, it feels natural, like it's alive. I sense a warm aura coming off it, one that makes the ring on my finger burn, and my senses tingle with the same aura I felt facing nobles, and a similar feeling that comes from Ava, or the berserker giant warlord that Ember is looking after. Though, I don't get to analyze what's in front of me much, as another yell comes at me. Where are we? This isn't the wilderness. I don't recognize this biome. Even in the sorry state it's left in, I can tell we've been moved. Tell me, what happened? What have you done? More killing intent streams out from the elf, and the greater form grows in size, surpassing my own energy form without stopping. This comes with the loud sounds of the demonic announcers having a field day at this turn of events. The human has done it again. Survived the challenge and using the rewards to crush his enemy. Was he just holding back his power before? Waiting for the time his soul weapon could catch up? I thought only the elite first-class beasts had potential like that. We are truly witnessing a mutant. Replays of my final hit, obliterating the mammoth and a majority of the biome I'm floating over, are put on display as many in the crowds grow even more wild, and the demonic servant just laughs out loud, seemingly enjoying himself a lot. I, on the other hand, watch the hands of this elf's greater form grow hot, with chaotic and fine ether commands I recognize. Similar to the small arrow this lord struck a first-class admin with and easily subdued them in the past without this greater energy form. Activated. Hey! I haven't deceived you at all. I can explain. I yell back, but the hot white glowing hands don't stop charging up further. I begin to recognize the flowing patterns. Just as one of the memories that I siphoned from that elf, as they used what they're about to cast one time before, my eyes widen. I'm not your enemy. Your other half seems to trust me fully, so why don't you? That array you're threatening to unleash, the last time you used it, it didn't have the desired effect. There were two enemies that were immune. I take it I will be too, as my defensive capabilities may be similar to theirs. I recall the two noble demons on the home world of this lord, unaffected by Ren's attack. I do not know if what I've said is true, But I need to start on some kind of common knowledge, and cannot use certain words out loud, or a concealed whisper skill at such range. This only seems to make the elf angrier. How do you know of that day? You're one of them, in a human skin? Is that why you know of? I grit my teeth, deactivate all of the borrowed stats I took in order to boost my strength, and swing my spiked club across my body. Careful now. I yell as my attack makes contact with the White Lord's hot hands, sending rippling shockwaves of ether and eerie hot vibrations through this desolate biome. To my surprise, even though I toned down my strength, I still used enough to easily kill a strong second-class lord, and my spiked ball on a chain has been stopped in midair without any issue. My gaze turns upward, and upon contact of my soul weapon and this white avatar, I create a telepathy link and yell my real thoughts, the fallen one. The crimson-eyed dragon. The traitor. Whatever you call him, you'll see him like I promised. I don't know the reason you desire this, but I know we have the same enemies. The demons. We're not in the wilderness anymore, I brought us to the inner city. Your other half is far more cooperative. We're being watched right now by every single demon in the green zone of the upper realm. We're both blown backward from the blast, myself with an annoyed look on my face as it's becoming more of a burden than a curiosity to keep Rin around, and the elf in question with a bewildered and still angry suspicious look plastered on their face. The announcer watching the fight, however, yells even louder with excitement than before, "Oh no! It looks like the other human wasn't a weakling after all. Another mutant, a lower-class lord with far more power than expected. Though, it seems they were not allies after all." How exciting! Visuals of that clash and additionally, the arena seats filling faster than usual show up on the screen. Since the challenge event started, the seating has risen from barely 5% of the stadium filled to closer to 20% now. The steady flow is rising, as millions of recordings of this oddity in the usually boring preliminary warm-up events have begun circulating around the inner city of the Grand Citadel. Ren stops in midair, still staring me down with eyes that haven't lost their sharpness, but follows my gaze upward to the sky, thinking about what I've said very carefully before motioning with their hands ever so slightly to attack again. I leave trails of fire through the air as I collide with the Lord's white hands, and open our link again to hear a private response. If you're a demon deceiving me, I've already fallen into your trap. And if you're a human and we're truly in the arena event right now, we're both as good as dead already. I will repeat myself, how do you know of that day? And my wish to meet with the dragon, my gaze tightens again, but a bit of relief comes with it. So you've decided to reason with me. We don't have time to share every secret, and quite honestly I still have no idea who you are, nor do I trust you, but someone I do trust has instincts that tell me we're meant to help each other. The goblin girl? Where is she anyway, and those admins, did you truly strike a deal with them? How is that possible without being a demon yourself? Yes, Ava is her name, you've already met. And I have an ability that allows me to bring demonic servants back to their previous state. That admin that you remember was a berserker giant. They have as much trouble with the demons as you and I. But neither of these points are too important. You tell me why you wish to meet with the dragon. And I think our mutual goals will be a bit more clear. At this, we fly apart from the shockwave again, but I don't wait to counterattack. White and red streaks fill the skies, and our conversation continues every time our avatars meet. Why I wish to meet the dragon? Another foolish question. If you were a demon, you would already know it's to help him take revenge. And if you are truly a human, and your race is the one she placed her faith in, then you should already know what you must do. Ren's eyes meet where my purple ring rests on my right finger while transmitting these words, but I respond just as we're about to bounce off each other again. If you're talking about Celia, then it's true. However, it's not exactly me she placed her faith in, but the dragon that was with me when we met. Impossible. You couldn't have met her, she left to seek the highest zone. Well, considering she told me she only lived 800 years, and your memories of her seem to be much, much older. It may not have been her after all. I begin to feel a mood shift in this angry elf's demeanor, one I felt once before as we were walking through the black sand desert. The rage, suspicion, and killing intent is starting to fade away. I continue to speak as Ren's eyes widen, and waves of confusion rush in, as it seems I've struck a sore spot and this lord is having trouble digesting my words. We're on the same side. I'm here in the Grand Citadel to kill Muriel Vermilion. You may not know that name, but they serve below the Morvales, and they below the vanguards that took your world. I promised you'd get to meet my soul-bonded partner, so I hope once I speak to you again, you do not try to kill me. the greater form around Rin begins to fade, and I have to channel far less energy into my soul weapon in order not to injure them. But another reply comes back: light elves are complicated. Unlike the darks that can live forever as long as they train their souls, we can only live as long as our lifespans let us. Our dormant states are hardly our other half, or considered living despite being able to exist for eternity too. So, as cooperative as she may be, I hope you don't expect me to keep any more promises you make with her. The entire greater form fades into white mist, and a small white-haired elf falls through the sky with an indifferent expression on their face. Ren's eyes return to their dull white state, and a light glow hums beneath their feet as the descent downward slows. I retract my soul weapon and deactivate my greater form while following, then touch down lightly in front of the small lord face. To face in the center of the crater in this biome, the elf speaks in a quiet and confused manner. So we're in the arena now. A light smile, and silent stare with no emotions at all. Looks right through me. Before I saw this act as a docile and scared frail lord, but now I don't know what to make of it. The images in the spectate feed in the back of my mind have already swapped back to the berserker giant and the black golem, as well as the white serpent now stalking a scorpion monster ranked 5th on the rankings. My mind wanders, but one thing does stand out to me: it's the fact that I'm now ranked number 7 on the live leaderboards, and as I turn my head away from the robotic elf and look around this arena, I see 9 red pillars of light that were not there before. Unlike the white pillars, these have faces and point values attached to them, and they are moving. Some toward each other, and some toward myself. It appears everyone in the top 10 has the pleasure of knowing the other's exact location, and how many points they have to steal. I run forward and scoop Rin off their feet again, and place the small white-haired lord back on my back, held on by mana and purple divine threads. WEL. Like it or not, you're my responsibility until my business here is done. Hold on, Chapter 826. As I look around, I see the 10th ranked beast at 2008 points, with the head of a lion and a massive muscular body covered in red fur, less than 1,000 kilometers away, just 3 biomes to my right. To my left, the first ranked berserker giant now holds 9,451 points, and the second ranked blackstone golem holds 7,971 points. In between, filling my view, are the exact coordinates of the rest of the top 10. The "Move on to main event" button is now fully lit up in my vision, as I've reached the 1,000 point threshold to do so. However, the total time remaining in this arena event is still over 30 minutes. I recall the announcer saying something about how holding more points now will help us in the main event, and I'm quite curious how. In addition to this, Rin still does not have 1,000 points, and I do not want to get separated right before I get my answers about what this elf really is, and their true purpose for crossing my path. I send another message through our telepathy link while jumping up into the air and leaving this destroyed biome in a trail of fire through the sky. Yes, indeed we are in the arena now. I just had another pleasant chat with your other half, and I don't know if we've made more progress or if they will want to kill me even more the next time we meet. Though for now, read the rules of this tournament. There should still be an option to re-examine them in your avatar settings. I need to find a way to get you points, and meanwhile, I'm going to have to fend off a few more monsters like the one I just fought here. I let out a sigh while leaving the smoldering rocky wasteland behind and heading straight toward the mutant lion. As our paths grow closer, the other top 10 point holders become occupied in their own battles as well, though. My next battle with the beast I'm hunting in the heart of a desert biome with red rocks and canyons does not last long either. Kill confirmed, points awarded, 2008, total points, 5,199. These are the notifications I hear after I activate my greater form and charge my spiked mace to shatter the mutant lion's avatar in a single swing. That mammoth was 10 times the beast. You were. I murmur to myself, while touching down right where its white mist fades, expecting it to swirl around me like before, but it seems Ren does not need the nourishment now that they're conscious again. You're stronger than I thought. No wonder she didn't kill you. She couldn't, is what I hear back whispered in my ear. I charge my eyes with ether and jump upward again, as I watch my live ranking push its way up to 4th place in a single battle. Though, my sight looks past the other red pillars and is far more focused on the straggling second-class lords around the less busy zones. There are still thousands of lords in this tournament. Many with single and double-digit points, fighting for a chance to get an avatar upgrade or something profitable, not daring to actually enter the main event. Yes, it's quite strange. I can feel your true strength. It is actually lower than your other half's. I don't understand it, but I don't have to in order to believe it. Though, I guess it doesn't matter either. You still need points, so get ready to fight. I send through our link again while touching down in the middle of a jungle 5 more biomes away after a full minute of travel through the skies using my greater form. I can see 2 red pillars coming in my direction, but we have time. When we land, I loosen Ren's hold on my back, and they face the group of unintelligent giant toad lords. There are 4 of them, all second class, and all with a few dozen points. They have strange elemental auras coming off of them, but we're less than 2 biomes from the outer wall of the dome. I presume they haven't moved far at all, and the elf can handle this threat. Go on, fight them. I want to see what you can do. I speak while motioning for them to fight the fat creatures with beady eyes that look in many directions. A robotic nod is returned to me, and Ren lifts both hands to glow light white. I cross my arms and watch, and the white-haired lord jumps through the air, using very robotic and rational motions to strike the toads. They resist, and even counterattack with their webbed feet and long tongues. One of them spits fire, another poison, and 2 of them water, yet, every hit Rin lands, small blotches of white ether are left on their avatars, while the 4 toads' raw strength is far greater than this frail elf. Light magic illusions are used to make it seem like they're in places they're not, even disappearing before the toad's eyes many times. The long tongues and mindless attacks destroy a portion of the jungle around us, but within 3 minutes, all 4 second-class monsters are eliminated, and the elf comes walking back toward me with an indifferent expression, like I'm staring at a robot. My arms are crossed, but I nod approvingly, matching all of these movements and fighting styles to the many memories of Ren wandering and surviving alone in the wilderness of the citadel. Good. Now it's my turn. I reply while turning around, watching 2 red pillars clash a few biomes away to my right. But to my left, another lone pillar approaching fast. Kill confirmed, points awarded, 2,318, total points, 7,517. Another single hit crushes the 9th place Emerald Lizard Lord, using half the borrowed stats I used to take out the mammoth. My own placement moves up to 3rd. I turn away from the other red pillars fighting, then off far in the distance to the 1st and 2nd ranks still at it, further than I can see all the way on the other side of the arena. Come on, there's plenty of stragglers on the way. You'll get the points you need, and I'll get the fight I want. I look up to the top of the dome and bear a thin smile, thinking, and you'll get your show, then carry Run onward toward a pair of mutant bears with thick gray fur and long white teeth that roam a cold mountainous biome, mindlessly looking for their next prey. One has 16 points, the other 105, as we touch down, and I stand back on the snowy mountain's edge to watch this fight play out to satisfy my amusement. Minutes pass, I could easily intervene and make things easier, but I see no point. I'm getting a live view of everything else interesting happening in the arena through a spectate feed in my mind. I'm in no rush to fight until the strongest of a certain duel makes themselves known. In the meantime, I'll watch the stands fill up with more and more lords as rumors of 2 humans with the potential to make it to the main event spread through the citadel like wildfire. The stands around the massive arena are over a 1/3 filled. The admin's voice in my head confirms my suspicions. Usually, they don't begin to fill until an hour before the main event. Although this is a particularly unique preliminary round. Without your fight with that mammoth, half these lords wouldn't have showed up, I reply to the admin, watching Ren defeat the smaller of the 2 mutant bears. That mammoth was tough, far stronger than a good amount of these other top 10s. I bet it could have even fought that berserker giant for a few blows. Though, I did overhear some other entries state round 1 is for the weaker lords. Are those kinds of beasts common in the Grand Citadel? They certainly aren't back in Ellipsia. The live feed shows this berserker in question slicing through the black golem again and again, and the shadowy menace does not give up, sending beams of black energy and heavy punches back, destroying over 20 full biomes now since their brawl began. The admin replies, common? No. Available to those that control the upper realm, yes. It was an average strength mammoth. I've seen much stronger. There are many worlds closer to the source that still grow strong races like them. Though, they're the first to be targeted and controlled. Your kind doesn't know much about the demons because you've been too weak for them to bother oppressing you in any realm low or high. They don't fear you. There's a silence between us for a few seconds, and I watch Ren kill the larger bear while in my mind the berserker giant glows with a bright white light, stabbing the golem through the head and exploding it into pieces. They begin to come back together, but the monstrous greater form of this red-skinned battle maniac tears through the black stone creature, standing in its center while it tries to reform. A loud screech from the monster's jagged-toothed mouth echoes through the spectate feed, and also my ears, as the entire arena feels its presence. The dense dark green core within the golem is held in the berserker's grasp, then tossed in the air and caught in its mouth. A final crunch makes all of the black stone attempting to reform around this monstrous berserker giant fall to the biome floor. And the announcer goes wild, along with many cheers from the crowds that watch. My eyes fall back on Ren, as they now hold enough points to move on. I nod, and turn my head back to the screech, sending a final message to the admin watching from afar. Well then, I guess starting today, the demons will have one more race to fear. Chapter 827. I quickly scan the nearby mountain range, and the few surrounding biomes. There are only a handful of second-class lords left around here. Any actual threats are all far deeper in the arena. The blank-faced elf walks toward me but stops as I nod with approval and speak up. You can survive on your own for a few minutes, right? My eyes track up to the sky and read the number left in this tournament. 21 minutes at most. If worst comes to worst, I guess you could select that option on your avatar to move on, but I'd prefer you stayed nearby until I move on as well. Ren nods calmly. I can do that. It's doubtful anything will come up here this late in the round. I nod too, looking to my side to see red pillars shifting about, and reply, yeah, if I leave, nothing else will come. See you soon. The elf sits in a comfortable position on the cold ground in front of where the two bear avatars dissolved and stares forward with an eerily blank expression, then shows a fake thin smile. Yes, see you soon. Even as I fly upward and leave this biome, Ren doesn't move at all, and none of the wandering lords nearby seem anywhere close. Just to make sure, I send fireballs down at the ground as I fly away, and make a quick circle through the surrounding biomes, killing a few dozen lords in the process and moving my total points up to 7,995. Even before this small detour, the fall of the black stone golem pushed me up to the second place ranking without having to move a muscle. This, in turn, puts a target on my head for the first-ranked berserker giant. As, after it is done celebrating its victory and bathing in the white mist of the golem's elimination, it turns in my direction. Just like myself and everyone else in the top 10, we do not have to fight. I see some of the red pillars disappearing, some from losing battles, and others from being satisfied with their point total and leaving while they still have their ticket to the main event. Unlike before when I was lower on the leaderboard, no one else in the top 10 is trying to come near me. It seems only one wants my head, the massive humanoid monster, holding a long sword, with sharp green eyes and a light white greater form made from pure ether and mana. It is here to battle the strongest enemies. It runs forward, still holding its greater form that towers hundreds of meters high, toward my red pillar without hesitating one bit, so I stop my hunt and fly through the sky and do the same. If I'm to meet that monster here, it would be far too close to Ren, and would defeat the purpose of separating in the first place. Just looking through the spectate feed alone, I can tell this is a whole different beast than that mammoth. The announcer begins to hype up what is about to occur too, as I see a greedy gleam in its eyes, and our undefeated number 1 ranked fighter is on the move again. He's done with the golem after their devastating brawl. I wonder who he'll target next. The live feeds have been distant from myself ever since we went off hunting lower class beasts. However, there are many audible whispers in the crowds wondering about the human they heard rumors of. The announcer hears these whispers too and sees the trajectory of where this monster is headed, but wants to build the suspense. Imagery of the other top 10 monsters battling flashes by on the spectate feed, and the biomes flashing by below me fade away as I activate my greater form again and start to charge up enough borrowed stats and ether into my soul weapon, equivalent to the finishing move I used on the mammoth earlier. As I reach a comfortable state, I begin to hear an annoying humming sound partially drown out my senses. The buildup of noble vibrations is back, and this battle hasn't even started yet. Many possibilities for how I want this fight to end process through my mind, as I've been debating the same thing for days now ever since I entered into the center of the Grand Citadel in the first place. But as the announcer's next words ring through my inner ear past the humming building up behind my first seal, I come to a decision, thinking to myself, it won't only be the demons that fear humans once this is over, but in order to pull it off, I must give them a show. That anomaly, the mutant, the lower race. That is who the king of round 1 has chosen as his next opponent in the match. The human. Don't forget to place your bets before they clash. This rings through my mind as two visuals side by side in the spectate feed make themselves known, the first and second ranked fighters tearing through biomes to face each other, though, once I finally see the white aura of mana control and ether over the horizon, and my eyes lay on this monster rather than just through a screen, I do get a sense of awe for a moment. I've seen berserker giants in dungeons before, and even scanned a few third, second, and first-class species back on Ellipsia that trained alone in their towers, and of course saw Zacian up close a few times as well, but now I'm seeing one unleashing its fury, and not holding back. It stares me down like a piece of meat, an object to kill and move on. I did get to sense the first-class warlords Power for a split second after his battle with Andres Vermilion, though I only got to see him after, in an injured state, and back then, I was using all of the borrowed stats available to me. As well as my noble human form, staring at this berserker giant now, I get the feeling this monster is of similar base strength to the warlord. Though it is lacking its new freedom avatar and the crimson aura I felt before leaving, this excites me, so I yell out for the recording devices to hear while swinging my ball and chain in a circle above my head. Finally, a real battle. All of the attention from the many lords that left their duties around the city because of rumors now look at their live feeds. It's really true, a human is in second place. I heard he took out a mammoth earlier, in a single blow. I saw it. It wasn't a single hit, but he really did win. A human really beat one of the elite races. He won't beat a berserker. Besides the demons themselves, nothing can beat that race. It would be impossible. More talk from the crowds is captured live and publicized to those watching, as the gossip and chatter is what makes the show more interesting and sparks even more conversation between lords and even admins beyond the walls. I drown it out and focus on the screeching noise and jagged teeth of the green-eyed killer that jumps upward, using the base of a plateau in a plain biome as a foothold, crushing it and everything around for kilometers to fly into the sky to. Match my trajectory. Only a few seconds pass as we both fly past the final few biomes between us, but it feels much longer. I take breaths in and out, close my eyes, and solely focus on following out the plan I've devised. After my final slow breath out, I open my eyes and swing the spiked fiery ball across my body, colliding with the downward swing of this monstrous beast's sword. Our ether travels through our greater forms, into our soul weapons, and collides with each other, creating a shockwave more powerful than anything I've felt so far in this entire arena event. The strike I just threw shattered the mammoth to pieces with ease, yet both of us are at a standstill in the air, not a single crack on either of our weapons or greater forms. We're a few kilometers off the ground above a forest biome with tall trees and a few small lakes. But the shockwave knocks down every tree for dozens of kilometers and even empties a lake below. I see this lord eye to eye now and feel its vicious nature radiating through its blade. It is far less sane and intelligent than the berserkers I've seen back on Ellipsia. This one is much closer to the mindless, battle-hungry monsters I've fought in dungeons. That being said, there's no point in expecting reason, conversation, or any rational thought. This thought process does me well. As the moment we both bounce backward from this blow, the monster steps off the air and counters before I can even catch my footing. Its sharp white blade aims right for my back, but I twist and dodge out of the way just a split second before getting cleaved in half. I swing my spiked ball downward in the same motion, colliding with the sword again as it's already moved to track me in the air. The spiked ball is pushed backward and I have to dodge again. I grin and let out a laugh while pulling borrowed stats from a few dozen more worlds. It makes the buzzing noises in my ears immediately grow louder, but this is enough to move out of the way and counter with another move that stops us in mid-air again over another lake, evaporating it in the blink of an eye from the shockwave of white ether and fire. The same phenomena I felt with the mammoth is happening with this enemy. Raw instincts have pushed the ether it's refined deep within its true being out of this premium avatar that can't hold it back. There is far more than just preset ether commands being used. The smile on this mad monster's face grows wider and wider, as it realizes it's found someone that can keep up with it. I too am using more than just preset avatar commands, but it doesn't understand this. All it sees is an enemy that will allow it to improve and grow stronger by pushing its limits. We clash again while it lets out a screech, and slow motion recordings and visuals of the fight beginning are broadcast to over 50 million lords in the Grand Citadel watching live. They all grow silent. Even the announcer's eyes go wide and he's lost for words in the first few seconds of battle. However, as the slow motion visuals of more and more exchanges are shown, and the entire forest biome is leveled to flat dirt, the announcer finally speaks. It seems I was wrong. The round 1 king is yet to be decided. The berserker's raw strength and battle prowess might be matched. This could be a once in a millennium, no, a once in 10 millennia event. A 5th-class human truly exchanged multiple clashes with a 1st-class berserker giant from a world located in the star cluster of the elites. The silence in the crowd breaks, and excited and angry roars erupt around the seats that are filled about 40% now. Mass messages and recordings of what is taking place are sent throughout the Grand Citadel again, confirming and spreading the rumors from before even further. Chapter 828, we fly through the air in jagged patterns, passing over other biomes and destroying them with shockwaves just the same as we did the forest we started on. The sharp-toothed grin on this monster grows with every clash, and I have to continuously add more and more borrowed stats to the point where I've already doubled the output I used in my finishing move against the mammoth. The Berserker giant is either getting stronger with every blow, or still warming up and testing its limits. On me. Either way, it seems to really be enjoying itself. The announcer playing back visuals and the crowd watching, on the other hand, have mixed reactions. Their silent shock did turn to excitement at first after I blocked the first few blows. However, as dozens of exchanges pass, and multiple biomes surrounding us get obliterated by crescents of white ether from the Berserker's sword and waves of fire that explode off my spike mace, it turns to confusion and fear. How is this possible? Can a lower race really be this strong? No, it shouldn't be. Maybe it's that soul weapon. It's not like he's been hit yet. It says it right here on his avatar profile. It's the premium basic class soul weapon, the highest grade given out in the arena events. It's nothing a hard-working second or first class lord couldn't manage to acquire in their lifetime. The Berserker is using a relic class blade from the elite star system. That human's advantage isn't his weapon. Maybe it's a unique skill. Humans are usually weak, but they sometimes pop up with strange abilities. That's on his avatar profile too. Only fire and light summoning. How is he doing it? This has to be some kind of trick. They're putting on some kind of show. Who cares? Let's place more bets on him before he makes it to the main event while the odds are still good. The opinions of tens of millions of lords differ, some angry, others still excited, confused, and fearful if the appearance of such a strong fighter means the start of another war either here in the green zone, or a new energy-rich area in the lower realm. Despite the differences, every eye is glued to the holographic projections on the dome. And almost everyone in the Grand Citadel is aware of the fight going on. Full minutes pass, and I continuously raise the amount of borrowed stats I'm using in order to keep up with the monster's speed and raw force. I can't just jump up in power to finish this duel instantly, because I can feel the fluctuations of noble vibrations beneath my seal pushing against the insides of my body like a growing balloon. If I were to release too much pressure too quickly, it would pop in an instant. However, the slow release of more stats allows the Berserker to grow with me. I feel the heat of its ether increasing, and it feels like every time we clash the pool it pulls from grows deeper and more refined. Screeching rings out through the dome as it lets out battle cries, and we destroy over 30 full biomes in the center of the arena after 10 full minutes pass. Throughout it all, many notifications sound out in my mind, as our stray attacks kill many lords in the crossfire. There are even a few members from the top 10 with their own red pillars tracking them that get caught up and one-shot killed in the blasts. The spectate feed shows many lords dying, but also many lords exiting the arena. With enough points to move on, as the minutes pass, and the strength of each of our blows is over 4 times the limit I used to kill the mammoth, we're both sitting at slot 1 and 2 on the leaderboards with 22,308 points, and 17,935 points. This monster's rate of improvement is quite scary. I can see a mirrored image of part of myself in this monster, as I observe it use every single attack I throw at it as a lesson. Its sharp green eyes are growing more aware of my movement style, and it also is beginning to sense when I borrow more stats and attacks with even more vigor when it knows the hit I'm throwing will be stronger. Its white greater form even begins to shift in color, turning slightly gray for reasons unknown to me as its pool of ether grows more refined. Now, every exchange we make sends us both flying back hundreds of kilometers in the air each time, and destroys entire biomes below us even when we're high up in the sky. I'm certain that Berserker has forgotten we're even in a tournament event. The focus it's showing now is like a wild beast enjoying their hunt. Everything else is black in its world, and I'm the main focus. For myself, my perception of reality is far beyond this battle's needs. In between each attack, I have plenty of time to contemplate my next moves, or even scan my surroundings to process background tasks. The only problem is my body's speed, and access to more mana and ether is suppressed, as the majority is trapped behind seals. In addition to this limitation, my only advantage is being chipped away at too. Despite taking things slow, using this much power makes my vision foggy, my hearing blocked by buzzing sounds, and my overall energy sense is clouded. I have to concentrate more and more on each swing to keep holding back that seal, so much that a pounding headache starts to creep in too. Though, on the outside, I keep a straight face and calm demeanor while perfectly countering every single one of the Berserker's moves. Dozens more biomes get obliterated, and I keep leading the battle far from where I came from, leaving Rain on the top of a snowy mountain cliff. Far from our titans clash, hardly any other fighters stay in the ring, and no more cuts away from this battle are shown on the big holographic screen. It's only us. They've destroyed half the arena, but neither have landed a hit yet. Could this match really end in a draw? Or will one of them pull out a victory before the timer runs out? Only 3 minutes remaining, the demonic servant yells out as the seating in the stadium surpasses 50% of its capacity. a grin starts to grow on my face, as my vision is almost completely blurred, and the pressure in my head is building up. I can't really hear much of anything other than a loud buzzing in my ears, but I'm still able to stand my ground and use my battle instincts to picture what I'm fighting using vague shadows. Cracks have begun to form in my soul weapon again, as it's reaching its limit, about 5.5 times higher than the mammoth's final hit. I'm able to use the automated self-healing technique, and even use the ability to disconnect the ball from the chain to gain a few extra seconds in a few exchanges. However, the results are all the same every attack that passes by. The cracks grow larger than last time, and the buzzing in my ears grows louder. This is perfect for what I planned for. Having my soul weapon reach its limit was not what I was expecting, though. It will add to what I'm about to pull off even more. The announcer catches onto my soul weapon as it takes a beating, and the crowd begins to turn on me again as the minutes count down, leaving us with only 60 seconds left in this match. You were right, the human soul weapon can't hold up against that sword. Come on. Hold that berserker off another minute. I have 1,000 ether on the line here. He may not have been as strong in the end, but he survived a fight for 20 minutes straight. This will go down in history. You're right, this human showed us the limits of what can be done for the lower races. He may not be able to take down an elite berserker, but he sure put up a fight. As these comments of doubt begin to roll in, I feel the aura around the monster I'm fighting become darker and darker, even beginning to give off a sour smell. It almost feels cold, to the point where I question whether or not it's using a power like Zacian's or Ava's, with similarities to noble vibrations. I shake it off as my mind playing tricks in such a compromised state, but as a few more exchanges pass and the monster's speed begins to increase, and it almost breaks my spiked ball in half with one of its hits, I consider if this is actually real. I think to myself while watching the timer in my head drop below 20 seconds left in the match, maybe it's activating another form. Berserkers in dungeon boss rooms had a skill called Final Breath that gave a massive boost to the caster's stats but put them in a near-death state afterward. Or, it could be some kind of unique buff related to that too, the announcer screams through our hologram, starting to count down the time remaining in the match. But the world outside is a blur. All I can feel is an extremely dark and powerful force building up in front of me, and after a few more exchanges, I feel it explode with power and vibrations I'm certain could clash with a noble demon's natural suppression. At the same time, I feel my intuitive counterattack get cracked in half, and even the chains of my soul weapon shatter from the impact. The berserker's white-hot blade sliced through it with ease, and in my mind on the spectate feed, I watch the gray greater form of this berserker erupt with a jet-black aura and swing forward as the countdown above nears the end. The aura strength from that enemy just increased tenfold, and its gut-wrenching screech echoes through every single biome in the dome. And through the ears of the tens of millions of lords watching, I smirk, take a deep breath, and let go of my ball and chain, letting it be completely destroyed, and place both of my hands in front of me. The dark black berserker's form is easily 5 times the size of mine, and its glowing white blade comes down on me, looking as though it's about to slice the small red human's greater form in two, just like the fiery soul weapon moments ago. I listen to the buzzing in my ears hit its peak, and let go of my deep breath, opening my eyes and disintegrating the first seal that holds me back. My eyes glow white, and reality around me instantly becomes crystal clear again. A rush of my own unsealed energy surges through me. My headache ceases, and my senses heighten drastically. The euphoria of noble vibrations rippling out from my body feels incredible while I catch the berserker's white-hot blade between my hands with a single precise clapping motion. Chapter 829. I am still only using a single buff, my greater energy form. The second seal holds back the full activation of my noble human form, but letting my first seal dissolve releases the surface-level restrictions on both my demon core and soul energy core. After completing my training beneath the sea of corruption, even without my noble form activated, weaker vibrations still ripple off me. Dense mana and demonic energy pour out from my body with these waves of vibrations, making my greater form grow darker. I instantly pull more stats from my links of loyalty, upping the amount I'm borrowing to reach 1%, and catch the hot blade of this dark berserker giant mid-swing. Now, with my senses restored, and even enhanced greatly, I can see the entire arena around me in perfect clarity. The clash of my noble vibrations against the strange cold and dark vibrations coming off this berserker's greater form explodes outward in a shockwave, suppressing every lord left under the dome. I can still see the sharp green eyes staring down at me from behind this monster's sword, even more filled with excitement and bloodlust upon the realization I've caught his blade. Though, behind its head, I see the countdown for this arena event drop below 5 seconds remaining. I lean backward and pull with both my hands, making the white sword jerk forward at an awkward angle, but with so much raw force. The jet-black greater form of this monster is yanked with it, in the same motion, I let go and spin my body to land a full-powered kick on the black giant's chest and feel cracks breaking apart its avatar. However, it's only sent flying upward. The monster survived one of my hits without instantly dying as expected. When I follow it upward again, erupting into a purple, red, and white pillar of flames and demonic energy behind me, the black monster lets out another screech and jumps down off the sky. Not backing down for a second, I let out a loud laugh and charge 2 enormous fireballs filled with both mana and demonic soul energy, and throw them straight at the falling beast as it tries to kill me again. 2 enormous explosions go off one after another as it slashes through my attacks with 2 swings, creating a hot white X in the sky and forcing the demonic flames from my attack to rain down on the already destroyed biomes below us. The blasts in the sky stretch outward over 2,000 kilometers wide, and the energy waves and pressure from the collision reach every single portion of the inside of the dome, which is 40,000 kilometers in diameter. More and more notifications fill my ears as the aura from that shockwave killed hundreds of straggling lords too close to the blast. I even watch Run, who is on top of the same icy mountain at the furthest point from this fight, open their eyes and instantly create thick barriers of mana and ether in front of their body to shield them from the pressure even over 20,000 kilometers away. Both myself and the Berserker are gaining thousands of points per second, but by now, neither of us care about these meaningless rankings. I twist my body past the incoming downward strike of its blade and shoot up past the monster. Gaining the high ground as I see the timer right above my head show less than 2 seconds remaining on the clock, I clasp my hands together and pull even more stats, climbing close to 2% taken from my links of loyalty. While neither my noble nor astral forms are activated, and the 2 seals remaining on my body still hold back my ether control and noble vibrations' full potential, the amount of force I'm building up right now is about 3 times more than was necessary to kill Andres Vermilion, a noble demon. I have a lot of questions surfacing in my mind about how another race could get this strong, as I thought it was only demons that held this kind of aura and raw strength. I don't sense any blood-transfused noble vibrations in its body, like the demonic Cyclops under Ellipsia. This black aura is the real deal, a natural phenomenon, though. I push them all to the back of my mind as I create a single enormous flaming ball of fire, ether, and demonic soul energy, and point it down at the Berserker's back as it twists its body my way. It looks like a demonic sun has formed in the sky, and as the timer for the match hits 1 second remaining, I thrust my hands downward to finish what I've started. The Berserker's screech is all I hear as it attempts to slice through the dark purple ball, but it is too massive and dense. My attack engulfs the giant entirely, and the crackling of its avatar melting and being destroyed is all that can be heard before the fireball below me explodes. Kill confirmed, points awarded, 28,261, total points, 49,815. My entire vision below turns to a raging fire the moment a kill notification rings in my ear. But at the same exact time, I feel teleportation magic engulfing my body. My senses all go white hot for a moment, and I feel dense black cuffs attached to my arms and legs, along with avatar debuffs ringing in my ears. I begin to comprehend the situation further and deactivate my greater form, along with letting go of the borrowed stats I've taken. Then, I even activate Seraphel's temporary noble vibration suppression technique. I land in a large white room, with a single glass-like panel on the back of it, and see the remains of an exploding fireball so massive, it almost fills a quarter of the whole arena. Then, I look to my left and right to watch about 24 other lords of varying races in the room with me. But they're all wide-eyed and taking steps back as I approach the glass wall looking down on the dome. Ren stands right next to me with cuffs on their arms and legs too, commenting, "Good fight, it looks like we're moving on to the main event." In a nonchalant tone, I smirk. "Yes, it looks like we are," I comment back in an equally calm voice, making the already terrified lords in the room shiver more. The spectate feed in my head shows exactly what I see before me, paired with slow motion visuals over and over of me throwing the demonic fireball down on this berserker giant. The holographic replays don't do it justice, as they cannot feel or see the hot vibrations in my attacks clashing with the berserker's cold energy. Even the demonic soul energy I've imbued into the attack just appears to be purple fire, though I'm certain there are better energy trackers built into this arena, and a few strong lords with keen eyes watching this event know what I've really done. Even without these technical oddities, the fact that a fireball big enough to cover multiple biomes was used as a finishing move by a human is more than enough to make every lord watching in the stands get up from their seats. The human was still holding back. "Did you see that? He really beat one of the elites. It's actually possible. Maybe we just haven't been training hard enough. What does that human know that we don't? Easy profit." Best gamble I've made all year. I'm putting more ether down on him for the main event. He's not human. There's no way. It must be a trick. Yeah, what was in those flames that made them so strong? As the crowds talk amongst each other, the announcer yells out with a wide smile as well, and that's the end of round 1. The human really pulled it off. Quite the explosive finish. We have 27 entries moving on to the main event. See them here. All of the lords present in this room show up with their faces and point totals. Second place below me has just over 6,000, while the majority of the rest are all between 1,000 to 3,000. I'm certainly the outlier of this match by far. In many more ways than one, at the same time, the glass wall in front of us pulses and turns completely green. So does the live spectate feed the announcer points to, making the fading ball of fire an image of the past as he speaks again in his generic tone. We will be doing a total reset of the arena commands, so stay seated and prepare for the show to go on. Round 2 will be starting in a few minutes. I nod, and then take a seat, sitting up against the green glass panel and looking back toward the other lords in the room. Ren mimics me and does the same as I whisper under my breath, "Very good. I think that went well." Now, we wait. At the same time, these final moments of the arena event are being spread even further than just the inner city of the Citadel. Many admins start forming private chats, trying to figure out who submitted this lord. The handful of servants that witnessed this fire-wielding human get captured out in the wilderness all watch the replays with wide eyes, now grateful the avatar command suppression worked before they were taken out in a single hit like this berserker. News of the event even makes it further, outside of the Grand Citadel, to all of the Vermilion family demons that have access to the large-scale events and news from other citadels. One demon in particular, Cisco Vermilion, looking over the Mensa Citadel now with both arms crossed, still in a bad mood from his inconclusive search for the berserker giant in the Scarlet Clan. Watches the video recording of the match with extreme detail. Not only does he watch the fiery human's movements, but also the black greater form of the berserker giant fighting, a human with exceptional mana control fighting first-class beasts. I believe it, but a human actually gaining enough strength to defeat one of those monsters from the Obsidian clan. Something is not right. Could a human have awakened a path of their own? The white-horned demons gaze tightens, watching the demonic energy flowing inside this fireball, and even surges in power every time borrowed stats are infused in the red greater form, and his intrigue grows. Whatever the case may be, Muriel will deal with it in the main event. He shrugs, then turns the recordings off to look out over the green rolling clouds toward Ellipsia. In the same instance, far away from all active citadels, the large demonic cloud filled with beasts from the fortress finally begins to descend, dipping down into the green clouds, headed on a direct course toward the Sea of Corruption. Chapter 830. I look around the massive white holding room, and everyone but myself and Ren are first-class lords. I see some recognizable races, like Snow White Serpent coiled up at the back of the room, staring me down with icy blue eyes. A few emerald green-colored lizardmen stare at us from the other side of the room, and I see 2 brown rock golems as well. There are a few large cat creatures, humanoid ogre variations, and a strong-looking dark-skinned high orc. However, all of their true powers are suppressed, and no greater forms are active. The 2 other strongest beasts, the mammoth and berserker giant, were disqualified by me, and that black rock golem was certainly stronger than the specimens here. I guess that's just how it goes. The arena isn't fair. I whisper under my breath, sensing the glass wall behind me start to change colors to show a fully restored arena full of hundreds of biomes. The announcer's voice starts announcing new lords entering the white ring around the simulated wilderness, and the crowds in the stands get excited again, hoping to see another brutal fight like the one they just saw. I don't pay much attention to the events. I'm more focused on the second spectate feed that has been live in my mind from Ember back on Ellipsia this whole time. Mental images shared from the admin of my fighter transmitted his way, along with the detailed scans of the Grand Citadel here on the surface, and the strange black towers I witnessed on the underside. As the round 2 clock starts to count down, I go over the final details of my plan, and he agrees to convey the message to the warlords and to my generals once they wake. They're all quite close to finishing their acclamation. We'll be ready just in time. Ember replies, smiling and leaving the telepathy call, and turning to his side on the top floor of the High Orc Tower. The dragon in the form of a long red-haired human looks up at a High Orc, Blue Ogre, and Berserker Giant holding relic-class soul weapons, all ready for the battle of their lives. Asik speaks in a slow and confident tone. All of the servants are acclimating to their new freedom avatars. They should be able to move naturally in a few hours. Torvak speaks next with his arms crossed. Indeed. We're ready too. He looks over to Zashin, whose body seems relaxed, but but deep within his eyes, a red glow still hasn't faded away. The monster stares down at Ember and gives a single nod. Fighting nobles will not be a problem. You will not see the same disgrace of a fight you witnessed the day we fought the former lord of this citadel. The warlords will be respected again after this. Ember looks amused, looking off in the direction of the central tower and seeing the generals all surpassing 95% completion on their tower climb. They're almost ready too. As Ember and the warlords talk amongst each other, the generals continue to climb floors in the tower, and the demonic forces from the fortress sink further and further down into the tens of thousands of kilometers of green clouds. I watch the preliminary rounds of the arena event move on uninterrupted. Round 2 is filled with 121k lords, roughly the same as the round I was in. Seeing it from an outside perspective now, the manipulation of matchups between strong fighters from the admins is as clear as day, but the lords watching in the stands either don't care or don't see the whole arena in a game-like sense as I do. Many of the early matchups are quite boring, as it's mostly second-class lords fighting each other in long, drawn-out battles, or stronger first-class lords dominating in there domains until they're finally tempted to move closer to other strong opponents. I see a lot of familiar races, and as the round passes the halfway mark, I find that there are a lot more strong first-class competitors in this round compared to last. I spot 3 mammoths, controlling entire biomes similar to the strength of the one I fought, all scattered across the map. A few extremely strong serpent races hold their ground against multiple first-class lords at once. One of the pristine white serpents even battles a mammoth for a few minutes. However, the main attraction in this match is a creature with the body of a lion, and the head, front legs, and wings of a majestic eagle. Its greater wind form is large and strong enough to create shockwaves covering multiple biomes as it is slowly manipulated into battling against 2 mammoths at once in the last 10 minutes of the match. The battle is long and exciting, just as intended for a climax of this event like the admins wanted. Ending in the griffin managing to kill one of the mammoths, and brutally injuring the other. If the match went on for another few minutes it would have won, but both moved on. Over 15 biomes were destroyed in their brawl, and the newcomers filling the stands get pretty excited, but there is a general lull in the crowd that are still high on the intensity of my fight with the berserker. I can't help but to smirk while watching 36 of the entries this round all get teleported into this waiting room with us in avatar suppressing cuffs. The intelligent ones scan the room to get a feel for who to look out for, but the confused faces once they sense people fear the 2 humans sitting up against the viewing glass is quite funny. Even so, they act far more confident as they didn't get to witness my round. 2 more white serpents group together next to each other in the back, and a single mammoth sits alone at the other side of the room. No one goes near either of these 2, and the massive 30-meter-long griffin stands in between the 2 elite races without a care in the world. Its sharp yellow eyes stare forward at me, half analyzing, half showing its dominance over the room by not backing down from the greatest agreed upon threat. I don't provoke it, but I do stare back, curious to know if it used its full power or not in that fight. The announcer's words drown out my curiosity, as over the next 2 hours. Round 3 and 4 go by just as fast. The third round is quite the letdown comparatively. There are far more strong first-class lords than the second, but there aren't outliers like this griffin or any mammoths to be found. The dominating force of that match is another large white serpent. The fourth round is quite interesting as well, as there is another berserker giant present that holds the same exact style of white glowing sword as the one I fought. It kills pretty much everything in the arena. Mammoths, serpents, golems, every single strong lord. So far, it's the only one that has managed to beat my point total, coming in at 72,880 points, once it's transported to the white room here with the 14 other entries that made it through this round. My gaze tightens on it once it teleports in, as I did see a light gray aura surround it during the match, but it never turned black like the one I fought myself. It is far more heavily suppressed than any of the other creatures in this room, with dozens of shackles all over it, and it's escorted by 2 demonic servants to stand right next to the griffin as they disappear. My growing intrigue is interrupted by a telepathic voice in my ear, coming from Ava down below in the cells beneath the citadel. I've been chosen to participate in round 5. At the same time, the horde of demonic creatures finally reach the ground below the clouds. They begin to spread out evenly on the shoreline of the Sea of Corruption. Watching the dense blue radiation filled with high noble vibrations stream out from the Black Sea, Seraphel is still in his suppressed state, holding back the violent waves of energy within his body to not be torn to shreds thousands of kilometers below the corruption. Yet, small amounts of radiation leaking out is still visible, and if the monsters that lined the sea were anything lower than the strength of a noble demon at the distance they are right now, they would be crushed to death by the pressure in the atmosphere alone. As they spread out, the individual figures of the creatures in this cloud of dark black and purple mist become more clear. Demonic orcs, ogres, and cyclopes all stand straight with burning hot purple soul weapons in their grasps. There are at least 1,000 each, all standing at the ready, waiting for their leader to give the next command. Demonic berserker giants, reminiscent of the king defeated by Raven on Kelfer, appear next, hundreds of them all spewing out the dense vibrations of a noble demon's blood, newly transfused, and ready for war, after waiting dormant in the fortress for thousands of years. Then finally, in the center of the demonic clouds, the largest monsters of all flap their wings and show off. Their dark purple eyes, with extremely potent noble vibrations of their own radiating out from their mutated demonic forms, dozens of fallen mind-controlled wyverns touch down in a line, looking down into the sea of corruption where their old leader lies. He is fighting for his life, but they are there on a mission to end it once and for all. Chapter 831, Ember's body glows with a dense white light, manipulating the ether commands around him and the ceiling above while giving one last nod to the warlords. He points to Zacian. You, come with me. We have one last thing to do before leaving. He smiles, sensing a vibrating transmission table at the top of the central tower. The automated cloaking commands on the berserker's avatar activate once exposed to the outside air, and he too is enveloped in a cloud of white mist. The high orc and blue ogre give confident nods of approval as the two fly off into the sky, upward toward the tower. In less than a minute, the two arrive at the top floors, and Ember opens the side door to let them walk into the narrow corridors. However, he motions for Zacian to stop moving and sends a telepathy message for him not to say a word until he's finished. The berserker giant does as instructed, standing tall at the back of the hall covered in dense white commands as the red-haired human walks through a few doorways, triggering commands, and finally making it to the room where the rising emperor's two body doubles wait. One of them steps out from the room to stand beside Ember, but transforms into the demonic appearance of Draco Vermilion, and with the touch of a finger, Ember injects enough demonic energy, pure ether, and dense green divine threads into the mana construct to make it seem believable. The only thing missing is noble vibrations. But Ember cannot provide such a facade as he doesn't have any that could mimic this demon himself. He smiles, letting the fake Draco Vermilion walk past him and open up the door to the main room where the transmission device connected to the long meeting table in front of the city's overview glass has been ringing for many minutes now. This will do. Ember whispers while walking back down the hall toward Zacian, while the double in the room picks up the incoming call. Part of my consciousness is busy on this mission in Ellipsia. As I'm not doing much more than sitting in a room in cuffs in the Grand Citadel, a large portion of my active mind is here when I pick up the call. My senses in a body double are nowhere near as sharp as my true body. So much so, that I can hardly even sense further than a few hundred kilometers outward if I was using the full extent of my double's power. They have no borrowed stats, no ether control, and no noble vibrations, yet, as the familiar dark avatar of a longhorned demon shows up as a holographic image before me, I reflexively take a step back. The familiar voice of Muriel Vermilion rings out. The tournament event will be starting soon. I take it you will be heading over now as promised? You'll make it just in time if you leave now. I'm looking forward to giving you an introduction in the main event to those watching in the Grand Citadel. I feel a strange pressure emanate through the room, and logically know what it is, but physically, I cannot sense it one bit. This double does not have noble vibration enhanced senses. It just feels like the hold on my access to the system in this clone is weakening, like I'm getting extremely fatigued for no reason. Yet, the large amounts of ether in my body thanks to Ember is keeping me standing and able to reply in a weak tone, showing a demonic grin. Oh, but of course, I was not planning on missing a thing. I can't see the demon's face, as it is shrouded in darkness, but it leans forward, making the pressure in the room vibrate with even greater intensity. Excellent. Your fast travel orb will be dash. The hologram stops speaking mid-sentence as it realizes something, and the pressure in the room instantly increases more. It pushes me to the verge of passing out. I even see the health bar in my body doubles system start to tick downward even though I'm talking to an entity over 10 million kilometers away through a transmission device. You dare deceive me? To answer an incoming call with a mere body double, the smile on my face grows, and I choke out a few more words. I couldn't answer in person. I wouldn't want to miss the show. Round 5 is just starting after all. I'll be sure to make myself known in the main event just as promised. I can't finish what I'm about to say, as the pressure in the room grows so great that my body double is knocked out unconscious on the floor, then killed by the aura alone. Dense waves of demonic energy, mana, ether, and divine threads disperse through the room as an angered grunt is heard while the connection between citadels is severed. Ember lets out a laugh once the call finally ends. then sends a mental message straight through the floor beneath his feet. He stands right above Abby's cultivation room, as she's less than 20 floors away from completing the assimilation. Out of everyone, her mental state is the least fragile, as the pressure in each room now doesn't hurt her at all. The green-glowing healer feels as though she's sitting in a warm bath, so a small disruption in her concentration is meaningless. Though, after hearing Ember's message, her eyes widen, and she begins speeding up her cultivation to finish these last floors as fast as possible, and not use up the full 5 hours remaining as expected. Understood. We will be ready, is what Ember hears back through their mental link. Then he turns to Zacian and lifts a glowing hand in the air to activate a final few ether commands. A white orb forms around both of them, and the wall they entered the central tower in opens up again to let them fly out together. Very good. My work here is done. Off to the Grand Citadel we go. Beneath the citadel, deep within a dark tower cut off from the green zone of the upper realm, a longhorned demon yells to himself against the black walls of his room. Fledglings these days need to know their place. What are they teaching them back in the realm for that brat to talk to a family head this way? I'll give him 10 years, no, 100 years, of torture for his insolence. A noble needs to know his place in the presence of a royal. The demon is forced to calm himself down once the tendrils of coiling corruption leaking out of his body start to crack the walls he stands in, as releasing even a drop of that power to the outside realm right now would completely ruin the arena event. And take days for the green zone to recover. This prompts the family head to begin sending out commands to his subordinates, and gather all of the footage from the Grand Citadel over the last few days, along with the recent tournament results so far. At the same time, Muriel opens up another direct link to a citadel he has control over, bringing his strongest white-horned subordinates face up in perfect clarity in front of him. Cisco bows, showing respect. What may I do for you, my lord? He doesn't raise his head for a few more seconds, but Muriel responds with anger still in his tone. Go personally secure Ellipsia and have your first-class guards seize control of all the old warlord's territory. The noble thought to be guarding it has left earlier than expected. And he will not be returning anytime soon. I need someone reliable to watch over it for a few years while I conduct Draco's training. While demons talk, and a new fast travel orb begins to make its way toward the Grand Citadel, I stand up from my seated position and watch the round 5 match begin from a bird's eye view. There are bright bursts of green light shining where Ava enters the arena and begins brawling second-class lords with her fists alone. She is not even using any borrowed stats, her soul weapon, or any refined ether from her inner pool. This is all the raw strength of her third ranked-up buff upgrade. Her higher-than-average level, and the unrestricted strength that her freedom avatar grants. I'm not concerned for her well-being at all, but I am curious to see how she fares in this arena event. Though, my attention is split between her and the sensation of 2 other moving entities on the other side of the dome. Their geo-trackers are weak, but I still have a very slight connection to the 2 wolfmen I sent down to the underside of the citadel as spies to collect data. Without links of loyalty, I cannot contact them directly, but there is still a way to get them to this room safely. My eyes light up, and I send a mental message to Ava, giving her directions to meet up with the 2 third-class lords before it's too late. Chapter 832, really? They're all the way over there? Ava replies while punching through the avatar of a large, overgrown boar-like creature that has been charging around in an open plains area with tall grass. Yeah, 48 biomes away. I send a mental projection of the map I see on this glass screen, and begin to see Ava instantly follow my direction. A bright streak of green light glows visible in the woods as she borrows a small amount of stats in order to close the gap in a few minutes. She doesn't kill anything else on the way over. She only has the 7 points floating above her 3 crowns from the past few kills upon entering. The Goblin Queen touches down in the middle of a dry desert terrain in front of the 2 wolfmen, forming a crater, as they both hide behind a massive rock structure. When the dust clears and she shows her face, they look up in fear, but slowly realize who is in front of them. It's Boss. Boss Lady is back, comes out from the 2 wolfmen's mouths, and Ava lets out a sigh and nods. Indeed, I'm back. Come on, we have a mission to complete. She turns and points toward the edge of the biome, and they obediently follow. Ava sends me a mental message back. Well, one thing is for sure, they haven't lost all their memories like you thought they would. I'll make sure to get them 1,000 points each by the end of the round. Good. I smile and sit back down, far more confident things will work out now that the delicate data is in good hands. As the 5th round goes on, it is a lot like the last few. Many challenges spring up. I watch orcs, ogres, serpents, and massive golems all fighting in the top 10. An extremely powerful fiery lizard creature and a mammoth also put on quite the show, destroying over 6 biomes in the process. but the ancient, furry, tusked beast comes out on top. The only other outlier that has been shown is an insect with a very large green and white greater form. It looks similar to a praying mantis and uses sharp blades of wind magic, but it stays away from large fights despite being in the top 10 from pure quantity of kills. These figures are what the announcer is fixated on. Ava keeps an even lower profile under the radar, hunting beasts that have high single-digit points. She injures them, shattering limbs or paralyzing them with a single punch, and lets the two wolfmen make the final kills. The announcer may not be paying her much mind, but as the timer for the round ticks below 10 minutes remaining, 3 random third-class lords have somehow stacked enough points to qualify. The admins rigging the event catch on. They start pushing the action all in one direction to try and force an exciting event in the final minutes. Massive explosions showing the mantis and the mammoth creatures start to light up in my vision, and the shockwaves even reach where Ava is protecting the wolfmen right now. She turns to them and instructs them to press the option in their avatars to move on to the next round without her. And she'll see them soon. It takes a full 10 seconds, just as the option shows, but 2 flashes of white light carry the wolfmen away, into a holding cell with all of the other lords that have moved on from this round and are being cuffed up, waiting for the round to be over to join the rest of us. Ava, on the other hand, stands her ground. Even as the jungle biomes all around her are torn to shreds, she floats in the air unbothered, watching the clash of auras 2 biomes away with a grin on her face. Rank 1 and 2 are deep into their match. 2 monsters from the star system of elites. Place your bets, lords, this is a match to remember, the announcer yells, as hundreds of stray lords get killed in the shockwaves of their blows. Dense waves of ether fill the mammoths and wind-wielding insects' attacks and defenses. In my status, where all of the general stats and health bars are visible in my mind, I watch Ava borrow more and more stats in order to withstand the wind and aura flooding through the arena. Massive gashes open up in the mammoth's greater form from the wind blades, and the praying mantis flies around the beast in arching motions, leaving trails of white and green light behind. The crowds go crazy as it pulls off a finishing move and stays floating above the destroyed biomes with both of its sharp, spiked forelegs still glowing hot from its last dual wind blade attack. Less than 5 minutes remain on the round 5 clock. But the creature doesn't let up. Its beady black eyes turn to Ava, the only lord that stayed nearby during this clash. The rest died in the explosion or ran away while they still had time. A bright stream of light bursts through the sky, straight toward Ava, and she doesn't move a muscle. She just calmly looks at the monster coming her way while slowly increasing her borrowed stats to match the strength of its aura as it gets closer and closer. Upon impact, there's an enormous green and white blast of energy that erupts into the atmosphere, obliterating even more biomes than the collisions with the mammoth. Through the debris and cloud of dense green residue, it's impossible to see exactly what happened. The announcer yells out, using logic to guess what happened, and that's it. The rank 1 mantis took out its only threat, and now it's going to kill everything left in the dome before the time runs out. That's what I call a total domination. The crowd's cheers from the destruction echo through the arena. There are over 100 million lords watching now, as the hours passing, getting closer to the main event, have built up an even bigger crowd, though. Their cheers halt the moment the residue begins to clear, and what they see beneath it is a goblin queen holding a bright white hammer, clashing against the 2 front claws of the mantis greater energy form, a lower race, quite similar to humans on the galactic totem pole. Stops a first-class elite's finishing move without even activating a greater form of her own. I grin inwardly, seeing that Ava is pulling 1% of borrowed stats from all my links of loyalty. Roughly half of the power I used to fight against the berserker giant in my round. With that being said, none of her ether or mana is sealed, so she's able to use her full power without being held back at all. I can't fully sense what is going on in the arena as I'm not there, but through a spectate feed, I do feel the warm vibrations of what Ava calls her instincts rippling out. They clash with a sharp, hot pressure that comes out from the mantis. It makes me positive they are both using the same energy that nobles do. Just a unique form, both are sent flying backward from the blast, but only one of them shows signs of fatigue. There are small cracks that form in the praying mantis greater form upon impact. Ava's hammer looks pristine, and ready to be pushed to its limits, though, when they collide again, sending shockwaves and green explosions through the ring. It's clear this opponent won't be the one to push her new relic-class soul weapon to the limits she wanted. That is because fractured shards of mana, ether, and divine energy fly off from the mantis arms after its next attack, and its movements slow. Ava is able to easily dodge its next counter, and slam her hot white hammer into its side, sending more fractures through the insect. It lets out screeches and squeals, but doesn't back down. A full 2 minutes pass, as they destroy over 25 biomes in jagged patterns all over the dome. finishing in a brutal two-handed slam of Ava's hammer through its head, splitting the massive avatar in two, then shattering into millions of pieces. The crowds watching quickly get on this Goblin Queen's side. Just like the rogue human in the first round, none of them understand how this is possible. Even the admin group chats begin to go crazy, remembering that this goblin was with the human when they were captured. The time logs for when these entries were processed are found, and it's confirmed they were together. Deepening the mystery further, the announcer watches this Goblin Queen lift her hammer in the air, floating above the ground, watching the final seconds count down, and decides to go with the crowd's sentiment. It is meant to be entertainment, after all, the Goblin Queen did it. That is what you get when you come to the arena, the unexpected. You are here to be entertained, so we bring the show. Our round 5 standout, with 61,449 points. Let's hear some noise for the fight of the round. The stadium shakes as the timer reaches 0, and Ava disappears in a white light with every other lord still inside at the edges of the dome. She stores away her hammer into an ether storage. And the borrowed stats she's using are immediately deactivated. A few seconds later, white bursts start showing up in the holding cell before me, as just under 24 entries are all teleported into the room. My eyes lock on Ava as she arrives, and at the same time, the griffin at the back of the room looks down at her with a sharp glare. She doesn't bother to give anyone else in the room attention, and walks my way. Good fight. A shame you didn't get to go all out, I remark, and she halts beside me, looking up at the holographic glass display of the dome. Yeah, it was a good warm-up though. That mantis was a lot tougher than anything I expected to find here. A lot stronger. Actually, at the same time, the two wolfmen follow behind her. No one really pays them any mind. Most of the gazes are on the Goblin Queen, but my eyes gleam with curiosity. I walk over and stand right in between them. Long time no see. I whisper while making sure to hold contact with both their avatars, sending ether commands in to receive the data from the recording devices I planted days ago. Chapter 833. In a matter of seconds, I edit the 2 third-class lords' avatars, pulling all of the stray tracking and surveillance commands out to analyze for myself. As the announcer starts hyping up the crowds for round 6, a large portion of my consciousness begins sifting through the recordings from these two wolfmen. It begins on the day I left them in that first safe zone, as they walk through an ether command array and are greeted by a single demonic servant inside the Crown Cycle building. Scans of their avatars are made, and they're placed in a local holding cell within the safe zone. Later, the two board a slow-moving elevator that shields them from the outside environment, making their vision turn only bright white as they're pulled deep down underground. I track these memories with the probing eye. Did earlier in the cell beneath the citadel, and the distance all adds up. The two drop over 100,000 kilometers beneath the Grand Citadel's surface before changing route and moving through underground pathways in a mirrored version of the Grand Citadel's tunnels below the arena. There are even green glowing demonic servants at every turn, verifying the shipment and sending them on course to where they need to go in their personal ether orb. Eventually, they come to a halt once near the center of the citadel, yet they sit in a long line with thousands of other lords, all with their crowns completely filled and glowing white hot. The line slowly moves forward, and demonic servants whiz by on either side to reskin each orb while new ones line up behind them. Eventually, they make it to the end and are sent downward even further, to what I assume to be the largest dark central tower in this city. It is filled with tens of thousands of rooms, with complex locks and ether commands on every pathway connected to this main line. Hundreds of scans, both automated and manual by servants, are conducted on the way down before their orb is finally deactivated and the two wolfmen can walk into a wide open room. They see thousands of other lords, all lining the outer ring of this room that stretches at least 300 kilometers across. Every single one of the lords in this room, 5th to 1st class, all have full white crowns above their heads, but every single one of them is equally confused about what they need to do here. A few more lords enter from random walls and holes in the ceiling and floor, until the room lights up white instead of the black coloring it's been showing. From the center of the room, a shady figure with long horns emerges and lifts two long arms covered in what looks like oscillating black liquid. It moves far too fast for anyone in the room to even react. Not even the first-class lords have enough perception to turn their heads in time, or even sense that something dangerous has entered the room. The wolfmen both fall unconscious to the floor at the same time as everyone else in the room, but the recording feeds still show glimmering white ether traveling through the tendrils of black liquid from every single lord's crowns into the shadowy figure in the center of the room. In a matter of seconds, the liquid all returns to its body, and the shady figure descends through the floor to leave. Lords begin waking up in a daze, like they've just fallen into a quick nap, and I see the footage quality now become noticeably worse. The Wolfman's avatars were attacked and siphoned of all their refined ether. Even the hidden commands I hid within them were drained of a large amount of their ambient power. Every single crown floating above these lords' heads is now grey and empty. Demonic servants come into the room next, activating new fast travel commands and begin sending the lords here back. Those that are intelligent start to argue, many of them asking how they got here or what happened to their hard-earned crowns. A large majority don't say a single word and still stare off into empty space like they've seen a ghost. The two wolfmen that stare at each other are acting the same. Hey Zayden. Where are we? We were getting avatar upgrades, right? I don't know, Togi. Maybe Boss Lady sent us here. They're swept away back through the many tunnels beneath the citadel and back toward the surface. Other flashes of ether orbs are visible going in different directions. These wolfmen are brought through the network of tunnels again and brought down into another upside-down tower, this one filled with demonic servants and dense white pools of ether commands. System text notifies the two lords of their avatar upgrade procedure, and the two close their eyes and let the process take place. This time around, it doesn't touch any of the leftover ether commands I did, only that longhorn figure's strange energy did so. Zayden and Togi are brought back up to the surface right after and are soon tracked down by the admin I had retrieved them. All the footage following leads to where we stand now. Interesting. So I was right. These Grand Citadel avatars are used to refine stagnant ether, and the Vermilion family head collects it all for himself. I comment through a private link with Ava, then turn to both of the wolfmen again, patting them on the backs with my cuffed hands one by one as their eyes get glued to the glass screen showing the arena dome before them. Something still feels different about them. There is a lingering piece of energy remaining in them from their contact with Muriel. It reminds me of the admin I turned over to a link of loyalty. Despite being fully loyal, their eyes and mine turned dull when I asked certain things about the crowns. I decide not to pry any further, as I got all the answers I needed. I send these additional scans directly to Ember, as he may find them useful. Then, turn around and enjoy round 6. The monsters in this round are even stronger than the last. A pair of berserker giants brawl for the final few minutes, but they do not have enough time to finish the match. Both move on and get teleported into this holding cell. In round 7, there are many more mammoths, serpents, golems, and even another one of the mantis creatures that Ava fought before. Almost the entire arena is obliterated this round, it gets so intense. Only an abnormally strong mammoth and the mantis make it out. Round 8 is even more hectic. I hardly spot any second-class lords at all, only first class and over 24 from the star system of elites. It's brutal from the start. A mantis and a berserker giant dominate the majority of this match, but never fight each other. They fight off multiple elites on either side of the ring. The arena seating grows more and more packed, nearing 150 million watching, and even surpassing 100% capacity on seating. There are demonic servants installing more rows higher in the sky to curve up and around the top of the dome to view it from above to accommodate more lords here for the fun. Round 9 starts, and even more elites are present in this round, maybe close to 100. The announcer's voice echoes out as it begins. Find your seats, everyone. This will be our second to last round before the main event begins. I repeat, our second to last round. There are only 2 hours before the real show begins. It has already been an exciting preliminary trial, but this month's event is far more stacked than usual. Make sure to place your bets before the time runs out. At the same time, I scan the listed entries and look throughout the dome's visuals that I can see, but it just seems to be the same as all the other rounds before. No other griffins, huh? Are they really that rare? I think to myself, the eyes of this half-lion, half-eagle still stare into mine and Ava's back no matter how crowded this holding room gets. It makes me more and more curious as to why, and where such an elegant creature like it came from. Meanwhile, back on Ellipsia, as these last few hours watching the rounds of the fighting event pass, the generals all begin to finish their assimilation in the central tower. Abby arrives on the 1000th floor first, completing the final array built to trigger ether commands and a teleportation device to bring her up a final floor into the private control room where surveillance and private trades for demons are made. Once she touches down on the smooth black and green floor, the atmosphere she's present in now is dozens of times less dense than what she's used to. A bright green true core calmly spins in her chest. And the immortal healer now stands unaided by anything other than her own stats in the upper realm as the second human in history to bring their untainted body to the green zone. Next, Maria completes her climb as well. Commands and notifications to deactivate all harmful techniques before transitioning to the lower quality atmosphere outside prompt her to deactivate her angelic form and put away her soul weapon into storage before teleporting up to the final floor. She appears in a flash of white light in the same room as Abby. Maria's blue eyes, blonde hair, and light skin stand out like a bright light against the dark walls and floors of this control room. Though, she does not have a bright green core in her chest like Abby. There is only darkness, the absence of light or energy where her core should be. The rest of her body, however, does have millions of tendrils of green divine energy coming out from where a core should be, though, tethering her to reality and making her the third human to ever step foot in the green zone of the upper realm with their true flesh intact. The two generals pull up live monitoring feed of the Citadel, one that was very commonly shared with them from the rising emperor, but now is at their fingertips and to be seen with their own eyes. Ari is on floor 998 and Raven just made it to 995. Every general's assimilation process is nearly complete, with less than 2 hours to go until they're meant to make their moves. Yet, one of the Citadel's surveillance systems begins to blink with flashing white lights and automated alarms and protocols being activated. A holographic view of what the problem is shows up on a massive screen covering a 50-meter-high wall. It just shows a bright blue explosion of energy coming toward the Citadel from a direction not detailed on any of the maps. The thin white orb of ether commands around the Citadel auto-activates a defensive array that blocks a large amount of the blunt force of the shockwave. However, even from a distance over 10 million kilometers away, a violent burst of high noble vibrations still makes the whole Citadel shudder. The light tints the entire Citadel's vision blue for a few seconds. And Abby's eyes widen the most as she recognizes what these vibrations are and who they're coming from. Chapter 834, the wave of energy that soaks the Citadel in a blue tint of light feels warm, yet powerful. Many of the lords below second class feel a similar grasp on the system loosening that they did when the rising emperor used his noble form to suppress them, acting as Draco Vermilion, that is Seraphel. Abby whispers under her breath, staring at the reading on the Citadel's interface, but vividly remembering a large amount of memory she was granted from her staff while climbing this assimilation tower, and he's using that form. She says to herself, picturing the massive blue wyvern in memories fighting against noble demons tens of thousands of years ago. It takes almost a full minute for the blue wave to pass. Even after, shimmering blue particles of water magic stay stagnant in the air, and some have even managed to break through the airtight seals of the assimilation tower. As Ari and Raven climb the final few floors, draining all of the ether, mana, and demonic energy, they activate a telepathy link with the two generals outside. Are we under attack? What was that? Raven remarks. It was not nearby, Abby replies. You have nothing to worry about yet. In the next half hour, 2 more flashes of light bring the archer and the sword wielder into this control room, bringing the generals all back together in their human forms. At the same time, doors to this control room from a private corridor open up, and 2 towering figures walk in. Asik and Torvak meet the generals face to face and open their eyes in awe at the strange sight. The blue ogre murmurs to himself, Ember was right, each one of them has a path awakened just like Zashin, but they're a lesser race. The High Orc can't keep his gaze that has seen over 103,000 years of life from scanning each one of these humans up and down with an awestruck impression. I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes. He whispers too, however. Maria's stern voice breaks them out of their daze. Good to see you two in person as well. The holograms from the lower realm didn't do you justice. Her eyes scan back and forth, then back down to the visuals of the Citadel's defense systems being torn apart by the wave of blue light 30 minutes ago. I take it that's where the wyvern we spoke to went? Abby nods along with the 2 first-class warlords, but Torvak is the first to reply, yes. I take it you've been given tasks from the rising emperor. She nods, but Abby steps forward and replies, indeed, I'm going off to give support to Seraphel. Ari and Raven step up next. With Raven speaking, we're going to follow as well. Ember's scan of the fortress shows more enemy forces than one should have to handle alone. The blue ogre nods, and Asik replies, looking to Maria, then you're off to scout out Mensa while we stay here and protect from any rogue attacks on Ellipsia? She shakes her head abruptly, no. That's what they want, for us to leave this last citadel free for the taking. I'm staying here. Maria looks up, in the direction of the Mensa citadel with a rainbow of source resin shimmering behind her frost blue eyes, as Abby, Raven, and Ari activate natural and borrowed stealth skills to leave the citadel without being seen, off in the direction of the Sea of Corruption where that blue blast came from. Maria takes full control of the Ellipsia citadel. Her face is stone-cold solid, but behind it, many emotions spin around waiting to be released. The first is a mix of satisfaction and excitement to be here in the upper realm, where the rising emperor has been awaiting them for what has been months in the lower realms timeline. The 2.5 million low-quality ether surging through her body, dense green divine threads, and hundreds of worlds worth of mana are empowering. She feels astronomically stronger than she was just days ago. However, the second feeling is a growing fear and anxious, squeezing feeling on her mind and body. It's hard to tell if it is nerves before a battle against an unknown opponent, or the fact that she herself doesn't fully understand the dark power growing in her chest. The feeling went away when she was pulling in large amounts of divine energy and ether inside the tower, but now in her suppressed state, it's like pressure is building up inside her and she needs to either let loose or pull in more energy to keep it at bay. Maria carefully monitors the security systems, suppressing this feeling as much as possible, while Torvak and Asik both leave the control room and begin greeting all of the freed demonic servants that have begun to wake up in their new custom freedom avatars that match their actual races. At the same time, I watch round 9 go by in the Grand Citadel, memories from the Wolfmen, visuals from my body double of Ellipsia, and the imagery of Zashin and Ember headed my way all play in the back of my mind as the first-class lords and elites in the dome below all fight for their spots in the main event. I feel the suppression technique I've been using for a few hours start to grow warm from holding back the excess noble vibrations. But it is nothing I can't handle for another hour or so. The last 2 seals on my body still hold back the majority of my true power. While that release during my round to finish off the Berserker Giant did slightly weaken the second seal, they are both very secure. I don't plan on unsealing them until an enemy at the strength of least a noble demon challenges me. Every single elite in this room fighting me at once doesn't feel as though it'd be a challenge for me even in my current sealed state. This thought makes me grin as I watch the last few minutes of round 9. A team of 4 mammoths all move on, with one mantis and another golem managing to survive the blasts. The round 10 lineups look even more intense. There are only 65k entries, while most of the other rounds had 110k to 150k each, though. I don't spot a single second-class lord, and the moment the timer starts, over 1,000 violent bursts of aura are visible from a bird's eye view without having to zoom in on any area in the dome at all. It is a bloodbath of elites. There are over 1 million demonic servants floating around the top of the arena seating now, finishing up the extended row, and nearly 200 million lords here to watch. The announcer that swaps between live feeds of the biggest fights in round 10 is getting noticeably excited as well, hyping up the crowd more and more, despite there being a massive number of elites in this final round. They actually all eliminate each other much faster than the others. Only 6 out of the 65k entries managed to press the avatar command to move on, while everyone else has been hunted off or caught up in the blasts of the devastating battles. Every single one of the biomes in the dome are leveled, and in the final 5 minutes of that match, there are only 2 lords remaining. They are both Berserker Giants, and both are using the jet black greater forms of the one I witnessed in round 1. I'd love to say my fight was the highlight of the preliminaries, but compared to the loaded stands now, and the intensity of the massive white sword clashing against an equal-sized dual-bladed axe sending cracks through the artificial ground over and over as the fight goes on, it's hard to gauge the exact power they're releasing, but given the fact that each shockwave obliterates every biome in the dome after each collision, my guess is double or triple the strength of the Berserker Giant I faced. The match ends with the axe wielder overpowering the Berserker with a sword, and slowly but surely landing heavier, more damaging attacks. Both of them end the match with equally insane expressions on their faces and wide grins despite only one moving on, letting out a screech and holding his axe in the air. And that's it for the final round of the preliminaries, everyone. That makes a grand total of 214 entries for the main event. We shall reconstruct the dome and begin shortly. Please do enjoy some of the highlights of this morning's matchups for a few minutes, and place your final bets. The dome fades to green, and 7 flashes of light enter this holding room. Then, all of the 214 lords in here have their faces and entry numbers flash by on the big screen, with highlights of their best battles playing behind it. The announcer does some commentary, but I send a telepathy message to the admin in my mind, curious about something, those Berserker Giants and their black greater forms. I heard the announcer say they were from the Obsidian clan earlier. What is that exactly? A reply comes back quickly. Berserker Giants were meant to be the next in succession to be rulers of the upper realm. Or at least those were the rumors I've heard, and it's a very logical reasoning for it. My homeworld never was linked to any of the clans, but it's fairly accepted knowledge here. The stronger clans were all hunted and snuffed out in the lower realm before my time here, but they let this clan survive just to give us false hope. The Obsidian Berserkers are the only ones that ever stand a chance against the beasts those demons release in the main event. I raise an eyebrow, interesting. and patiently wait for the main event to begin. Chapter 835. The green fighting dome starts to change color again, shimmering white, then revealing a whole new environment unlike the hundreds of biomes that were scattered about before. The 40,000 kilometers wide arena is split into only 4 parts. One is completely empty, with only a smooth dark green floor, and thousands of kilometers of open space from the floor all the way up to the top of the dome. Another section is filled with impossibly tall and thick trees. I can count them out, less than 200, and they all reach up high toward the top of the dome, creating a thick jungle of trees as dense as the skyscrapers in the inner city. The third section I spot is a mountain range, with enormous peaks, the size of entire planets in the lower realm. Nothing is to normal scale. This is clearly an event mapping that prepares for many lords to multiply by 10 or even 100 times in size when using their greater forms. So larger, more sturdy environments have been built. The fourth section I see is made up of over 1,000 floating rings. They all look dark, made of thick stone-like material, but have bright white ether commands surrounding them. They move around, some in slow predictable motions, and others in erratic, crazy patterns. The rings range from 1 kilometer wide, to 15 kilometers, to some over 200 kilometers in diameter. There is fire trailing from some, electricity buzzing on others, and earth or ice magic falling from the sky on a few. The flashing colors are eye-catching, but the announcer's voice and massive hologram are what pull away my full attention from the colorful sights before my eyes. Alright lords. The main event is about to begin. These are the matchups we've been waiting all day to see. As he says this, the crowds in the stands encircling the arena, exceeding 200 million, start to cheer and jump up and down with more energy than any of the events before. I'm sure all of you are very familiar with the challengers that qualified last month to continue fighting, but I will give them the introduction they deserve. More images start to fly by on the big screen of extremely strong lords from biomes and fighting environments I've never seen before. A large amount of the crowd seems to recognize these faces, and even some of the lords in the waiting room I stand in now whisper to each other about watching these fights last month. At the same time, the entire dome is flooded with dense white ether commands, creating a foggy mist from the visuals I can see, but in the eyes of everyone watching, the 4-part arena still looks crystal clear. I don't know what it is, but there is far too much going on to analyze it. The announcer yells out about a minute later, that's right, 79 qualifiers from the last event are coming back. And for the challengers, the beasts submitted by the demons, we have 236 entries ready to give you all the show you've been waiting for. The visuals swap down to the dome itself, focusing on the portion of the arena that is completely flat and smooth. Moments later, the floor starts glowing purple, and white orbs of light glow all over it in even patterns. The outlines of monsters start to show up, with dark purple, black, and white radiation leaking off of them. I have my suspicions on what these are, but they become very real in my mind once close-ups are shown. Demonic beasts look around with glowing purple eyes and bright white soul weapons. Many are mindless cyclopes, high orcs, ogre variations, and even some berserkers. Near the back I even spot a few mammoths and serpents. Yet, they all look like mindless drones, standing in place ready for orders. The white orbs around them disappear, and the announcer's voice comes back. The demons' defenses are set in place. Now let's make some noise for the mana-based fighters. 79 flashes of white light start to randomly appear all over the ring. Though they only float in the air in random places, the ether orbs carrying them do not let them loose. Once they cease, lords in this room begin disappearing one by one as well. The Wolfmen, Ava, and Ranobes disappear before my eyes before I too am teleported into the dome, floating deep within the jungle full of enormous, tower-sized trees over 10,000 kilometers tall. The announcer's voice still rings in my ears as the restraints around my wrists and ankles glow white and unravel to fade away. Activate your fighting forms. Grab your soul weapons. Get ready for the main event as the flashing white orbs all over the arena appear. The crowds get even more excited, and a bright 1-hour clock hovers in the sky. The rules are simple. A battle royale deathmatch with tiered prizes. Small, large, and grand prize. To win a small prize, granting you a permanent avatar upgrade outside the arena, and a guaranteed ticket into next month's main event, you must win 10 points in this 1-hour match. I feel the white orb around me begin to grow weaker, as it's set to naturally decay, and some of the thick ether commands in the atmosphere start to seep in. I start to analyze them as the announcer continues. If you are one of the new 214 lords that passed the preliminaries today, eliminating each other will be worth 1 point per kill. Killing one of the 79 qualified from last month will be worth 3 points, and lastly, killing any of the demonic beasts will be worth 5. At these words, the commands in the atmosphere become very clear to me. They're layered aura-suppressing shields, like the air is filled with a thick sea of metal we're going to have to swim through. I can already feel the effect it's having on the gravity inside this ether orb, meaning that fighting at full power will be a bit more difficult, though, at the same time, it will make it so shockwaves of ether or mana won't interfere with battles happening elsewhere in the arena. It will make for far more intimate fights, like everyone is in their own isolated pockets of space. Having higher gravity and less freedom of movement will be much harder for the fighters in this dome, but it will certainly make the show better for the audience outside. To win this tournament's large prize, you must stack up 100 points. That will include a permanent avatar upgrade, and a 1-year contract to wield a relic-class soul weapon of your choosing. The orb around me completely disintegrates, yet the clock in the sky still has not started to tick down yet. I pull 1% of borrowed stats, just to heighten my senses and be extra safe I'm not missing anything, but the dark forest I float in, thousands of kilometers off the ground, is silent. Above in the sky, there is nothing but the bright green dome. Finally, to win the grand prize of this month's arena event, you must be the last lord standing. Eliminate every single lord in this ring, have them submit a claim on a lesser prize early, or make them drop out entirely. Its contents are not available to be publicly shared, but if you win, you will go down in history as one of very few in the Arena Hall of Fame. Drop out, accept current prize. 2 options float in my vision, one glowing white, and the other gray as I don't have any points to claim a prize. To start the clock on the match, we have a special guest, one that rarely gives us the honor of feeling his royal presence. My eyes widen at these words, and the imagery that appears in the sky above. Through the tops of the tall artificial trees, I see a lifelike projection of a shadowy figure without a face. They have long horns protruding out from their forehead, and make the entire top of the dome grow cold and dark. I can feel thousands of layers of ether commands between myself and the holographic projection cease to work properly as they should, and a deathly cold presence wash through me like sharp icicles. The familiar voice of Muriel Vermilion echoes through the entire dome. It is not often that I watch the arena event here in the Grand Citadel. Though, this month, there will be a special show. Win the grand prize, and you will be getting a personal congratulatory reward from me. The feeling of a devious aura washes through me, but I can't see any actual movement on the shadowy demon's face. Over 200 million lords in the seating area outside have all been struck with this terrifying cold aura as well, and went completely silent. Large amounts of them have even passed out, and lost their grasps on the system itself. I feel the shadow in the sky turn its gaze my way, like it is amused, looking at a bug or a small child. And do not forget to stick around after the show, there will be a reveal of a new family member after all. The intensity of the cold increases abruptly, then dissipates just as fast. The whole sky returns to green, and warmth radiates through the arena and all the stands again. The 1-hour clock in the sky ticks down, and the announcer's voice returns to my ears as all of the passed out lords in the stands regain their grasp on the system, and wake up cheering like it never happened, a once-in-a-century appearance. Those who felt our Lord's presence will not forget it. The timer has started counting down. Let the main event begin. Chapter 836, he definitely looked my way, even through the countless layers of suppression commands in the air, and the fact that that was just another hologram. I could feel that Muriel's cold vibrations were much stronger, and much colder than anything I felt while talking to him over a video call before. I could feel them seeping into my body. And even past my second seal, though, a grin comes onto my face as I'm certain the third seal deep inside me was not affected or probed at all. Good, just in time, I think to myself while reaching into my item storage and pulling out my soul sword. I coat the blade in thick layers of white ether, to make it blend in like a normal basic or relic class artifact. The deep crimson color is suppressed underneath, yet, even with layers of ether covering it, noble vibrations still leak out from the blade. This is the first time I'm exposing it to the atmosphere after my training in the Sea of Corruption, and its rank up to level 3 of its evolution, while it too is suppressed by the 2 seals still holding back its full synchronicity with my cores. A burst of power still ripples outward. It is so strong that it even breaks my concentration on the suppression technique I was using back in the holding cell, and my raw noble vibrations leak out from my physique. I raise my borrowed stats up to a full 2%, and activate my greater energy form in the same moment. Wisps of demonic energy flicker in my red energy form, and even circle my white sword, as I want to give more hints to those watching to believe what I'm about to show them. The most important watcher of all, the Vermilion family head, he may be furious with me, but I know one thing the demons can't pass up, and that is an ego boost for their race and family name. Time for the main event to begin indeed. I yell out while flying forward, spreading my perception outward as far as it can go in my current form and environment. getting a read on about 25% of the forest region I've been spawned into. It's enough to see a few dozen entries. The majority being first-class lords from the preliminaries, but a few unrecognizable, most likely from the grouping of lords that pre-qualified from last month's arena event. Tough luck. I whisper while leaving trails of ether, demonic energy, and fire behind me, making zigzag patterns through the thick trees in the forest. Notifications ring loud in my ears. Kill confirmed. X31, you've gained 1 point. X27, you've gained 3 points. X4, in less than 5 minutes, the entire area of forest I've spawned into is cleared out. And I make it to the mountain range beside it. I hold 39 points, and the small prize option to claim a permanent avatar's upgrade is already visible in my system status. This doesn't stop me from diving down into the massive mountainous region with tall peaks and deep valleys that are large enough to hold entire countries between them if I were to scale this to the human world's infrastructure. Kill confirmed. X14. You've gained 1 point. X12, you've gained 3 points. X2, my points raise to 57 after a few more minutes, but I finally stop my rampage once an image flashes in my mind. It's of Ava's spectate POV, where she too uses 2% of borrowed stats, crushing dozens of lords herself on the far side of this mountain range where I can't sense. She's looking at the visual of a giant white elf's greater form, one I'm certain is the doing of Ren's more aggressive personality. Its hands glow extremely white and grab onto the air itself. It looks as though this greater form is pulling on the ether commands in the air, and ripping them apart like curtains to fly through with greater ease. White arrow-like needles come out from the Lord's hands as well when enemies come nearby, making a serpent, a mantis, and a team of 3 high orcs explode into fractured pieces all in the span of a few seconds. I send Ava a telepathy message, hold them off, but stay together, both of you need to drop out of the match. I'm going for the grand prize. Ava flies forward, trailing green and white mist behind her, but when Ren's attention moves her way, it's not friendly or recognizable at all. The massive white greater form tears away the suppression ether commands between them and flies forward with sharp eyes ready to kill. I roll my eyes and start eliminating even more entries in these mountains while I watch Ava swing her hammer upward to smash away a flurry of those odd white arrows, then collide with the elf's greater form. She borrows my telepathy skill and initiates peaceful contact, as they have met before out in the black desert of the wilderness briefly. At the same time, the announcer of this match yells out like he's having the time of his life. And we're off to an exciting start. Take a look at these highlights. Visuals of the handful of jet black Obsidian Clan berserkers are the main attraction, as they all have headed straight for the army of demonic beasts. This light show is not within my perception, but I get the admin's aerial view of what is going on. The second most popular attraction is deep within the forest region, on the side I didn't explore. The griffin that was staring me down the whole time I was in that holding cell is using its greater form to slaughter everything in its vicinity, stacking dozens of points similar to my own score. Another team of serpents all cluster inside the arena part of the floating rings and face off against a team of mantis creatures. The insects seem to have the upper hand, as they're more agile and fly through the rings, changing colors and claiming what look like temporary avatar buffs, chipping away at the serpents one by one. Lastly, I see myself slashing through first-class beasts with ease. What took many minutes to achieve before, I do now without batting an eye. Mammoths are crushed with a single fiery slash, mantis monsters that ruled over entire full rounds in the preliminaries are sliced in two, and even berserker giants stand no chance. I haven't run into any yet that hold the same dark black form I fought in round 1, but I defeat some with grey auras without batting an eye. Kill confirmed. X42, you've gained 1 point. X35, you've gained 3 points. X7, my point total surges past 100, unlocking the large prize option in my system, and I hear the demonic servant announcer hyping me up as I approach the ongoing fight between Ava and Ren. For those of you that missed our round 1 match of the preliminaries, we have a few human entries in the arena today. This one is full of surprises. He broke his last soul weapon against a warrior from the Obsidian Clan, and now he pulls out another that looks to be similar strength. I think we have ourselves another contender for the grand prize. Visuals of other entries show up on the screen, with the crowd's live voting system showing the percent approval and guesses for who will make it to the end. Mine only shows 5%, while the griffin shows 12%. 3 berserker giants battling with demonic mammoths while holding off other beasts in the flat zone hold about 25% each, and the rest of the entries share less than 1% each. My attention pulls away from these visuals once the white and green auras of my allies come into view. I yell out loud, "Hey, you two, heads up," making them both turn their heads my way as I head right toward them, not slowing my speed. My sword leaves my grasp, letting it slowly orbit behind me in its natural state. This leaves both my hands free to grab both of the clashing lord's greater forms and separate them from each other. I activate my light magic to create a massive explosion of flames that seems real, but is really all a show. I stare into the angry elf's eyes, and they finally realize it's me. You're both on the same team here. Get along, and save your strength for the real fight that will begin soon. Then turn to Ava, thank you. Now drop out and get Ren ready for what's to come. Your instincts brought them to this point, there has to be a good reason why. The illusion of dark flames fills the entire mountain range we're in, for over 1,000 kilometers around. It's far easier to spread my aura in this pocket of space. As Rin destroyed portions of the suppression commands, Ava and Rin disappear in flashes of white light as they drop out of the match. And I feel their presence immediately shift to a holding cell below the arena floor. I grab my blade again and kill every single thing that moves in this mountain range over the next few minutes, then head toward the moving rings in the sky. The war between serpents and insects is still in full swing, but I look to the sky and see the timer already falling below 40 minutes left. So, to speed things up, I pull more borrowed stats, bringing my total up to 5% and fly forward, leaving a trail of fire behind, with far more demonic energy in my aura than before. Chapter 837, Kill Confirmed, X78, you've gained 1 point, X65, you've gained 3 points, X13, my points surge even higher as I make it into the zone filled with floating rings. Ding, avatar buff activated, 50% increase in fire summoning for 10 minutes, ding, avatar buff activated, 25% increase in all attacks for 3 minutes, ding, avatar buff activated. 30% increase in speed for 5 minutes, ding, 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 every single ring I fly through, another temporary buff is placed on my fake avatar. They stack on top of each other infinitely. As far as I can tell, the range of motion and energy surging through this layer of ether commands around me certainly increases. But at this point, I'm not relying on it even for cover at all. There is no noticeable difference in my abilities as I fly around this portion of the dome, slicing serpents and mantis lords into pieces and dominating in my domain. Some of the stronger ones, that have hints of auras from the star sector of elites, they try to fight back. However, many of the weaker first-class lords freeze in place when I enter their presence. The noble vibrations that leak out from my avatar while pulling 5% of my borrowed stats is too strong. Their abilities to grasp the system are restricted, and they never stand a chance. In doing so, I clear out this entire quarter of the dome in just over 10 minutes. Stacking my points even further and setting my sights on the next flat, smooth zone. However, I do feel my second seal warming up after this display. The commentary of the probing and tampering from Muriel Vermilion at the start of this match, loosening this seal, and the increased use of power to clear the stage faster has already begun to make my ears ring slightly, and feel a warm sensation begin pushing against the inside of my body. It is not affecting my ability to fight at all, so. With a trail of demonic energy and flames behind me, I soar downward, out from the flying rings, and toward the massive purple and black explosions of an army of demonic beasts fighting 3 berserkers. There are only 3 feeds that the announcer of the event is swapping between: the footage of me dominating in the floating ring zone, the berserker giants fending off an entire demonic army, and the griffin in the forest region battling against a rock golem and an extremely powerful armored monkey lord. The number of entries visible on the feeds are quickly dwindling after my massacre, and the odds of who the audience thinks will make it to the end shift slightly. My odds have evened out around 10%, the same as the griffin, whose odds have lowered, while the majority of the crowd still have their money on the Obsidian Clan berserkers. I was here for round 1, you guys don't understand. That human really beat one of the Obsidian Clan's warriors. He could win it all. No way, man. I've been watching this arena event for over 200 years. The only thing that can beat the Obsidian Clan is when Andres or Cisco Vermilion stop participating in the event, or when they have mutant beasts let out. The mammoths get pretty strong sometimes, true. But what about the griffin? I don't think I've ever seen one show up in the arena. Though, I've heard there are still some fresh worlds left in the star system of elites, I'm telling you. There may have only been a few million of us watching, but that human is different. I hear some of the comments from the crowds echo through the live feeds as I fly forward on a crash course toward these obsidian berserkers and the demonic forces in question. My first target isn't the 3 black mana-based greater forms, it's the scattered demonic beasts all around. I send waves of dense white ether and mana down at a wave of cyclopses and high orcs, shattering them to pieces and hearing roars sound out as others are burned alive from the fire residue left behind from the outer layer of my slash. Kill confirmed, X21, you've gained 5 points, X21. A few of the stronger cyclopes that survived my attacks fly upward my way as kill notifications ring in my ear. Behind them, the ogre variations and demonic berserkers lock onto me like an automated target and send attacks my way under a mind control curse. I can feel noble vibrations rippling off every single one of them. They are of varying strengths, but there is a very odd sensation I get from examining so many at the same time. It's like I'm sensing the aura of a single noble demon. It is just spread out evenly, like miniature clones. There is no variation in the vibration signatures. Oddly enough, they all feel exactly the same as that Cyclopes guardian I killed under Ellipsia when I first arrived in the upper realm. Kill confirmed, x36, you've gained 5 points, x36. More notifications for kills ring out as I send waves of ether and demonic flames down at these weak replicas of noble bloodlines. Sure, they can suppress a first-class lord with their noble blood, but with my new understanding of my own path progression after training in the Sea of Corruption, I'm positive this is just borrowed strength, and all from the same demon. The only way for them to get stronger would be to siphon more blood from the source of this power. Kill confirmed, x14, you've gained 5 points, x14. I eliminate a full row of 14 demonic serpents, and yell out into the sky, weaklings. This is nothing compared to the power of a real noble demon. My scream and laugh afterward is caught by the live recordings as I fly closer to the center of this war taking place. Each of the Obsidian clan's berserkers is clashing against the tusks of a demonic mammoth. The shockwaves from the attacks they're throwing out can be felt over 5,000 kilometers away despite the ether-suppressing commands in the air. I can feel the strength of the vibrations rippling off these lifeless, mind-controlled demonic mammoths as many times higher than all of the beasts I just sliced through. Though, at the same time, they're transfused with the same exact noble demon's blood, they're just able to handle much more than the other creatures. Their hollow purple eyes burn bright with ether-infused light, and I feel their light purple tusks slamming against the sword, axe, and massive spiked warhammer that the three berserkers battling them wield. As I fly over the corpses and broken soul weapons of many of the other demonic beasts between myself and this epic duel taking place, I do spot a few stragglers that these berserkers did not kill on their way over. Kill confirmed, x11, you've gained 5 points, x11, though, my focus is more steady on the vibrations coming off of the black greater forms of the berserkers. As of right now, my senses are in a much more heightened and natural state than they were in round 1 of the preliminaries. These three monsters all share a very similar power, the warm black aura giving them strength to collide against the noble vibrations, but at the same time, I can feel that each one of them is slightly different. Unlike the demonic forces around me with shared borrowed power, these berserkers are unique, and have grown their power separately. It briefly makes me wonder if the noble form I've absorbed from the demons and begun to grow myself is borrowed power too. But then I remember what's trapped behind my third seal. Maybe the seed to start it was borrowed, but this path is mine. It's much different than these mindless drones, I think to myself while pulling a few more borrowed stats to bring my total up to 7%. I curve downward through the sky, landing in the center of the evenly strength brawl going on between these 6 fighters. There are small purple scars on 2 of the berserkers' greater forms, but the crazed look in their sharp green eyes tells me they're just getting started. One of the mammoth's tusks is already starting to crack, and all 3 of them have wounds on their limbs starting to slow them down. I can predict the outcome of this battle quite easily. It would take another 15 or 20 minutes, but the berserkers would win, creating an exciting main event tiebreaker where the 3 of them fight for the grand prize slot. This is what the admins had in mind, choosing the strengths of the demonic beasts and placement of all the lords very strategically. However, I'm here to ruin it all. I grin, sending out a devastating slash filled with red and purple fire, spinning my body in a circle to create a circular slash that expands and collides. With all 6 of the strongest fighters in this event, the noble vibrations in my fire begin to disrupt and overpower the vibrations in the mammoths. And the berserker giants all try to block my wave of flames with their relic-class soul weapons. One of the mammoth's tusks that was fractured before shatters to pieces, and the brunt of my blast slices it in half. Another mammoth's whole left side is burned off, losing an eye and a leg in the process, while the third one times a block and a counterattack perfectly, but is still flipped over into an awkward position on its side. The berserker with a long sword blocks my attack too, but they're pushed backward, forced to retreat. The axe wielder tried to slice my wave of fire in half, but the density is too great. It's engulfed in flames too hot, and it's beginning to eat away at the monster's greater form. Shrieks of agony come out of its jagged-toothed mouth. The final berserker holding a warhammer watches the first 5 enemies fail to properly counter, and jumps upward and slams its hammer down on my wave of fire to use its force as momentum to dodge. It's flung in the direction of the mammoth that fell on its side, and takes advantage of this to slam the spiked end of its hammer down on the underside of its head to finish a fatal strike. It too lets out a war cry, and turns to me, "Bring it on!" I yell out while one remaining injured mammoth and two angry berserker giants holding a sword and a hammer stare at me with intent to kill in their eyes. The third berserker still flails about, being burned by my flames, but looks like it will manage to survive as its black aura starts to burst through the red fire surrounding it. Chapter 838, the human lord has joined the fight. He's caused two of the demonic mammoths to meet their end, but all three of the Obsidian clan's warriors are looking to settle the score for stealing their glory, the announcer yells out, zooming in on the live feeds and playing back the footage of my attack over and over. The 230 million lords watching see a wave of purple and red fire fill their views of the battle. Only one kill notification rings in my ear, as I only finished off one mammoth, and the other was finished off by the berserker with a warhammer. "You're a lot stronger than the one I fought earlier today," I remark, sending another wave of fire to the isolated berserker that jumped over my last attack. My greater form is about 1/5 the size of these berserkers, but my power, speed, and intensity of noble vibrations is certainly topping theirs. The hammer-wielding monster sees my attack coming again and jumps upward, soaring tens of kilometers into the sky in a single leap to dodge. I throw another wave of flames in my follow-through with the two other berserkers coming at me from the other side. Massive explosions of fire fill the area, bursting outward hundreds of kilometers even with the ether-suppressing commands all around us. The sword wielder I pushed back earlier gets slammed with a direct hit on my second attack, and the final mammoth gets caught in the crossfire and shockwave of both my strikes. It isn't agile enough to jump or dodge and has to block head-on with its tusks. Another kill confirmation rings in my ears as its purple tusks shatter and it's sliced to pieces. The sword-wielding berserker giant that took a full-powered slash from 7% of my borrowed stats managed to survive, but just like its axe wielding partner, it is engulfed in a wave of flames. Screeches from both of the flaming berserker giants echo through my ears, as I feel their power surge even higher. They enjoy this kind of thing. The battle would not be fun for them if they won in a single blow, and they wouldn't be able to grow stronger either. I'm certain they weren't holding back, but when I see the dark obsidian aura bursting out from the flames, and both giants' greater forms expanding by over 20% in mere seconds, I can't help but match their wide grins and laugh back. Above me, the hammer-wielding monster comes arching downward after its leap, and from all sides, there are full-powered incoming attacks. The human's attack was enough to kill off the last of the demon's distractions, but the Obsidian clan won't fall that easy. "He is truly done for now," echoes in my ear from the announcer hyping up the play-by-play. At the same time, I pull another 3% of borrowed stats, bringing my total up to 10%. The moment I do, crimson leaks out from deep within my blade, my noble vibrations become even more intense, and a loud buzzing sound starts to push against my inner ear. This is what I get for using so much power with my seal still activated, and not even using my noble form, but I won't have to wait too much longer. I take a deep breath in and out, and my eyes glow bright white while I jump upward and twist my body again. A spiral of red, white, and purple flames erupts out from my blade just as the hammer, sword, and axe are all converging less than 10 meters away from my greater form each. The sounds of relic-class soul weapons cracking and noble vibrations suppressing the systems of warriors from planets where they never met their match makes a static sound buzz through the air. Even the smooth arena floor beneath my feet quivers, as three jet-black greater forms all around me get hit with a direct attack in the chest, and bright white splinters of energy fracture through all of them like broken glass. The berserkers still don't die in a single hit, but I keep spinning around, sending more and more attacks their way mid-air while they have no weapons to block any longer. This all happens in under 1/10 of a second. For an average lord looking in, it appears as though I released a shockwave of energy that blew them all backward when they tried to attack me. But the high-speed recording devices show me spinning around dozens of times and obliterating my enemies. 3 more kill-confirmed notifications ting in my ears while the entire flat zone of the arena explodes with a devastating pressure. It looks like a miniature star is exploding as the black, white, purple, red, and green energy waves are ejected from a single point. There are no enemies left in the floating ring zone to feel or see these waves. The mountain range is silent, and abandoned as well. However, one zone remains active, and almost every single lord left in this artificial forest freezes with fear once the aura that ripples through them is felt, every lord except one. The white greater form of the first-class griffin elegantly slashes through an armored monkey that froze during the blast, and dives beneath a massive branch to finally crush the core of a black rock golem on its underside that has been using other lords as cover to regenerate. Wisps of white wind magic, ether, and warm vibrations of their own are left in flowing patterns as the griffin lets out a majestic screech and flaps its wings to finish off every other frozen lord in the forest. One by one, the entries on the live feeds all disappear, getting picked off by the griffin, to only leave 2 entries left over the next few minutes. However, the announcer does not highlight this creature's ruthless yet elegant display one bit. The only visuals shown on the big live screens are of instant playbacks of my release of energy to take out the warriors from the Obsidian clan. The entire audience is left in awe. He's really done it. The human pulled it off. This is a one-of-a-kind arena event today, lords. For the first time in hundreds no thousands of years, our champion is not going to be a demon or a berserker giant. The announcer keeps hyping up the crowd, and they keep feeding into it. The stands all around the ring are shaking, and every lord has jumped up from their seats. I told you. You should have seen him in round 1. The human is going to win it all. Impossible. A lower race could never. This has to be some kind of trick. Did you see the color of his fire? It has purple and black energy in it. See, look at that replay. Could he be using demonic energy? Is this another one of the demon's tests? Who cares? The payout is over 100 times what I put in. Come on, human. Take home the grand prize. The only other lord left in the dome now is that griffin. I calmly float in the center of the flat zone. As I see the results of my actions through a live spectate feed, everything is perfectly falling into place. All I have to do now is eliminate this griffin and trigger the final phase of my plan. I can see its flight patterns twisting out from the forest and heading my way already. I don't have to do a thing. Once I see the flash of white light show up on the horizon, I reach out and grab the sword that has been leisurely orbiting around me while I waited, then point it forward and call out, "Hey! If you're an intelligent beast, drop out so we don't have to fight." I don't want to hurt you if I don't have to. It's partially a tease, but at the same time partially the truth. I'm going to win this event no matter what. If this half-bird, half-lion wants to drop out and claim a large prize now, it'd work out best for both of us, though. It doesn't slow down one bit. I pull my blade back in a defensive stance and brace for impact. Well, at least I warned you, I murmur out while the monster's taloned feet collide with my blade at their max velocity. I sense dozens of ether-imbued wind blades all swirling around in the air, curving around toward my back while I'm distracted with this block. The warm vibrations I feel from our contact are extremely intense. They're pretty close to the strength of one of the berserkers I just killed. Actually, then, when I look it in the eyes, a wave of energy bursts into my psyche and a loud, confident voice echoes in my mind. I would never trust the words of a noble demon. You give these lords false hope in the form of a lesser race, only to tear it away and show them despair once you win this event. Despicable. Dishonorable. I will not surrender to the likes of you. A false noble race. One that should not exist in the bounds of the system in the first place. You demons are a virus that must be exterminated no matter the cost. The griffin glows white hot, and an eruption of power tens of times greater than what it was giving off before explodes outward from its true body deep within its greater form. My eyes widen, but not out of fear. It is amusement and pure surprise. This amount of power completely overwhelms what I have available to me in my current form. It is pretty similar to the strength level of a real noble. If I was just the strength of Andres Vermilion, the past lord of the Ellipsia Citadel, I may have actually been in trouble. However, I am not that weak. Behind my suppressed power, my perception is still hundreds of times faster than what my body is outwardly showing. So, I have plenty of time to react and think this situation through. I do the only logical counter, pulling another 5% of borrowed stats, and let my second seal dissolve on the spot. Chapter 839. The instant my second seal dissolves, the hot pressure building up in my head and around the inside of my body is instantly released. In the same fraction of a second, I pull more borrowed stats to bring my total up to 15%, and waves of heat burst out from my body. I feel the outer shell of ether. Commands I've been using to create a fake avatar in order to fit in while in the Grand Citadel completely evaporate too. The 5 gray crowns above my head disappear, and the suppression of my ether and noble vibrations is lifted a level further. The refined ether in my body can finally meld properly with my mana control and demonic energy again, and my greater form grows tens of times denser as my true soul energy strength floods in. At the same moment, I activate my noble human form, yet, instead of shining bright with an ethereal glow, I allow all of the demonic energy I've stored in my demon lord's core to flood out, suppressing the crimson aura that glows from my sword and covering the shimmering white body that grows from the center of my greater form. My bones, muscles, and blood all expand. As my noble form is no energy manifestation. It is a real body transformation, pushing the weaker version of a third-class human into a noble being. I grow from just over 2 meters tall in my base state, to over 20 meters in my noble form, and my greater energy form saturated with soul energy grows by 10 times as well, forcing my presence in the dome to grow to over 600 meters tall almost instantaneously. This griffin's elegant greater form towered over me moments ago, and its burning hot claws were each wrapping around my soul sword, equaling it in size. There were dozens of ether-imbued wind crescents all converging at my back, each one larger than my entire greater form. But now, a demonic roar erupts from the white burst of the griffin's finishing move. Its wind crescents hit my back and are instantly consumed like dry brittle leaves burning in a raging fire, and I push my blades forward as it grows, sending the griffin flying backward as now I tower over it, double its size, horns grow out from my forehead, and I use my conceal skill to replicate all of the features that Draco Vermilion's greater energy form had back in the lower realm, my third and final. Seal still holds back my high noble vibrations, as well as the full activation of my final ranked up buff, the astral form, yet, now as I release this power, I feel waves of vibrations coming off me equal to the strength I released after my first few days training with Seraphel in the High Orc Tower. The waves I'm producing are no imitation or even suppressed version of the real thing. The aura I'm giving off is that of a true noble demon. Every single suppression command in the arena dome is instantly activated, yet still, they make it through every layer despite being suppressed. The walls of the arena are blasted by my hot aura, and small amounts even leak out into the Grand Citadel's open air. The crowds surrounding the arena feel it, just like Muriel's display when he showed up as a hologram before the fight began. Some second-class lords start to feel weak, but no one passes out or loses their grips on the system. All of the suppression commands and defensive arrays in the arena dome are working as they should. Extra arrays are automatically activated outside the dome as well once my aura is sensed, and the issue is fixed in a matter of seconds. Once it does, this results in a loud wave of cheers, matched with the announcer of the event playing back this display over and over while the waves of demonic energy and white wind magic fill the dome. The flying ring zone's movement commands are all disrupted, and many begin falling from the sky. There are avalanches in the mountain ranges, and a few of the nearest trees in the massive forest crack like porcelain, and fall over. Even the smooth ground beneath me shatters, and auto-mending ether commands begin repairing the cracks before my eyes. Yet, surprisingly, the first-class lord that took on the brunt of my unsealed aura shockwave is still alive. When I register their movements coming toward me again, I find they're actually even more alive than they were moments ago. The griffin has grown stronger, hotter, and the ether it's pushing out more refined. I let out a loud, deep, demonic laugh while fighting back, swinging my purple sword forward to clash with the hot white talons of an eagle. Upon contact, I can feel vibrations surging through this creature like nothing I've ever felt before. Well, actually, it is similar to one thing I've witnessed, a creation back on the human world, when I was first testing out my craftsmanship skill, imbuing random items with random skills. I found that I could imbue element stones with a plunderer skill too powerful for it to handle, and it resulted in a magic item that sucked up as much mana as it could until hitting critical mass and detonating to destroy everything in sight. The griffin's body starts to look very similar to this magic item, absorbing the raw energy of the ether commands in the atmosphere despite the backlash. All of the raw energy coming off my own aura swirls in toward the griffin too, and I can even see it using its own soul energy and divine core as extra energy sources, sacrificing its life force for a more powerful blast. The creature's confident voice echoes in my head again. My contacts in the lower realm warned me of your arrival, but their measure of your strength was far lower than what you truly hold. No matter. My sacrifice will give us more time. The upper realm cannot be sealed. Hey! I'm no demon. Our goals are more aligned than you think. I yell back through the link, feeling this monster's cores and energy pathways heat up more and more, so much so, that the avatar commands connecting this first-class lord to the arena's teleportation arrays are starting to dissolve. The explosion it's trying to trigger will actually kill it. At such close range, I might have to borrow double the stats I have right now in order to walk away unharmed as well. No demon? With those noble vibrations? You think I'm naive enough to believe any other race could ever walk that path? You can fool the rest of the Grand Citadel that has already submitted to the demons to live in their fake paradise here, but I will never trust a word out of your mouth. I'd die 1,000 times over to have the honor of killing a noble like you. I feel the monster core begin to vibrate uncontrollably, like it's triggering a collapse. In less than a second, it will detonate itself, and no words I say back will stop it or make it drop out. There is one easier option to get the same result. Eliminate this griffin from the arena event myself, though, it's not that easy. If I were to counterattack and break its cores myself, it would still detonate and kill itself. However, if I use far more precision, shattering its avatar and bringing its HP low enough to trigger a simulated death before it explodes, it could be teleported to a suppression chamber fast enough to survive. I smirk, pull another 5% of stats, and concentrate to force my greater form to specialize in speed and agility alone. Maybe if you talk to my friends, you'll trust me more. I'd rather you kill yourself taking out a real enemy than to waste it on me. Is all I reply back into our telepathy link before twisting out of the way. Bright purple slashes glow in the air, cutting through weak points in the griffin's greater form. Its legs first, then its wings, then precise blows to slash through flesh and high damage areas that do not collide with its expanding core or high-density ether pathways. Some slashes look awkward, like pinholes slicing through small areas of flesh, while others are near fatal. One attack runs straight through its heart, half a dozen more slice through its neck, in less than 0.03 of a second. Over 80 direct slashes blaze through the griffin's greater form and true body. It goes from pure elegant white to a dark purple blur of sword slashes, like a spider's web, only avoiding a single small area deep within its true body's chest. The demonic energy erupts outward as all of my sword slashes collide with each other, pressing inward with enough force to counteract the outward pressure of its detonation, just in time for a bright flash of light to teleport it away from the ring. I laugh loudly while emerging from the attack, letting even more intense vibrations slam against the inside of the dome from all angles. No real system notifications ring in my inner ear, so I believe my plan worked. However, I shattered my fake avatar shell, so no more arena notifications ring in my ear either. I did not receive a final kill confirmation. My grinning demonic face emerges from the white and purple explosion in the spectate feed that runs live in the back of my mind, and on the leaderboards, my human face is the only entry left, with bright grand prize winner in bold text beneath it. Even though I cannot hear notifications in the fake avatar shell I was wearing, the admins controlling the live feeds have made sure that all screens show I've won. They can't let a noble demon lose by a technicality after all. It would ruin their reputation. As I look up to the sky, the top of the green dome starts to grow dark again just like it did before the match. Chapter 840, with minutes left on the clock to spare. That does it. Every single demonic beast is eliminated. Every single Obsidian Clan berserker. All of the pre-qualifiers from last month. Every single qualifier from the preliminary rounds earlier today. They are all gone. Eliminated. Only a single entry remains, the instant replay, slowing my movements down by over 1,000 times, slicing through the griffin, shattering their pristine white greater form into thin slices with devastating demonic blows, is repeated on the live feed over and over. Close-ups of the bright purple eye on the base of my soul sword are shown in perfect quality, then shift back to the visuals of my demonic appearance and growing horns as I emerge from the explosions. The entry card showing my human face shifts, now looking just like Draco Vermilion. What's happening? Why does that human look like a demon now? See? I told you the flames were purple. Ha, my bet's still paid out. Who cares if it's a demon or not? No way. They tricked us, of course they did. Are you stupid? A lower race killing 3 Obsidian Clan berserkers? Of course it's impossible. What? The discussion in the stands erupts with outrage, excitement, and despair. No one knows what to think, or how to act. The imagery of a demon is showing up on their live feed, but it is not one of the Vermilion family that they recognize. Then, a wave of understanding begins to wash through the crowds. And at the same time the announcer guiding the show catches on, yelling out for everyone to hear while the top of the dome continues to saturate in a dark shadowy aura. That's right. I told you all you were getting a special appearance from a new Vermilion family member that just arrived from the lower realm. Less than 30 days, without a single avatar upgrade, here to present his raw noble power to the citizens of the Grand Citadel, and those he will soon rule over in the green zone of the upper realm. I present to you, Draco Vermilion. In response, I show off even more, lifting my sword in the air and activating my demonic energy manipulation skill to flood the area with even more dense purple soul energy as it begins to meld with my unsealed ether stores. My noble vibrations collide with the outside of the dome again, with greater force than last time, but none of the upgraded automatic suppression arrays are activated. Instead, a small amount leaks out to make the crowds around the arena feel my presence again. The announcer begins to show more highlights of my last few fights, but at the same time, the shadows at the top of the dome all start to form together again into the imagery of a longhorn demon. All of the playback cuts off, and Muriel's simulated energy form is the only thing the live feeds focus on again, as this shadowy figure almost never appears in front of the masses, though, as his cold aura clashes against mine. More understanding washes over the crowds as to why he is really here. The deep and commanding voice that welcomed the start of this main event round now echoes through the dome again, down toward me. I cannot see any facial features on the shadowy monster, nor can I even see where their true body is, but I can feel the devious aura of a figure grinning and looking down at me like prey, or more like I am nothing but a cute helpless animal. You've won. As expected of a noble demon. These first-class lords and so-called elites are nothing compared to you. What a grand stage to introduce yourself to the green zone of the upper realm indeed. My grand prize to you will be 100 years of personal training. One-on-one as my disciple, and of course, a citadel of your own once it is through. Mensa, Ellipsia, or even have a new one constructed to your liking. You are family, so it is only right I treat you with honor and respect. All of the lower races watching will be your lords to command soon. Is this a satisfactory welcome present for you? Many second-class and weaker first-class lords outside the arena pass out from the shockwave of energy coming off Muriel's energy clone, but more suppression and shielding commands are activated again to keep these vibrations out. The incredible visual of two enormous demonic greater forms conversing is shown for hundreds of millions of lords to see. Some scream out with fright, others with excitement, and many freeze in place with fear or awe. I reply with a smile of my own. Yes, I believe that prize is satisfactory for the average noble demon rising from the lower realm. Then I grip my sword tighter, and swing it around in a circle to create a purple and white sparkling light show around me while I point my blade up at the demon again, though I am no average noble demon. I believe I have what it takes to sit on your throne. To become a royal family head, as I lift my blade in the air, all of the lords in the crowd surrounding stands that were reacting or making noise before stop. Eyes widen all around the ring, and everyone freezes. Even the announcer's mouth stays wide open. I hold my ground in confident stance through the eerie silence, as well as the growing cold aura that pumps out from the energy manifestation above me. It feels like a towering monster, looking down at a tiny bug that just bit a giant, expecting for it to fall. Instead of rage or anger, only loud laughter shakes the dome. Disappointment, failure, even pity is all the demonic force is able to send through its vibrations, as it expected more from the noble demon than a public challenge like this, to question one's power, and publicly state a wish to take another's throne, to diminish a demon's position and honor, no matter the difference in rank. This is a direct and indefensible attack. Are you challenging me to a public duel? A mere noble demon in your first month in the upper realm? Do you really wish for me to make a martyr out of you? This is the grand prize you desire? Muriel states back in a loud and demanding voice. I laugh back, not backing down. I fooled everyone here into believing I was a human, to give the lower races some hope that maybe they had a chance at power after all. Only for them to see the cruel reality of demons' domination of the upper realm. Then again, maybe it wasn't a show for them, but an act to buy more time and fool you. Darkness fills every corner of the dome around me after these words. And I simultaneously send messages to my generals and allies scattered across the upper realm. A ping sounds in Maria's ear while she watches the live surveillance feeds of the Ellipsia Citadel. In the last few minutes, there have been multiple waves of blue light coming from the direction 3 other generals headed off to just hours ago, yet her vision is far more concentrated on the scans of incoming forces from another direction. The Mensa Citadel has an army on the way, just as she expected. There appears to be one high-level energy source, that of at least a noble demon's energy readings, 2 at that of a first-class demon, and over 10,000 around the second and third-class strength level. In the form of demonic servants, their exact imagery is still not clear on the live feeds, as they are still over 500,000 kilometers away. But, at the speed they're traveling, it's only a matter of minutes before they arrive. She uses the Citadel's communication systems to alert Torvak and Asik, who are down below in the High Orc Towers public district, putting the final touches on the 8,000 Ellipsia Citadel's freed slaves that used to be demonic servants as well. Time's up. We have company. The final phase of the Green Zone takeover has begun. She turns off the transmission device once both the warlords receive this message, pulls out her soul sword, and calmly walks down a narrow corridor until stopping right before a sealed room. With the activation of a simple ether command, the door slides open, and inside 2 brain-dead first-class demons rest in rejuvenation pods. Beside them, their dragons sleep. However, they will never wake up again. Before any of the 4 beings in the room even register she has arrived, blue and white light fills the air. Crystalline source resin shimmers in rainbow refracting patterns in the form of clear cuts on the demons' and dragons' necks and through their cores. All 4 avatars and bonded souls are shattered to pieces like glass exploding under too much pressure. Level up notifications ring in her inner ear, and at the same time, the warning messages that 2 vermilion family demons have just been killed are triggered through every demon in the 5 great families. Maria wastes no time and jumps upward, activating ether commands to leave through the central tower's ceiling, then pointing her gaze off in the distance where the real enemy approaches. Simultaneously, Abby, Ari, and Raven all dive down deep below the green clouds of the upper realm. All 3 of them have their greater forms activated, using all of the speed they can to fly forward, staying inside a dense green aura from Abby and her glowing staff as she leads the flight up front. This green protective bubble of restoration makes both Aries and Raven's bodies pulse with sparkling green and yellow light, and every time another wave of blue noble vibrations explodes out from where they're headed, they flow through them like their bodies are translucent. When the 3 generals break through the lowest level of clouds, the scene of an enormous army of demonic wyverns, berserkers, ogres, orcs, cyclopes, and even some unidentifiable beasts all staring forward in mind-controlled, mindless states, surrounding the coast of the Sea of Corruption, is a terrifying sight. These 3, out of any of the generals, know what kind of power can be infused into monsters after their death while training on Kelfer. The fact that even as the sea before them glows bright blue, sending waves of radiation outward that destroy hundreds of thousands of kilometers worth of landscape, and even melt the leftover towering pieces of the citadel sticking out from the sea. The demonic army stands ready for battle, unfazed. The fast travel orb that was purchased hours ago from the central tower of Ellipsia, holding a Scarlet Clan berserker and a dragon in its human form, finally approaches the Grand Citadel. A demonic servant on duty begins to trigger the automated commands and prompts, but is unusually slow today. The majority of this admin's mind is elsewhere, consumed by the once-in-a-lifetime stare-down of the Grand Citadel's lord, a royal family head, and a noble demon that just publicly challenged it for dominance. Even in the lower realm, many galactic players are moving their pieces. It is as though the fabric of reality has waited for a perfect breaking point where all chaos can break loose. And now it has chosen to snap. A telepathy message from deep space, from a true court demon named Pluto in the new temporary task force of the lower realm's Vermilion family, is transmitted to Bree, a yellow-cored human calmly cultivating on a ring of civilized structures rotating around a red star. We've officially moved out. The attack on the Great Belt of Brimia is starting. Bree gets up from her seated position, and instantly calls Alvaron and every commander to bring this to their attention. Everyone picks up instantly. But the yellow-cored slug that floats in alone on its home planet has its active mind present elsewhere. It is focused on the security feeds watching a frozen asteroid millions of kilometers away. Built as a temporary prison before the generals left the lower realm, it begins to crack, and the ice holding the army of first-class true core demons from the Morvale family inside shatters to dust, allowing these enemies to finally move free again. Chapter 841. The entire dome around me turns dark, and the faceless gaze that points down at me becomes colder and colder. Demons of the Vermilion family, known demons of the 5 great royal families, do not wish for each other's downfall. You may be new to the upper realm, but your public insolence must still be punished. 1 minute. I will give you a single minute to survive with my energy manifestation that watches over the citadel. Survive, and I will give you the opportunity to kneel and accept the prize I've offered you again. Fail, and I will kill you here and now with the Grand Citadel as my witness. Even noble demons that disobey are nothing but pawns to be eliminated when they are no longer useful in the royal family's grand game. The mountain range, floating rings, and remaining trees in the forest region all begin to crumble and fall to the dome's floor. I feel vibrations rippling through me, tens of times more intense than any of the holographic recordings I felt while talking to this demon before. Visuals of the outside show the entire green dome shaking, and waves of Lord's End. Even demonic servants beginning to faint and lose grasp on their systems. Automated safety suppression commands activate, but the demon's growing aura keeps breaking through them. More automated systems activate, and the ring of seated stands that surround this dome start to detach from each other and float backward through the air. They break off into about 24 sections and, at fast speeds, eject away from the dome, floating up in the air and further away from the center of the Grand Citadel's inner city to a safer distance. Many lords begin to wake up again, and the announcer watching does not miss a beat. A large 1-minute timer appears in the air, and he starts yelling out like this is a normal show, throwing up betting odds and hyping up the crowds that start waking up. On the other hand, I begin to let the spectate feed in the back of my mind fade away, as the aura that is rippling through me is actually quite intense. My limbs start to feel numb, and my mind goes fuzzy for a second. A drowsy sensation washes through me, and all of the numbers and skills available to me in my mind flicker, but Muriel's yell snaps me out of it. Get ready, child. I had big plans for an ambitious young fledgling like you. But I will be equally happy to make an example out of a noble that lets his ego overshadow his talent. Another like you will come along in 1,000 years. You are not special. The timer ticks down, showing 59 seconds, and I watch all of the dense black shadowy waves of energy that cover the outside of the dome instantly sink back in toward the topmost point. The dome itself is now translucent, white, with hints of green. The structures inside have all crumbled to dust on its floor. I float in its center as a small purple mass holding a glowing sword, yet, there is now the dark black demonic form that has manifested into reality high above me. It's roughly the same size as me, maybe twice as large at most, just over 1 kilometer tall, yet it is made of dense black coiling energy, giving off such a menacing aura. I can't think straight when I look at it. All of my inspection, appraisal, and perception skills are activated, but it is truly just energy. There is no avatar, no enchanted gear, nothing gives back any readings. It's like I'm staring at a body double, or even more simple than that. A clone made of nothing but noble vibrations and demonic energy, yet, it easily forms a long black staff in its grasp, making the end sharp like a spear, but slightly curved like a blade. Though, it oscillates and shifts, making it seem alive. In between heartbeats, the demon disappears, but I feel the cold vibrations getting stronger and stronger as fractions of milliseconds pass. My survival instincts act on their own, and I pull every single available stat from the pool, not touching the 20% total necessary for my generals. The full power of 50% of the borrowed stats from over 400,000 worlds rushes in, granting me over double the strength and reaction time from an instant ago. I twist my body and activate the true core ability of every single one of my new divine grade stat boosting skills I upgraded in the wilderness, shifting the color of my demonic form much brighter to glow with a white, red, and yellow hue. Then I slam my purple blade against the spear aimed straight for my chest. The shockwave of noble vibrations that explodes from this clash fills the dome with equal amounts of heat and cold, making it crack under the pressure and forcing the grand citadel to surge with a white light as stored ether beneath its streets pulses toward the center of the fight arena in order to trigger emergency safety protocol for energy surges like this. I feel splinters of cold surge through my body as well. We're both floating in the center of the dome, spear to sword, and waves of numbness trickle through my body. It is like a veil of shadows is falling down on top of me, making my perception of reality fade the longer I keep touching it. The sour smell of corruption sinks into my mind, like the sea far out in the green zone, yet so much stronger, because I am much closer to the real source, not the leftover residue from tens of thousands of years ago. I stare into the empty face of this energy form, and see up close the long horns that curve out from its head, memories from many demonic beasts and demons sharing the instinctive fear of this menacing shadowy figure flash in my mind. But all I want to do back for some reason is laugh. Excitement is the main emotion I feel. I'm strong enough to block this attack, and the root of my consciousness beneath my third and final seal has still not even been touched. Now this is a real fight. I yell out while bursting with red and purple flames, following through entirely with my sword swing and forcing the black shadowy energy form back. The cracks in the outside of the dome grow larger, making dense white fractures grow like a spider's web in the center of the citadel. The shadow demon lets out a screech that is inhuman, and tears the spear in its grasp in two. Tendrils of black energy flow off it, like it's alive, trying to piece back together, but the spear fully separates and becomes two black curved blades instead. Without any words, only a menacing burst of aura, the energy form disappears in an instant again, going in for the kill from another angle. It slams down into the bottom of the dome, spreading out waves of corruption like a spattering puddle, then bounces upward even faster, swinging both blades my way. My adrenaline is pumping even more now, and my battle focus in life or death instincts are fully activating. It feels like I've gone rusty from staying suppressed, and now every movement I make feels like energy is flowing back into my body, rejuvenating a part of me I didn't even realize was faded. I kick off the air above me and swing down to collide my soul sword against dual black blades again. The shockwave that follows cracks the dome even more. Audience members, as more and more protective layers of white ether commands are spawned over the dome, watch in complete and total awe. As much as ether commands can protect the public from these waves, small amounts of each clash still make their way through. Residents of the inner city that did not attend this month's arena event all feel that something is happening. They know waves of this magnitude only occur when one of the noble demons fights in the ring, but it never goes on for this long. Plus, pre-made safety commands are always set up beforehand. Either something has gone horribly wrong, or one of the Vermilion demons is putting on a show on purpose. Tens of millions of fast travel orbs begin to activate as even more lords arrive to watch the show, and live feeds of this event are even shared to those not present. The admins make the event blare out on every public channel, so that anyone in the green zone of the upper realm can view it. Pings on the fortress, Mensa, and even Ellipsia Citadel feeds for demonic servants are able to watch the show. The 1 million kilometers of wilderness surrounding the inner city is even subject to some weak waves of noble vibrations that manage their way through, in a matter of seconds. Every lord loyal to the demons in the upper realm freezes to watch this match. Dozens of massive explosions and shockwaves fill the screens in the dome. Only 10 seconds need to pass, and the whole translucent fighting arena, dome and floor, is so filled with cracks it's unbelievable that it's still held together. The compressed layers of ether commands on the outside are what hold it from shattering and bursting outward entirely. The shadowy demonic figure's weapon and hand shifts to an axe, a hammer, a curved dagger set, a ball on a chain, and many more unrecognizable weapons every time we clash. Depending on the range and angle, it switches up and attacks me right where I'm the weakest or least expect it. Every hit, portions of my body go numb, and I feel like I'm about to pass out, but I dig deeper and swing back, narrowly surviving every single exchange, grinning wider, and sinking deeper into a flow state of battle that I haven't felt in far too long. A few 100,000 kilometers below the Grand Citadel's surface, a true royal demon sits on a black throne, staring into the darkness of his protective tower. Tendrils of corruption flow off of him in every direction, making the black walls quiver, yet he only moves a single finger, waving it back and forth, watching his energy manifestation fight in the arena above, while infuriating that a noble demon with not even 1 month of life in the green zone dares to call him out so publicly. It is also quite amusing, no one ever talks back to him other than the family heads from higher zones. He has already decided to take this noble demon in to train for a few decades at least once the show is done here. As it does not matter if he rebels or not, he won't have a mind of his own once the corruption flows through him. The family head is merely toying with its prey before the inevitable kill. The green zone will forget about this incident in a few hundred years anyway. This is what he believes. Everything playing out before him is entirely in his control, that is at least, until 2 notifications directly from Ellipsia ring in his mind. They are the kill confirmations that will ripple through every zone of the upper realm. This is the direct result of the orders Maria followed through with, killing 2 first-class Vermilion demons to officially declare war. Chapter 842, the small black room at the central point of the underside of the Grand Citadel shakes, and tendrils of corruption pulse outward to fill the room. High above, in the arena where his small energy manifestation battles, the entire mood of the fight shifts. Too far. Andras was an exception. I allowed his death because he was disgracing the dignity of nobles. Yet you dare to kill 2 more family members. What delusional plans do you believe will come true? You know nothing of the royals that rule the upper realm. Waves of dark energy begin streaming into the dome from cracks in the arena floor, making the intensity of the noble vibrations in the air rise with every passing millisecond. The next collision I have with the energy form pushes me backward. Instead of being evenly matched, the next is even stronger, forcing me to spin away and retreat rather than countering to attack back. I feel Ava pull the full 4% of stats I've left available to her far below me, as wherever the waves of dark energy are coming from, she's decided it's necessary to act. Now, Maria followed through with my wishes, and now Muriel Vermilion truly wants me dead. This is no longer a game. I concentrate on my 3rd and final seal, waiting patiently as the attacks from that energy form get stronger and stronger, allowing all of my allies in the green zone of the upper realm to perfectly fall into position before I go all out. At the same time, in the cyan zone of the upper realm, Lucian Morvale receives this notification of 2 demons loyal to the 5 great families dying. So the time has come, whoever you are. Scarlet Clan, Fallen One, or any enemy of the 5 great families. You've chosen a public attack. Very well. You shall meet your end all the same, just like the many who have tried before. The demon activates an emergency ether command, similar to his loyal subordinates in the lower realm, and wakes up a squad of demons that surround the Grand Citadel, a private army left behind before he ascended. Just in case war broke loose before the Vermilion family matured enough. At the same time, another private message is sent down to the Green Zone, to an old loyal member of his army, Cisco Vermilion. Muriel has allowed the intruder too much lenience. Their allies are in Ellipsia. You may have had orders to secure it for yourselves, but to be certain, unlike the last wars, leaving the warlords alive, you must kill them all. Crush that citadel down to the bottom of the upper realm, and every last living lord in it, floating above the calm green skies, with 2 first-class demons behind him, and an army of over 10,000 demonic servants. This message blares in the white-horned demon's inner ear. You underestimate me. That was already my plan, he yells out, to no one but himself in the open air. As the Ellipsia citadel comes into view, a shimmering blue and rainbow light reflects off the top of the central tower, and below it, an army forms of a similar size to the one approaching. 2 familiar faces that were reported dead a month ago show up in this demon's vision as clear as day: Torvak and Asik. The warlords that have protected the Ellipsia citadel for tens of thousands of years. Behind them, over 8,000 monsters in illegal avatars line up, ready for war against the demons that captured and enslaved them in bodies that were not even theirs. Cisco Vermilion rises high in the air above his army and reaches into a dark purple rift in front of him, pulling out a dense white soul weapon. It matches his horns in color, and the long staff he grips is over 20 meters long, just like his unaltered flesh. The top of the weapon has 2 massive blades, curved like a double-sided axe, but rounded to create a unique weapon unlike any other. The demon's bright white ice pulse with purple light, and a ripple of purple surges through the axe in his grasp and his 4 curved horns as well. This shockwave collides with the ether defense orb that surrounds all of Ellipsia from the outside, over 500,000 kilometers away from the city. In a single pulse of purple light, a massive hole shatters in this thin translucent ether orb. And the army continues floating forward and through. A bright blue sparkling stream of light bursts forward through the sky, as borrowed stats increase the mana control aura of the blue-eyed, blonde-haired human that has locked their icy gaze on the threat she must handle. The warlords take out their glowing white axe and club soul weapons, and auras of dark maroon surround the dark huge high orc, while electricity begins to spark around the blue ogre. Countless monsters, of every variety, surround them in the freed demonic servant army. Third, second, and even some first-class creatures that have been enslaved for thousands of years: orcs, ogres, armored apes, goblin kings, golems, serpents, insect lords of all shapes and sizes, humanoid lizardmen and hybrid chimera mammals, trolls, and so many more unidentifiable beasts let out battle yells and roars. The 2 first-class demons in Cisco's army pull out weapons of their own. One holds 2 long curved blades that wrap back around its body, while the other wields a massive blocky hammer. Both of them give off very strange auras, that of demonic beasts that have been transfused with noble blood. Yet, oddly, they are demons, not mindless beasts. The 2 warlords size them up, while Maria flies forward through the air, far in front of the army below, pulling the full 4% of stats available to her, leaving a blue, white, and rainbow refracting trail of ice in the sky. Cisco Vermilion accepts her challenge, and flies upward as well, far faster, and further away from his army too. Neither activate any greater energy forms, nor are any words spoken. There is only an exchange of blades. A purple axe collides with a shimmering crystal blue long sword. The shockwave that follows shatters the already damaged dome of ether defenses around the citadel, and the war to control Ellipsia begins. Over 10 million kilometers away, deep down below the green clouds, the other 3 generals all begin pulling their maximum available 4% of stats each. It is not because they are being attacked directly. In fact, the enormous demonic army of beasts below them is actually still staying completely still at the shoreline of the Sea of Corruption. The reason they do is because the sea is starting to give off energy that becomes far too intense. Its surface pulses with blue light and high noble vibrations unlike anything they have ever felt before. Without Abby's restoration aura flowing through them, the 3 generals would be losing a mental hold on their systems right now. This is the climax, the most intense point of Seraphel's unsealing process. He has been in a constant state of suppression for over 12,000 years. The pressure and inability to release his true form was held back and locked deep inside his soul for so long that even under the pressure of the Sea of Corruption for many days already, it feels as though every fiber of his body, mind, and soul is being torn to shreds and expanding outward. It is not that he cannot break through, it's that he knows if he does too quickly, without being in a completely controlled state, he'll kill himself, and most likely a large portion of the green zone of the upper realm. Abby's staff begins to pulse in the same exact rhythm and frequency as the blue sea. Many of the glyphs carved into the handles start to pulse with green and white light, and even the orb at its top shines bright, spinning with dense soul energy synced to her core. With every passing pulse, they get faster and more intense, and with the radiation pouring off the sea, some of the glyphs begin to turn a shade of blue as well. The center of the sea begins to bulge, and waves of corruption start crashing down on the shore. The dense liquid parts in the middle of the growing bulge, as a massive figure pushes its way up through it. The growing intensity of noble vibrations in the air only grows, and becomes unfathomable as an enormous blue wyvern, over 200 kilometers long from wing to wing in his celestial form, breaks out from the sea. Everything for hundreds of thousands of kilometers all around is filled with a dense hot soul energy wave. And for millions of kilometers the realm is painted blue with a high noble vibration-infused burst of light. The demonic army at the shore finally reacts. Dozens of dense purple explosions of a similar strength erupt outward. Every single demonic wyvern activates their own greater forms, pulsing outward, creating many 10 to 100 kilometer long dark purple and black monstrosities. One in particular at the front of the army looks equal in size to Seraphel, over 200 kilometers, and pulsating outward with high noble vibrations of their own. Horrific demonic screeches come out from an ancient army of wyverns brought back from the dead, and the hundreds of berserkers and thousands of high orcs, ogres, and cyclopes behind these beasts all activate demonic forms of their own, surging outward over 500 meters tall, and others even reaching up to 20 kilometers high in height. The three generals watch in both awe and horror, and the sea crashes back down to become level again, and revert from its bright blue back to a dark corrupted state. Dozens of wyverns fly into the sky following the blue celestial being, and start to breathe waves of purple-tinted elemental attacks resembling fire, water, wind, and earth at their old leader. The green zone of the upper realm trembles. Zacian and Ember both still stand in their fast travel orb, checking in at the outside of the Grand Citadel and waiting for a demonic servant admin to reply. It is still absorbed in the 1-minute long arena match that has only been live for 15 seconds, yet it looks like it has only just begun. The whole dome grows darker and darker as Muriel's black corruption seeps out from the floor of the dome, showing that this noble demon Draco Vermilion is far stronger than expected. Yet the red-haired dragon that waits outside feels a disturbance in the realm, not only inside the citadel, but from far behind him as well. Ember wastes no time, nor does he try to hide the silver glint in his eyes as he releases a wave of perception, spanning further than any of his previous waves. In an instant, he sees to every corner of the green zone of the upper realm. The dragon's eyebrows raise, and he looks to his left side over at Zacian. There's no need to enter the formal way any longer. The war has already begun. He then looks to the other side, sensing 6 familiar noble demons surrounding the outside of the Grand Citadel from the Morvale family that he assumed ascended to the Cyan Zone long ago. Then, back toward Zacian, release your suppression technique. It's time to fight. Chapter 843, the floor of the arena keeps cracking, letting more and more oozing black corruption seep up and out from below it. The coiling tendrils of energy that look like living oil all connect to the demonic energy manifestation's feet, making it grow larger and making the dome colder and colder as its aura grows in strength. The cracks that push outward on the top of the dome multiply to the point where it just appears to be crushed white ether glass. There are hundreds of millions of fractures, creating interlocking spiderwebs that stack until the barriers turn to dust. The only thing holding the dome together are the stack layers of ether commands that are continuously activating and pressing down on us. Above this dome, the seatings where over 250 million lords now watch continue to fly upward and outward, far away from the dome, and even further over the large skyscrapers and towers of the inner city. They are headed toward the outer walls of this Grand Citadel's inner city, where the edge of the wilderness lies. At the same time, I feel large amounts of seemingly random shifting ether commands below and above us shifting and activating too, all of the holding cells and pathways below. The citadel begins shifting, moving further away from the arena, the dome below us, and away from the center of the inner city entirely. It is exactly where I feel Ava's geo-tracker moving as well. Her spectate feed is live in the back of my mind. I see a green blur of her crushing the restraints on hers and Ren's wrists, and many of the other tournament fighters as well. The sharp eyes of the griffin I fought in the final round of the fight lurk in the back of the room, watching Ava work with the white-haired elf to plan an escape. The words of the demon this griffin lost to echo in his mind, wondering if these were the friends Draco was talking about. Even more strange, the griffin cannot wrap his head around why the demon saved him from himself, instead of letting himself destruct. With the powerful release of vibrations being shown here now, clearly, his attack would not have killed him. I feel the full 20% of stats, 4% from all 5 generals being pulled, and even see blurred spectate feeds of all their current actions scattered across the green zone in the back of my mind. Yet, I do not focus on that. I trust they are strong enough to follow out what needs to be done. They trust me to do what I must too, so I begin activating my divine foresight and divine swordsmanship skills and true core abilities. The black demonic form I'm fighting gets larger, faster, and stronger with every passing millisecond. It gets to the point where I have no time or excess energy available to even think about making counterattacks. I have to dodge, block, and retreat only. In fact, I can't get any proper scans on this energy manifestation. It's not like there is a core or weak point I can attack, it is all made of a formless black liquid. If I were to attack it, no damage would be done in the first place. I endure, watching the 1-minute timer tick down above me. I keep half my mind completely focused on zipping around the dome in flashes of white, red, and purple light, while the other half gets ready to release my third seal. At this rate, I'm going to need all my power before the timer runs out. Outside the enormous Grand Citadel's outer walls, that usually appear to be a jet black dome, waves of white light pulse through it. So many ether commands are activating at its core at once that spare resources are being siphoned out from the wilderness. 6 large pulses of teleportation magic around the dome dissipate after their recent activation as well, as a private force of Morvale family noble demons begin activating personal large-scale ether scans to understand what exactly is going on. They have been asleep for over 18,000 years, and now have been woken up with a single order: to kill all that oppose the demons. Largest threats take priority. In the same instance, Zacian does as Ember says and releases the suppression technique. That has been keeping his mind and body stable since their training ended. His eyes start to glow hotter and hotter red, and it floods outward to soak through his entire avatar and bursts in a pulse of red vibrations that instantly shatters a massive 500-kilometer wide hole in the side of the Citadel entry point. The first-class admin that was greeting them does not even sense it. He just instantly passes out and is caught up in the blast. A gaping, cracked hole in the side of the black dome reveals billions of ether commands all strung together. Behind it, the hundreds of thousands of biomes of wilderness can be seen as well, but instantly, the thick wall starts activating self-healing commands and mending the gaping hole. The cracks seal, and the hole starts to shrink. Seeing this, Ember calmly nods and looks to his right and left side again, sensing the noble demons all around the dome instantly take note of this blast and come rocketing this way with streaks of white and purple light behind them. Well, you wanted to fight a noble demon, right? Here comes 6. And they're from the last era too. I take it you can hold them off while I finish my job. Zacian's body is growing, and he reaches into his ether storage to pull out 2 shimmering white relic-class soul weapons while activating his greater form. All that comes back is a ravenous, hungry, and excited roar. I'll take that as a yes. Have fun. Make the Scarlet Clan proud. This is what you were born to do, after all, Ember remarks, smirking, and kicking off the air to move forward in a burst of white light. He blasts off forward into the Grand Citadel, flying over the endless wilderness filled with biomes and hundreds of millions of captive lower-class lords. The black dome fully heals behind him, and his gaze stays sharp, glowing silver, though, for some reason, it is not pointed straight forward where the pulses of ether white commands burst from, that start to make the entire wilderness heat up a few degrees every second that passes. Instead, his attention looks straight down, deep below the wilderness and inner city of the Grand Citadel. It even looks down further than the upside-down blacked-out city where Muriel stays. His last silver scan revealed this royal family head in all his glory, simply using a single finger to wave around and entertain the rising emperor still masquerading as a dead demon. This is not what makes him reflexively mutate into his hybrid dragon form while flying through the sky and show his horns and sharp teeth. It's what is resting at the bottom of the realm, below the Grand Citadel. This time, I'll have enough time to kill you. He whispers to himself, sending shockwaves of white fire behind his footsteps through the air, far below the citadel, further than any of the ether scans could travel. Mapping and probing the citadel before the arena event, there is another structure, one that rests on a compacted pile of dead worlds, just like the exile zones back in Ellipsia. Yet, this structure is connected to the core of the Grand Citadel. In fact, at its core, it is a key that holds the citadel centered in the green zone of the upper realm. It shimmers with silver and white light on its surface, a combination of dense ether and energy from the overseer that created it millions of years ago. It resembles the reactor at the core of Ellipsia, as it can be used to process old worlds and drain their ether and resources in the same way. Though, this reactor is special, as it links the 5 great families together through the zones, and uses a large amount of the farmed ether to allow them to communicate and share resources. It is heavily protected by dense layers of black walls, and far more ether commands that can withstand the barrage of attacks being exchanged in the arena right now with ease. There most likely wouldn't even be a single crack on its defenses, yet, that is still not the reason it has been so safely secured ever since the Wyverns lost this zone of the upper realm. The enormous demonic dragon that is soul bonded to a royal demon sleeps peacefully, with its entire enormous body curled up and around the reactor. It too smells of soul corruption, and all of its deep purple scales ripple with oily black energy, making the air around this beast cold like death itself. The creature's eyes slowly open, as it senses strong noble vibrations that it does not recognize rippling through the realm. It slowly lifts its head, activating ether commands with a simple thought to open up the ceiling of its chamber, to see for itself what is disturbing its peaceful sleep. Chapter 844. The floor beneath the ring cracks and shatters so much that large amounts of the flooring break open and even erupt upward into the air. All of the suppression commands and safety protocols inside the dome have been overridden and forcefully deactivated. This shockwave causes the walls and ceiling around us to break apart at their weak points too. Some portions that have shattered to nothing but dust burst open and explode outward, while others just shift like massive compressed tectonic plates. The sounds of immense amounts of energy clashing, bending, vibrating, and snapping under pressure are absurd. It gets to the point where it all gives in and bursts. The entire dome explodes from the noble vibration imbued built-up pressure, breaking through many layers of suppression commands in the atmosphere and sending chunks of citadel and waves of white, purple, black, and red light outward for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. There are quakes that rupture portions of the Grand Citadel, causing cracks in nearby buildings and streets. Automated ether orbs form around another 120 million lords all over the Citadel, bringing them away from the dangerous shockwaves and high up into the air into the arena stands that rise high above the inner city, circling the inner walls between this collection of towers and the wilderness. The wall between them that usually appears to be a mirror-like reflection ripples with white light, as ether is being siphoned through it to regulate the billions of ether commands activating to protect the citizens. I even hear the announcer of the event's voice yell out, still in a professional and excited tone, This is the first time we're seeing anything like this in the monthly arena events. Please, do not worry, lords, automated safety commands are being activated in order to welcome our lord. It appears he will not only be gracing us with his voice and likeness, but to show up in the flesh. The shattering dome opens up my senses to the citadel surrounding us, with endless green towers in all directions, spanning over 250,000 kilometers, the diameter of the inner city. However, it also breaks open the floor and allows my noble vibrations and ether senses to dig deep down into the pathways below me without having to hold back. It looks like a deep black sinkhole filled with bubbling oil is below me, 40,000 kilometers wide and hundreds of thousands deep. The most terrifying fact is not that this is its own sea of living corruption below me, bubbling and surging upward to connect with the demon's energy form. It's that I can't sense the bottom and the shape of the corruption that is flowing upward. The entire lower section of the citadel, the countless upside-down massive black towers, everything that was concealed behind dense ether commands below me, it all flows like liquid, and the demon before me grows stronger and stronger. It has hardly consolidated, with 0.01% of the corruption flowing through the bottom of this citadel. And the loud laugh it lets out makes me realize it's certain I'm putting together all the pieces. Young fledgling, I already told you that the power of a royal family head is beyond your comprehension. Allow me to educate you properly, echoes out while thousands of thick tendrils from the bubbling pool surge upward, half plunge into the demon's growing energy form, and the other half all surge toward me. They look like tornadoes twisting upward, and creating a black web of darkness that closes in on me from all sides. The timer that says 39 seconds remaining gets covered up by the new black dome of corruption around me. In the furthest depths of my senses, I simultaneously feel an absurd energy reading traveling upward through the middle of this sea of corruption below me. It moves faster than anything I've ever tracked or sensed before. All I feel is my danger senses all blaring simultaneously, my cells surging with cold, my system threatening to shut off, and a foul scent rush through my nose, one that can only be described as the incoming smell of instant death. I don't try to figure out what it is. I just let my third and final seal dissolve and activate my astral form. Whatever is coming my way requires everything I have, no more holding back. I call out while the waves of corruption crash down all around me. The live feed of the event only shows the outside view. Thousands of tendrils of cold dark energy overwhelm this new noble demon from above. Their lord, Muriel Vermilion, has asserted his dominance in just 20 seconds, with nothing more than an energy manifestation. This black form of a demon turns to liquid corruption too, and floats downward to combine with the oscillating orb to crush Draco Vermilion inside with even more pressure. Thousands of coiling tendrils of energy link the sea below, making the prison of corruption grow darker and stronger, trapping the noble demon inside. As a result of showing his power, the entire Grand Citadel shuddered from feeling a tiny percent of his wrath. It's really done. He lost. The human lost. It wasn't a human. It was a new arrogant noble demon. You heard them arguing. Right, but I thought that was a ruse too. You heard him. False hope. It's always been part of their plan. We lost. The lower races already lost their freedom long ago, the royal family is even more powerful than I thought. Yeah, look around. Our lord didn't even have to show up like the announcer said, just his energy form alone almost tore the citadel in two. Incredible. A wave of awe, horror, and despair ripples through the crowds of people watching. Silence fills the grand citadel. The glint of hope that a human was really powerful enough to fight against a demon was still flickering in the back of some lords' minds. They may be loyal to the demons, living in this false paradise under their rule, but there is no other choice. To maintain ownership of their home worlds and send resources down, these lords have always done what they must to survive. Still, even after hundreds, and some even thousands of years of silent suppression and imprisonment, a few still dream of freedom and taking down their oppressors. This is evident in the many rebellions and demonic servants that are captured publicly, revolting lords that have been turned to slaves without full control over their minds or bodies. The Griffin in the tournament is a prime example of lords still trying to fight back, but even the strongest, from the star system of elites, have nowhere near enough power to stand up against even noble demons. Now, with such a monstrous display of power easily suppressing even a noble demon they all thought to be their savior, it seems as though hope has dwindled even more. The only sounds heard in the silence are the cracking streets and buildings as the ball of growing corruption continues siphoning more cold oily energy from the pool below, and compressing inward to destroy the enemy within, that is, until this orb of glowing darkness in the center of the citadel starts to act strangely. A thumping sound echoes through the citadel. It sounds like something is beating against the inside of the prison of corruption. Instead of shrinking and being compressed, it looks like the rhythmic thumping is pushing it outward, like whatever is inside is resisting this insane pressure and is fighting back. The silence in the crowd shifts from despair to shock and confusion. Thin cracks start to form all over the growing mass of floating corruption. Flowing out of them, a warm wave of white, sparkling high noble vibrations floods the citadel, making the cold aura of death in the air be swept away by a warm, domineering breeze. The cracks grow more and more, and the heat pulsating and thumping grows stronger and stronger. Inside, I feel my final seal dissolve, and my astral form erupt out from my body. It uses my already activated greater form and noble body as a base, erupting outward and growing multiple kilometers larger in height every millisecond that passes. At the same time, the celestial grade seal that was holding back the training I completed beneath the sea of corruption is finally released. This is the first time I'm actually getting to experience my own high noble vibrations without them being suppressed. I let out a primal yell, while ethereal white light bursts out from my chest and eyes, flooding into my sword and completely suppressing all of the weak purple demonic energy that was flowing through me before. The only aura that surges outward is pure mana-based soul energy and high noble vibrations. What moments ago was an unbreakable prison of corruption surrounding me on all sides, with no path of escape, becomes nothing but a simple, fragile net of black goo. It felt cold, poisonous, numbing to the touch. Even if I got near it, my senses would dull and my vision would blur. Now, as my yell turns to a laugh, I raise my white blade in the air and pierce through the top of this black prison. My aura surges outward in all directions and begins pulsing and cracking the ball all over. It begins to be suppressed by me instead, losing its cold, and heating up from making contact with my aura, losing its solid coiling structure, and snapping and cracking in places to release the pressure. The whole liquid prison around me explodes, and my high noble vibration confused astral form bursts outward, expanding with the new access to divine threads in the open air. I take in a deep breath, spinning around and opening my eyes to feel everything, literally, everything. I feel as though I become one with the entire grand citadel in a single heartbeat. I can feel and take control of every ether command in these thousands of buildings if I desire, even the hundreds of thousands of biomes in the wilderness, and the outer walls of this enormous floating black sphere 1,000,000 kilometers wide. The feeling of finally releasing my true full power is incredible, but also horrifying. It forces me to shift my attention downward, and thrust my soul sword in that direction too, because out from the sea of endless corruption below me, a real demon swims with unfathomable speed. The puny toy energy manifestation I was playing with seconds prior pales in comparison to the sight before my eyes. A long-horned, black-skinned, deep purple-eyed, 800-meter-tall demon in the flesh comes rocketing out from the cold black ocean below me. I see the real face of my enemy. One that is solid and cold with tens of thousands of years of war behind them, unfazed by my display. It has an ancient primordial confidence radiating out of it, like it is certain of the future. Their cold eyes stare toward my neck, and with no fear, no greater energy form activated, and no soul weapon in hand, Muriel Vermilion shows me his face and I witness why this demon has the title of a royal family head. Chapter 845. My soul sword grows in size with me, now over 20 kilometers long from tip to handle, sparkling with white ethereal light, yet glowing equally as bright with a crimson fiery aura from deep inside its core. I slam it downward as my best defense, yet it collides with its target and stops like it has hit a solid wall. The middle of my sword connects with the open palm of Muriel Vermilion, my growing astral high noble form against his raw, unaltered demonic flesh. When I stare into his eyes, they look dark and emotionless, like deep pools of cold liquid shadows. The shockwaves of pure white and red versus dark black and purple light instantaneously burst outward off this collision. All of the small cracks and fractures in the nearby streets and buildings in the citadel are filled with the increased density of hot and cold auras flowing through the atmosphere. In an instant, the entire inner city of the Grand Citadel shatters like glass. An unfathomable number of fractures spread through every single structure, even colliding with the barrier between this inner city and the surrounding wilderness. Large cracks begin to streak upward on the pillar of ether commands that conceals the inner city in the center of the Grand Citadel. Yet, my only focus is below me, as numbers and status screens finally begin popping up in my mind. Half are faded, some are bright white or dark black, others purple and red. My inspect and appraisal skills only work for a fraction of a second, but I get all the data I need to understand what is in front of me. A bright purple, LV at 159,102, burns into my mind, and 3 ranked up buffs show up on its status below it. One is deep purple colored, and it reads, Noble Bloodline Transformation. While the buff below it is covered in purple and red energy, with question marks and strange symbols blocking me from reading what it says. The last buff below this one is also impossible to read, but it feels very strange. It's only gray, and glows with a hot white aura. This demon has only 2 items equipped on his status. One is a Demon Lord's Core, 15,910% all stats, and the other is named the Royal's Protector, Soulbound, Demonic Energy Affinity. Then lastly, Muriel holds only one skill, and it is dark black in his status, Corruption, Celestial Grade. The moment I see these stats, something shifts in the demon's eyes. Instead of nothing but a calm, emotionless pool, rage flows out. I feel an instant switch flick on. The entire outside of his body glows deep purple, matching his eyes, and matching the coloring of the only buff I can see on his status. It even ripples through all of the corruption below him, making it pulse with a purple light, like it is all connected to him. A bright aura bursts outward, making the already enormous demon start to grow with an energy form himself. I feel the tight fingers of this monster grasping around my blade with an iron grip, and the sea of corruption below that he flew out from now surges upward to follow. It surrounds his body and grows with him. Instead of an equal strength clash like I thought we had, the demon unseals his noble bloodline transformation and matches my size in an instant, pushing out high noble vibrations of his own. We're both over 50 kilometers tall, and still growing in size. My energy still comes from the divine threads in the atmosphere to grow my astral form, and his, from the seemingly endless pool of corruption below. The overwhelming heat that filled the air and pushed his cold out before it gets neutralized, and a wave of cold washes back in to do the opposite and match my high noble aura strength. My downward sword swing is countered, forcing me to be pushed upward by the demon's now glowing purple hand. I have a few options left, one being the activation of my soul sword's new ability from reaching level 3, as well as consuming that elixir Ember gave me before I left for the Grand Citadel. But looking at the enemy below me, growing in size, power, and rage, I know this will still not be enough. After all of my instincts scream that the 2 buffs I cannot see are even stronger than this first one. The only other times I've seen question marks on status screens was when my strength or level was simply too low to comprehend the data the system was sending me. What are you? I command you to tell me. A human could never reach this strength, comes out from the demon's mouth, in a deathly low-tone monstrous roar. I can feel horrific cold ripples of energy flowing through me just from interpreting the sound waves. It seems during our collision, it received enough data on my body to understand I'm not a demon after all, though. I don't respond. I just focus on gripping my blade tighter, and focusing with everything I have, activating my all-seeing eye, clairvoyance, and foresight, true core abilities to their max. Watching tens of thousands of purple tendrils of energy shoot upward from behind the growing demon, and prepare to counter. At the same time, the entire inner city and infrastructure below the surface is shattering. Some of the buildings are crumbling, cracking in half, and falling over. All of the strongest fighters from the arena tournament had automated ether commands activated, and moved away from the center of the blast. These entries, and the many other lords in the citadel all fly upward, joining the over 370 million lords watching from above as their citadel is obliterated by forces of strength they can't comprehend. All of the ether orbs fly through billions of layers of protection, acting as a shield, separating the atmospheres. High above, behind a white veil of light, all of the citizens can safely watch on the provided holographic screens. though, all of the demonic servants on duty are grouping up lords, and making sure suppression commands and cuffs are fitted on the strongest ones until the event is over. Acts of public rebellion like this often spikes the emotions of citizens and can lead to riots, and in turn lead to even more unwanted or unpredictable chaos. With the avatars provided by the Grand Citadel, Lord's strength can be remotely suppressed, so it is an easy feat, for most at least. One of these transport orbs holds some of the most important cargo here. A green-glowing goblin queen, a bright white elf, an extremely confused griffin, and a few dozen other elite berserkers, mammoths, serpents, golems, and mantis lords. An army of admins greet these entries at the top of the protective barriers, though the suppression commands are not working on a certain goblin queen that is borrowing 4% of stats from hundreds of thousands of worlds, and wears an unaltered illegal avatar. Instead of blending in with the crowds, she borrows a screech skill and yells out while fighting off the demonic servants that try to restrain her. Do you want to be free, to lose your restraints? Like I am now. A burst of green light surges out from her. It only travels a few thousand kilometers, altering a small section of seating filled with 5 million lords at most within visible and audible range. Some lords turn their heads, but many do not. Their eyes are glued to the hologram showing the first appearance of the royal family head in many of their whole lives. The majority of the attention she gains is from all of the demonic servants in the area. Seeing her break the avatars of a few dozen of their fellow servants, this leads to swarms of thousands of first and second class guards to start flying her way. The Goblin Queen grits her teeth and looks down at some of the strongest lords here, the few hundred that participated in the main event of the arena. If anyone would listen to me now, it would be all of you. If you want to be freed of the demon's constant suppression, swear your loyalty to the human that bested us all. She points to the holographic screen showing the fight below, and at the same time, gets covered in a massive cluster of demonic servants trying to put cuffs and activate suppression commands. Yet, green aura bursts out from the gaps between them, and hundreds of servants fly through the air. She doesn't kill any of them, only shatters their avatars, or greatly injures them. Ava looks back to the lords below her, especially down at Ren. Then, back up to the small crowd she has drawn attention from, using screech to yell out and cause a scene. Swear your loyalty to the rising emperor. There is no better time than now to fight back. When will you ever have another chance? Even if you do not believe he is a human, look at me, another lower race that still has the resolve to fight. None of you have lost yet. In fact, the war has just begun. Ava smiles and looks upward, as in the back of her mind, she feels a tiny trickle of additional stats flowing into her borrowed pool from a few hundred links of loyalty being added from far off in the crowds. Chapter 846, It worked. I swear my loyalty to the rising emperor. I can see everything, we're all connected. What is this system augmentation? Whispers and even some yells start to appear in the crowds below the white and green glowing goblin queen in the air. Small bursts of auras start to explode outward from the lords in the stands. They are not nearly as strong as any of the fighters in the event, as these are mostly weaker second-class lords that work and live in the Grand Citadel, but it is clear that somehow, the suppression commands have been lifted on a few hundred lords. To create links, lords only need to verbally declare their loyalty. Many watching the hologram on the live feeds long enough, having a feeling the intention to follow this human lord, even create mental links without saying a word. They all instantly gain access to the worldwide connectivity system. Their homeworlds are linked to the rising emperor, and the forum sifting algorithm instantly shows all of the new entries in a small private chat that grows extremely quickly. All of the lords in the Grand Citadel become interconnected, and their reactions spread like wildfire. She's telling the truth, he really was a human, there's proof here. Wait a minute. Some of these other chats are live communications from the lower realm. I swear my loyalty to the rising emperor. The numbers increase exponentially. Thousands, then tens of thousands, lords start to break free of their ankle and wrist suppression bonds and fly upward, opposing the demonic servant admins. This only makes the spread of chaos move faster, as sections of lords watching further away turn their attention to the uproar. Ava still looks downward at some of the strongest lords here, all part of the tournament earlier. The strong are often the last to be swayed by words like these, as taking a chance with their lives to swear loyalty to one ruler over another that is already in charge and has been for millennia is not the smartest gamble. Yet, the growing reactions around them do widen their eyes. Rin is the first to give in. As the rising emperor's promise of meeting the fallen one, and the fact that he had Celia's aura linked in a strange purple artifact, increases the likelihood that this is the moment they have been waiting for. A bright white greater energy form erupts out from the small white-haired lord's confines of suppression commands and shackles. At the same time, below them, Fractures in the ether commands holding back the battle below from leaking out begin to become visible, even above, and surrounding them. The Grand Citadel's dome and the inner city's pillar grow weaker and weaker as more ether is siphoned downward to aid in the battle. Outside the dome, this is very apparent. The streaks of ether flowing away from the outer layers of the dome leave it incredibly weak from the outside. 6 noble demons are flying at obscene speeds toward a single point around the outside of this wall, some of them from the sides, while others are approaching from higher up, near the top of the dome. They are all headed toward the energy blast that triggered all of their perception arrays. It registered a mana control, ether refinement, and vibration frequency of an old clan that they believed to have been eradicated tens of thousands of years ago. Their orders from Lucian Morvale himself were to eradicate any threats to the demons, and this is a definite target, though. The furthest noble demon, holding a heavy purple hammer, with 3 dense horns extruding from his head, sends a notification through their communication channel. Will the 5 of you be enough to neutralize the threat? I sense another threat near the top of the citadel. It smells like elf. Permission granted. 5 will be plenty, a deep tone replies back, from the demon closest to the explosion point. The Scarlet Clan's dense red aura of vibrations that fills the air reflects in this demon's 2 black horns and the massive purple longsword in his grasp. For other demons, in 2 squads of 2 coming from opposite sides of the citadel's outer layer toward the single point. Report their positions as well. Each of them has 1 purple horn in the center of their foreheads, and bright matching soul weapons. They all have a small letter M engraved on one of their horns, and it glows with a faint cyan-colored light. The Berserker giant, holding 2 massive white blades in the center of these growing red shockwaves, is releasing a burning hot pressure that grows not only his energy form, but the flesh on his body in size. The monster's bones fracture and rebuild, its blood becomes infused with the scarlet-colored light flooding out from its chest, and its skin becomes soaked in this deep blood-red color as its muscles expand. The avatar created by the warlords adapts to these changes, letting the intent flowing out from this monster adapt the mass and ether commands tethered to his soul like real flesh. His body grows to nearly 100 meters tall, glowing red-hot, then his wind-imbued greater energy form erupts around it. Gusts of mana and hot ether blow away the clouds for thousands of kilometers in every direction, and even crack the side of the citadel again continuously. Even after it self-heals, he floats upward and backward away from the wall, growing over 5 kilometers tall in a bright wind magic form. But then this too becomes flooded with hot red energy. It begins to grow too, but in his peripherals, 5 noble demons fly his way. You said it'd be 6, he mutters to himself through gritted teeth. And his deep red eyes focus in on the approaching forces, even tens of thousands of kilometers away. With crystal clear focus, the 2 to his right hold daggers and an axe. The 2 approaching from the left hold a long spiked mace, and one wears nothing but a bright purple glowing suit of armor and a rectangular shield. They each grow in size to about 1 to 2 kilometers large, and give off the noble vibrations of a very strong noble demon, similar to Andrus Vermilion, the old lord of Ellipsia. All 4 of them erupt with purple and black light as they unseal their noble bloodlines. Yet, the berserker's gaze only shifts to look at the black-horned demon holding a sword, coming at him from above. Well, you're worth 6 alone. I guess I'll still get more than I bargained for after all. A horrific dark black aura bursts out from him as he unseals his noble bloodline too, and only streaks of light purple can be seen trailing his sword through the domain of darkness that fills the air around this monster's presence. It grows well over 5 kilometers tall too. Yet, the cloud of darkness that erupts around it grows to be over 50 kilometers wide in an instant. Zashin concentrates, makes both of his burning hot white swords glow with scarlet-infused wind blades, and swings both his swords across his body in an X formation, only releasing the attacks at the end of the swing. Both massive energy crescents are sent off to his left and right, adding to his propulsion upward as he kicks off the air and dives headfirst into the dark cloud of growing aura above him. The sounds of soul weapons clashing, and 5 massive shockwaves erupting through the air and fracturing the side of the Grand Citadel again, begin their battle. The 2 squads of nobles attacking from the side both use their full force to block the incoming energy crescents with their soul weapons, while simultaneously, the black cloud of dark mist in the atmosphere lights up with red and white light. The burst of energy that flows out in streams and pillars makes it appear like a storm is raging inside. Chapter 847, outside the Ellipsia Citadel, a very similar powered clash takes place. Maria and Cisco collide axe against sword. The small figure of a woman, holding a glistening rainbow sword, exuding the powerful aura of soul energy tightly infused with an ice element, is a profound sight. The full 4% of stats runs through her body, creating enough force to hold back the massive demon's purple weapon. Cisco Vermilion towers over her, tens of times larger, not using an energy form of any kind either. This shockwave is what shatters the remaining defenses of the ether dome around the citadel and lets the two first-class demons and army of servants all fly below them toward the approaching army of freed slaves with the two warlords at their front. A human? Ha! This is what was messing around in Ellipsia? No wonder we couldn't find you, we were overestimating the threat at hand. A loud laugh follows, as the demon holding its sole weapon against Maria's examines what's in front of him. And would you look at that, a destroyer-class soul weapon. I thought they were just a myth. It comments in a more controlled tone, showing off its wide smile and letting the ripples of purple light in its horns grow more intense. This builds up enough energy for the two of them to be blown backward from the clashing auras, and the demon closes his eyes during the shockwave, unsealing his noble bloodline transformation without hesitating any further. No matter your race or artifacts you bring to a fight, a lower race could never touch the likes of me, a high noble demon. I'll kill you here, finally get rid of those pesky warlords we've been saving in order to lure the dragon out, and bring this citadel to the bottom of the realm. More laughs erupt outward as the monster's flesh grows in size, and a bright purple aura blasts outward from the monster's figure as well. Maria instantly feels a wave of suppression ripple off that beast, with a very similar feeling to the wave of blue light that came off from the Sea of Corruption hours ago. She's had a borrowed Inspect and Appraisal skill activated this whole time. Upon contact, the Ice Mage fully realizes the extent of the power she's facing. Down in the lower realm, it was rare to see anyone above level 1000. Even on her short stay on the Great Belt of Brimia, rarely did any lords even from second and third class worlds ever surpass level 5000. In artificially boosted labyrinths, a few monsters could reach over level 10,000, and some close to 20,000. However, those mana manifestations are nowhere near as powerful as real demons. The difference between third, second, and first-class demons on the battlefield around the throne back on the human world was very clear as well. She fought a second-class demon alongside Abby, and it was a lower level than her. Now, as numbers and stats pop up in her mind's eye, and she faces this demon alone, the weight of this battle truly sinks in. This demon is not one step above, merely a first-class demon, and not only 2 steps higher, a noble demon. It is something stronger, far greater than any existence she's ever bared witness to with her own eyes. LV 102,930 burns into her consciousness, along with 2 divine grade skills, Body Double and Shadow Step. The Demon Lord's Core, 10,293% all stats, and Executioner's Soul Axe, Soul Bonded, Demonic Energy Affinity, glow brightly in his item slots, and 3 buffs appear below it all. Noble Bloodline Transformation, Transfusion, the top 2 both glow with bright purple aura, mimicking the massive greater form that explodes out from its body. However, the final buff stays bright white, almost gray, and gives off a sharp pressure when looked at. The readings only show question marks and blurred characters in Maria's mental image. She quickly disables these perception skills and activates her 2 ranked up energy forms as well. First, exploding outward in a royal blue aura to expand into her dark blue ice goddess form, then stacking on top of it, sprouting lighter colored blue wings to activate her angelic form, and match the absurd rapid growth of the demon before her. 2 enormous auras of blue and purple light clash in the sky, as the 2 forces slam into each other again. Purple demonic axe against enormous source resin imbued soul sword glowing with a light blue outer layer of ice magic. Both the demon and the angel are over 40 kilometers tall in the sky when they collide, and the shockwave makes the Ellipsia citadel shake even hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Many of the soldiers and demonic servants in the armies below pass out and fall from the sky from the immense aura, suppressing their grips on the system. Though, the freedom avatars the warlords created planned for an incident like this, blocking all mental attacks that aren't targeted to be reflected away. Using the full guard technique, many of the falling lords glow with bright white lights and regain consciousness before it is too late. This augmentation cost millions of low-quality ether, but was necessary. It won't last for long, as each avatar has limited stores, but it should be enough to last the battle. Following this mighty clash in the sky, 2 first-class demons unseal their bloodlines as well, and the orc and ogre waiting for this activate their greater energy forms while flying forward at them. Bright bursts of maroon-colored earth magic, blue-colored lightning, and demonic soul energy erupt into the skies as the warlords land their first hits against their enemies, and the army of demonic servants and freed slaves from Ellipsia clash by the thousands even further beneath them. The war for Ellipsia has begun. Down at the shore of the Sea of Corruption, over 30 massive wyverns all fly in circular patterns, following their massive blue glowing paths leader upward as he fully unseals his celestial body. Many of the beams of concentrated demonic energy imbued fire, water, earth, and wind attacks streaming out from the wyverns' mouths all hit Seraphel's energy form and nearly bounce off. They may be noble wyverns, and even enhanced by the blood of a demon, but they are still no match for a high noble, especially in his celestial body. A trail of blue sparkling water-infused soul energy trails behind him, and the massive wyvern's deep blue eyes turn downward to face its one and only threat, a dark black wyvern that lets out a pain-filled roar and crackles with dark black and purple electricity. The static charge vibrates off its body, and high noble vibrations buzz off of it too. Mid-roar, half a dozen thick black lightning bolts surge out from the monster's wings, feet, and mouth. Seraphel finally stops his graceful, slow flap of the wings upward to cover his face and chest with a single wing while twisting downward. The heavy blasts of lightning shake the atmosphere and even make the sea of corruption quiver. It roars again through the blast while all of the black and blue auras of debris fill the air. This prompts every member of the demonic army on the ground to turn their attention away from the battle in the sky and toward the generals, all watching from a distance. When the first blast of auras clears, 6 deep black holes become visible on Seraphel's wing, like burn marks from the blast. Each of them is enormous, multiple kilometers wide. In fact, waves of water magic start to heal them, and Seraphel lets out an ear-destroying roar back, releasing a jet of sparkling blue celestial water from his open mouth, straight down at the black wyvern. It blocks with one wing as well, but instead of backing down, it releases waves of black electricity straight into the beam, allowing it to travel upward and flow straight back into Seraphel's body. 2 more roars erupt from the skies, and the army full of black and purple berserkers, cyclopes, orcs, and ogres all fly up in the air, simultaneously unsealing their artificial noble bloodline transformations. Abby's staff glows with a dense green light, and more memories of the past flash through her mind from battles through the very eyes of some of the wyverns here in the sky when they lost their lives in a massive war trying to protect the citadel that is sunk below the sea they're fighting over. In response, she kicks off the air, upward without hesitating, heading straight toward the center of the chaos. She yells out, down to Raven and Ari, hold them off. Destroy them all. Do not hold back. Like the kings of Kelfer. They are already dead. The dual-bladed sword wielder and the archer both nod and turn their backs to the clash in the sky as the green-haired healer floats up toward it. They both activate all of their ranked-up buffs. Massive spirit arms form behind Ares' back, made of thousands of smaller ones, and he holds the Dark Elf Lord's bow in his grasp, ready to use it in combat for the first time and make it his own. Raven grows into her battle greater form, holding 2 humming white blades with the scent of the Scarlet Clan still rippling through them. However, with her own spin on the aura, as after the first step she takes, she disappears into a pocket dimension, and the red-colored vibrations mutate into a translucent gray aura that only appears once she steps out of it again on the other side many kilometers away. She slices through the nearest Cyclops Lord, one with a similar noble blood strength transfusion of the Guardian below Ellipsia. It's cut into 4 clean pieces before it even knows what has happened. All that's left as a reminder is the invisible vibrations of a silent assassin, in an X formation with its divine core at the center. An attack that can only be done by 2 blades. She was only visible for milliseconds at most, phasing in and out of reality only to land the strike then fade away, less than a kilometer to its right side. A high orc has just finished its transformation as well and looks for the enemy, but it too crumbles to pieces, sliced with an invisible X through its body, falling down to the shoreline of the Sea of Corruption. On the other side of the battlefield, a dense white arrow, with dark black vibrations echoing around it, is released from Ari and heads straight toward 3 blue ogres, all releasing their noble transformations in a line. The arrow he releases pierces the first's chest, then the second, and all the way through to the third before it unravels and explodes. All 3 had green true cores, with the dense noble blood equivalent of the Guardian below the citadel too. He pulls back his bow again and aims for the next closest beast, while out of the corner of his eye, Raven slices through another. However, at the back of this army that begins to float up at them, there are hundreds of berserker giants that are taking extra long to unseal their bloodlines. It is strange, some of them glow with a very hot red scarlet light, while others give off darkness like obsidian. Their transformations are different, and from the strength of the aura they're exploding with, and continuously getting stronger as the seconds pass, it's clear they are going to be the toughest fighters here. Chapter 848. 2 bright yellow lights appear on opposite sides of the Great Belt of Brimia's star system. One of the bursts is very bright and concentrated, as the ice prison on an asteroid out in deep orbit explodes, and an army of first-class true-cord Morvale demons is freed. They All immediately turn toward the red star at the center of the system, led by one head demon that sends update messages on their situation back to the demonic realm. And another copy up to his family head, Lucian Morvale. Streaks of yellow light fade away into the vacuum of space as they all propel themselves forward. The other burst on the other side of the star system is not as bright, but it is far larger and wider. It glows with yellow light, a faint aura around a fleet of dark transportation ships filled with over 1,000 vermilion demons. Each dark black ship has a half-dozen true cores, tens of yellow cores, and almost 100 red and orange cores that stand behind them, waiting for the airlocks to open to fulfill their mission orders to take over a small red sun civilization used as a trading hub. One of these ships holds a true core demon named Pluto, who has been sending Bree updates as they approach ever since they left the demonic realm. The star system is within visible range. Less than 5 minutes until we touch down. Awaiting your word to sabotage the fleet comes in as Bree, Fisher, Lydia, Monk, and Luna all stand together in a room. Many members of the Crimson Army begin teleporting in as well. Rodrigo organizes the troops, pulling everyone out from closed-door cultivating, and gathering them from station points on the human world as well. There are 36 troops, all of them have consolidated their red cores, and have triple ranked up buffs. Most including energy forms of some kind, and fully equipped with specialized soul weapons imbued with element stones and loot from Kelfer to create the strongest affinities created by Bree. They are technically all graded as basic class soul weapons, but they are the highest quality that the lower realm can buy. In addition, using the Knight rank perk of the Rising Emperor's domain, all members of the Crimson Army has access to a small percentage of borrowed stats, just like the commanders in the room. However, as they have this news of approaching forces come in, none of them feel fully prepared. That is because massive battles are taking place in the upper realm. Every single borrowed stat that is necessary to face threats of this magnitude is not available to them. The Rising Emperor is using the full 50%, and the generals are using their 20%. Even now, everyone stood in this room feels drained, as 70% of their stats and mana control are being siphoned out to be used. There is not even a single true core here on the base. Fisher and Lydia are extremely close, with massive cores tens of times stronger than a normal yellow, and Bree is at a close second in strength behind them, but Bree does not even have the ability to pull stats like the others. The only true core nearby that is truly on their side is a demon, that is currently coming toward them under cover with an army filled with hundreds that are even stronger than him, as most are at least third or second class demons. A small few even first. Pluto is a commoner without any bloodline to unseal. As the team brainstorms, they even propose the possibility of sending out a help request to the Galactic Trade Commission, as some of them certainly have a few true cores per planet. Yet, that would waver the trust that many have in the Rising Emperor's strength, and there is not much time left. Organizing transport and getting random troops battle ready is not very plausible. To make everything even worse, Alvaron joins the mental chat and sends an alarming message: the prisoners have escaped. The army that the general subdued before ascending are coming your way, and they are seeking revenge. All of these telepathy chats echo in the back of my mind, but these problems are far from urgent on the timescale I'm operating on at the moment. They say there is an imminent attack on the Great Belt of Brimia in minutes. But I swing my soul sword back and forth over 100 times in the next 0.3 of a second. There are thousands of tendrils of black coiling energy that surround me on all sides again. I have to use every single ounce of mental and physical energy in order to spin, bounce off the air, and dive through the moving energy attacks. Every sword strike I make against the energy tendrils has to be extremely calculated, finding its bend points and weak spots to know how much they will break and how fast they will form back together before I can fly through. To make things even harder, Muriel Vermilion is still growing stronger. The never-ending pool of corruption below him does not only try attacking me, it also continues seeping in through the demon's feet, allowing it to grow larger, compress in on itself to become denser and harder to break, and also seeping into the monstrosity's flesh, making its high noble vibrations strengthen and try to suppress mine further. I can feel the massive pool of black buildings below the citadel shrinking, as they are all turned to liquid corruption and flow into this demon. Some of my counterattacks even slam into Muriel's open palms, and I feel shockwaves of cold darkness ripple through me, like I'm slamming a metal pole into a brick wall that won't budge. This is a freak-like existence, something even with the entire citadel's commands at my fingertips. I would have never imagined him to be this powerful. One thing that does make the corners of my lips curl up just slightly as I fight to dodge and counter is the fact that more stats are trickling into my Rising Emperor's system. Ava pulled it off. She's slowly managing to bring new lords to my side, though, as my astral form breaks the 80 kilometers tall mark, still growing in size. Muriel's body surpasses 100 kilometers. And the black armor of corruption that surrounds him gets thicker and denser as well. The enormous demon lets out rage-filled laughs and grabs onto dozens, even hundreds of coiling whips of corruption at a time and sends them flying my way. His eyes are filled with dark purple pools of shadows, and it appears as though he's entrapped in a bliss-like state as the waves of corruption flow into him. The volume of dense black liquid looks like it's getting compressed by hundreds of times, compacting and condensing inside the demon's body. Yet, even as it is distracted and experiencing an energy high, I can't find a single weak spot on his body. I'm merely a fly, zipping about, dodging massive coiling tornadoes of corruption. Thousands and thousands of close calls pass in less than 2 seconds. The entire inner city fractures and crumbles to pieces. Massive cracks in the pillar that protects this battlefield from the wilderness break open, and hundreds of thousands of biomes of lords get knocked out by the unfathomable, clashing hot and cold high noble vibrations. Eventually, my astral form stops growing, at roughly 120 kilometers tall. The enormous demon before me stops expanding too, sitting at roughly 200 kilometers tall, covered in thick corruption armor head to toe, easily 10 kilometers thick, and hundreds of times more dense and potent than even the deepest depths of the sea of corruption I trained in. All of the violent and randomized attacks stop once the last of the corruption seeps into the demon before me, and he just floats in the air in silence, vibrating with a dark black and purple glow, like a black hole of shadows, with long curved horns that come off both sides of its head. In contrast, I point my blade back at it, flickering with dark red fire. Yet a pristine white-hot aura comes off imbued with high noble vibrations. I can feel the cold surrounding me. It is just like when I was on that video call with him a month ago. The disparity in power is still so great, it's unbelievable. Without even attacking, or having to lift a finger, the absolute power of this dark force grows before me. The fact that even now, even over the last few seconds, as I believed I was fighting him off, and nearly surviving by a hair thousands of times in order to bide my time, Muriel was still playing with me. He still hasn't activated 2 of his ranked up buffs. My vision starts to blur as the cold aura around me grows stronger and stronger. Then a calming sleepy feeling washes over me, and my grasp on my system weakens. The demon's low laugh echoes through my mind. We are royals. Not even a 1 in 100 trillion outlier like you could even fathom my existence. You thought that was the extent of my power? Ha! You are nothing. You are a lower race. That is all you will ever be. Demons are the gods of existence. We shouldn't have ever existed, but now we do. And to think it was all your race's fault in the first place. Buzzing starts to get louder in my ears, and the demon's laughs and rage-filled roars echo out as well. I see tendrils of corruption burst out from the monstrous demon before me again to go on the attack. And at the same time hear a series of system dings ringing in my inner ear. I don't have enough mental space to even check to see what they are, but it's paired with a small 5% boost in power that gives me enough energy to reach into my storage and pull out the clear bottle of elixir Ember gave me. I chugged the whole thing in a single gulp deep down inside my energy form. At the same time, as the final liquid pools of corruption are pulled out from the crater in the bottom of the citadel, a perfect hole down to the bottom of the realm itself has been opened up. A white streak of light, covered in ether commands to hide their identity, flashes through one of the cracks in the wilderness and sneaks below the battle of 2 titans in the sky. Ember is unaffected by the enormous release of high noble vibrations, but looks to the sky while the white and red high noble form of a human finally refines the 110 million low quality ether sitting dormant in its pool. Good luck. We're both going to need it. He whispers, then dives head first down into the dark crater and releases his full dragon form and activates his astral energy form right after. He plummets down toward 2 purple eyes looking up from the bottom, over 1,000,000 kilometers away, at a beast that is curious to know what woke it up from its slumber. Chapter 849, Congratulations. Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached 1031-092/1000000 worlds claimed. New perk unlocked, a light in the darkness. Info, the worldwide connectivity system, for the Rising Emperor has now been updated. The World Locator perk, is now accessible. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the Path to Domination perk, Authority Among Worlds perk, Ruler of Worlds perk, World Collector perk, World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Powerholder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk fused simultaneously, I feel the crystal clear elixir flow into my noble body. It washes in like hot waves through every cell of it almost instantly, filling me up to my fingertips, toes, and even through my sword. Yet, just as fast as it flows in, it then disappears from sight, seeping deep into my consciousness, and warming up the low-quality ether pool powering all my movements. I take in a breath of fresh air, and let out a wave of high noble vibrations strong enough to push the cold, impeding aura away from my body enough to get my grip on reality back. Below me, I sense ember disappearing into the bottom of the citadel, and around me, I see thousands of thick, multi-kilometer-wide tendrils of corruption all coiling my way out from Muriel's body. The ether deep in my body is getting hotter and hotter, and I feel it hitting a natural limit. It feels like small portions of it are reaching a point where it can no longer be refined any further, and the pockets of this incredibly hot and smooth ether are expanding in my pools. It gives me enough mental clarity to move faster and slam my blade into about 300 incoming tendrils of black corruption in the next few milliseconds. Some break apart, but the liquid forms back together faster than I can break it. Every one coiling tendril that is broken, 10 more attack me from the opposite side. This is the end, human. In fact, this is the final straw. After your stunt today, the great families will vote to seal the upper realm even faster. You've only sped up your inevitable doom. Run all you want. Try all the tricks you have. You have lost. The tendrils of darkness get thicker, faster, and far better positioned the longer I continue waiting for my ether to fully refine. Not only has the mental clarity and speed boost kept my mind from falling to this demon suppression, but the steady rise in stats allows me to get faster and faster as well. Over 200,000 more worlds have been linked to my system since I heard the dings. Though my mind is elsewhere, the more my ether is refined, the more intense my high noble vibrations become. All of the repetitive training I did beneath the sea of corruption with Seraphel comes flowing back into my subconscious, and the final breakthrough that I achieved while breaking the seals on the blue wyvern celestial body rekindles its intensity as well. My path, it is all built on my unique skill, absorption. The ability to take from my enemies, and turn that power into my own. Below the sea, I practiced using the old structures of the wyvern sanctuary citadel, reforming them at massive scale for days on end. Creating masterpieces and rebuilding massive structures from scratch. Afterward, I embraced the art of deconstructing and manipulating the ancient celestial grade seals to free Seraphel, while refining my ether below the sea, trying not to die myself, and becoming totally in tune with my high noble vibrations for the first time. My path is one with creation and destruction as its distinctive characteristics. I activate the new perk of my soul sword's evolution after reaching level 3, and simultaneously let the true nature of my path take over while this ether refining elixir is stimulating it so much, I can feel every ether command in the Grand Citadel, but over the last few milliseconds, the ones closest to me have become increasingly more malleable and clear on how to manipulate to my wishes. With all of the suppression commands and shielding broken from the arena dome, the entire 250,000 kilometer wide inner city is now at my fingertips. All of the towers and streets are in shambles, many crushed to dust, divine energy and broken ether commands. Yet, to me, as my high noble vibrations ripple through them, they feel like building blocks. The most malleable and high potency buildings nearby all start floating in the air, attracted to both my body and my sword. You use corruption as your armor? Two can play at that game. I yell out, leaving streaks of red and white behind me in enormous paths. Controlling a 120-kilometer tall energy form is both exhilarating and exhausting. As in a single-digit number of strides, I can move tens of thousands of kilometers. It takes absurd amounts of energy to keep running. My Plunderer true core ability is draining massive amounts of mana and divine threads from the atmosphere to burn through, while simultaneously collecting massive fragments of buildings and still fighting for my life as thousands of tendrils of corruption fly off the demon in the center of the ring. Muriel does not move at all from his position. He only turns his body and directs attacks my way as I zip above. Enormous building structures collapse and consolidate as I fly by them. Many turn bright white, more dense with ether, others darker green. Mostly made of pure mana and divine threads. I do not take less or more of any structure, I pull everything I can toward me. A thin layer of armor starts to form around my massive energy form, like a truly humongous avatar made of compacted citadel structures. While my soul sword absorbs an equal amount, it does not grow in size, it only glows brighter white, and the flames deep within it become more hungry and darker red. Almost there. I whisper through gritted teeth, feeling the sword's perk activation growing near. At the same time, Muriel has caught on to what I'm doing, not just running away in fear, but manipulating large amounts of the citadel and using it to grow stronger. About 10% of the inner city is consumed in turn to armor before he yells out in rage again, "Now you're making a mess." It was fun while it lasted. That's it, no more. Then he takes his first step forward toward me with impossible speed and summons over triple the tendrils of corruption to block me in from all sides. He is attempting to use the same move he did with his energy form, to trap me in a cage impossible to get out of. I only smirk back, as linked worlds have surpassed 2 million now, and my blade is hot enough to activate its new ability with the mass I've gathered. Not to its full potential, but it should be enough, not this time. I yell out, and shove my blade up in the air to block one of the incoming coiling tornadoes of corruption. A massive white flash of light fills the battlefield, and all around me, as tens of thousands of black tendrils of corruption try to engulf me from every side, tens of thousands of soul swords push outward. I'm surrounded by an incredible symmetric array of white blades, all flickering with hot red flames, either holding back strands of black energy or slicing through them and disrupting their flow. Each sword feels like a part of me. I only have my hands tightly grasped around one, but as I move it back and forth to slash, all of the others follow with their own instinct-driven patterns to protect their wielder from all sides. An explosion of energy erupts outward at this release. As waves of corruption are neutralized and destroyed en masse before my eyes, simultaneously, many of my copied swords shatter, and some even lose their connection to me as they have to handle multiple tendrils of energy at once and lose in the end, but it seems as though it is an equal energy exchange. I really held back one of Muriel's true attacks that was meant to kill me. I let out a loud mocking laugh while bursting through waves of corruption that are being destroyed in front of me. Over a fresh part of the inner city, like a massive magnet over a junkyard, pulling up enormous building fragments and pulling them into my body, more and more of the pillars separating this inner city from the wilderness shatters away from the chaos. And even the layers of shielding commands high above, where the citizens of the Grand Citadel stay, are starting to crack and deteriorate. The entire 1-million kilometer wide structure shudders, making Ember's flight down the narrow tunnel a daunting one. The crimson-eyed dragon's true body and astral form expand to massive lengths, just as the rising emperor's. Every single borrowed stat gained is mirrored to his true strength as well. His wings stretch out wide, and he gains more and more speed with every flap. The enormous creature grows to over 1,000 kilometers from nose to tail by the time he is halfway to his target, and his amused, constantly grinning, and playful expression has completely left his face. The only thing left in this dragon's eyes is determination and killing intent. Ember's eyes shimmer silver, and so do his front claws and teeth. Without even saying hello, a horrendous roar echoes out from far below the citadel, and a wave of translucent white flames bursts from his mouth. Tethered together with silver divine shimmering light, Ember attacks with his most powerful technique. Down at the still sleepy and curious purple eyes that look up at him from the deepest depths of darkness down on the bottom of the realm. Chapter 850. Upon impact, the enormous pillar of white and silver flames reaches the bottom of the realm, and a roar echoes out far enough to shake the Grand Citadel and reach the far corners of the green zone. The outline of another dragon is engulfed in the flames, making it seem as though it is entirely white and silver. The only thing peeking through are the purple eyes beneath. Ember's downward attack doesn't slow, as through the flames, he still aims for the monster's neck, with dense silver threads wrapped around his front claws, claiming to take out the enemy in a single strike and end this war. Yet, it moves its massive purple-scaled flesh and lifts its head up far enough to move a clawed hand of its own upward to block Ember's strike, with nothing but its own raw strength, and the bottom of the upper realm as its brace on its clawed lower legs. Another roar, even louder, more demonic and terrifying, comes back once they clash. Every time in the past when the translucent white soul flames have hit a target, they burn and disintegrate through them without question. Dungeon mass, flesh, avatars, everything. Ember's silver threads are an energy source from beyond this zone of the upper realm. A power that only an overseer can possess. One that could normally outclass any entity in the green zone of the upper realm without question. However, there are a number of reasons he has not managed to ascend to the cyan zone in many recent visits. The dragon he just tried to kill is one of them. The flames tethered with silver energy wash away like this demonic creature was just splashed with a bucket of water and is waking up entirely from its sleep. Not a single burn mark or crack in its dark purple scales is visible. This monstrosity is in its fully unsealed greater demonic form. Unlike its bonded pair above the surface, it does not believe in holding back. Over twice as long as Ember, now 2,000 kilometers from nose to the tip of its pointed tail, it glows with a dark purple glimmer, yet in between each of its energy-formed scales, a white-gray hot glow holds it together. Ember's latent ability to identify and see through the system itself gives him abilities similar to appraisal. Without even having to borrow the skill, Celestial Prism, glows under its buffs in hot white-gray light on its status, next to its two energy forms growing it in size and power. Ember does not share the high noble vibrations of the rising emperor, yet neither does this dragon below him share any of the high noble power that shakes the citadel above. Dragons are not capable of awakening their own path, at least not in the same way mana-based lords or the demons can. One thing that is possible, however, is utilizing a celestial form, a power similarly linked to the strength of one's soul energy, but hereditary or often granted in the fourth rank up of the system at level 100,000. The monstrous roar of the dragon turns to more intelligent sounds, as a wave of telepathy bursts into Ember's mind. Back so soon? I was starting to miss you, old friend, it echoes in a demeaning and sarcastic tone. The massive demonic dragon thrusts its claws forward to send Ember flying backward, and the sleeping beast flaps its wings to follow him upward into the air. It is extremely dark down below the realm. There is a dense black structure below them, sealing off the Grand Citadel's reactor, yet around it, there are only billions of dead worlds drained to black rubble. The floating citadel itself casts a 1-million kilometer wide shadow, blocking the green sky from shining down here, making it an even more eerie, yet magnificent sight to have a dark purple dragon outline clash with a bright white and red one. It feels like you bonded with a 1 in a million talent. The Vermilion family must have found a noble demon on one of those new farms they're using with great potential. Your base strength and energy form is larger than your last 3 tries. It opens up its mouth, and a burst of purple demonic energy in a cylinder hundreds of kilometers wide streams out. Ember twists his body around it, spiraling back downward around the attack and sending another of his own back, across the demonic dragon's side with ruthless precision and intent to kill. Yet, the silver and white light bounces off, not leaving a mark. The celestial seals used as a defensive strategy layered all over the monster's greater form repel his attacks before they can seep into the demonic dragon's true form. As Ember flies by, it follows through in the sky, yelling out to him again through a telepathy link. But even if your body is stronger, every time you come back, your old power as the first overseer gets weaker and weaker. If that's all you've got, it is shameful to see you even try climbing the zones any longer. Give up, you've lost. Accept your place beside the demons on the Emperor's throne. Ember leaves trails of white and silver behind him, yet, he is only capable of using this power for limited amounts of time, and in small quantities. What the demonic dragon says is true. Every return trip, he has to rest more and more between uses, and the power becomes less effective. Yet, it is the only trump card he has to fend off against a force unfathomably strong, while his attacks aren't making a dent. That doesn't mean they aren't useful. When Ember swoops upward, less than 1,000 kilometers away from hitting the bottom of the realm, and has another dense beam of demonic energy coming his way, he covers his side in a dense array of soul energy and silver threads. The attack is reflected, just the same, as at range. The demonic dragon cannot keep its celestial prism buff activated on portions of its attack that are not directly connected to its body. Ember then yells back through the link while sending a roar and a counter pillar of flames. I was created in the same light as the demons. You know this better than anyone, as my memories are yours. Not all of them, but enough to understand. Demons and dragons are opposite sides of the same coin. Giving up is not an option for me. I will always come back to climb until I succeed. He grins, feeling hundreds of thousands of new worlds flowing into his shared borrowed stats pool, and prepares for another clash. These shockwaves, of massive dragons colliding, almost the size of entire worlds, can be felt over 20 million kilometers away near the Sea of Corruption. Abby flies upward into the chaos of the wyvern's fight without any fear in her eyes. Her staff burns bright green in her hands, and her greater energy form that revealed itself fully on Kelfer when she was consolidating her true core is activated. It looks like a green, yellow, and white sparkling copy of herself pulses outward. It even makes an exaggerated energy manifestation of her dense green true core. The energy form is not enormous like all of the monstrosities around her, but it is still large, roughly 200 meters tall. The debris and shockwaves bursting through the airflow through her like she is a hologram. Yet, every kick off the air she makes leaves indents in reality, leaving sparkling green gravity waves in her wake. She feels extremely warm, like a mini-star is streaking through the air, upward, past many wyverns that let out horrendous roars and waves of energy at their old leader, trying to follow him upward, at the same time. It's like she is not even there. If one were to blink, and she flew right past, it would be impossible to sense her presence. This is a natural emergence of a celestial form, one commonly referred to as the immortal healer in the history of this system when members of other races obtained it. The same hot white-hot energy that shields the demonic dragon from Ember's attacks now materializes within the white and yellow sparkles that trail behind Abby's body. As she passes dozens of wyverns, she recognizes many as though it was just yesterday they were fighting, alive, and in their mana-based forms. Emotions of pain, sorrow, regret, and loneliness ripple through her as she witnesses them follow out mind-controlled actions they would be ashamed to watch themselves do. These emotions she feels are not her own, they are all of the wyverns around them as a collective, their instincts and memories watching through the staff in her grasp, and also that of the enormous blue wyvern high above her in the sky. Her core, the staff, and the energy waves coming off the blue wyvern are all pulsing at the same frequency. Abby watches Seraphel get attacked from all sides by another blast of black lightning, imbued with dense high noble vibrations, and a mutated version of the same celestial prism, buff glowing on its status, just like the demonic noble bloodline transfusion flowing through its veins. This energy comes from somewhere else too. This entire army is the product of one demon's testing. The feeling is extremely similar to the kings of Kelfer she briefly encountered. Yet, those were far older and watered-down versions of what that demon was capable of. It must have been what it achieved while still in the lower realm, and now this army is their greatest creation yet. While horrific and evil, there is a beauty to the monstrous power being displayed above her. It is a relentless, demonic tactic to aim to take down the leader of the wyverns. To use the strongest wyverns of the past, and infuse them with the strongest blood the demons could find in order to take down their enemy. Images of this army tearing through forces of hundreds of first-class and even noble demons in the past flash through Abby's mind. The yellow lightning of that wyvern, fighting beside Seraphel, is in the forefront of her mind. Now, to watch it burn holes through the blue water-imbued celestial body, while other wyverns around swarm in to throw attacks of their own at the unhealed wounds, it is sad. Abby finally catches up with their ascent into the sky, to get right in the middle of the battle, waves of water and lightning both surging through her without even moving a single hair on her head. She lifts her staff in the air and starts to activate a handful of glyphs that her instincts tell her to focus on. The massive blue eyes of the wyvern's celestial body shift toward her once she does, wide with shock but filled with hope. Even while getting struck down by another 6 thick black lightning bolts, you came, it's really here. The Wyvern's Inheritance.